Sumerians, Professor Samuel Noah Kramer, the Dean of Sumerian Studies, endorses it as a research tool. He has suggested that
Editor X presents 5 steps to win over any client. Step 1. Sweep them off their feet. Bring your wildest vision from concept to production on an intuitive canvas with precise layouting tools and engaging interactions, and show them a site so gorgeous they can't help but stare. Step 2. Play it smooth. Add custom breakpoints and adjust for any screen size, providing the perfect visual experience with no awkward design breaks. Step 3. Set boundaries. Bring your clients into the process with customizable roles and permissions. Collaborate seamlessly and exchange feedback without ever putting the site's design at risk. Step 4. Empower their growth. Don't just give them an outstanding website. Help them grow their business with a powerful suite of e-commerce tools. Step 5. Seal the deal. Set them up for success with a code-free CMS they can manage and update on their own, giving them a site that's designed to change and grow as they do. So get out there and show them you're a perfect match. Build your next client website on Editor X.
One of the most unique and valuable historical documents is the so-called King List, which records the names of Sumerian kings and the length of their reigns. This was the beginning of history to them, a time in the ancient past when kingship descended from heaven and founded 5 cities in the Mesopotamian plain. It records an interruption when the flood swept over the land, an event which we know as the Deluge or Great Flood. The King's List then resumes the narrative as kingship descended once more. It describes the kings and their reigns down to the Isin dynasty, which began to rule about 1950 BC. The King's List attributes reigns of legendary and incredible lengths to many of the rulers of the earlier antediluvian kings. In this sense, it affirms the enormous lifespans of the patriarchs of the Old Testament. While these highly long reigns and lifespans cannot be explained, there is a consistency among the secular and religious sources that indicate they had a logic of their own that has yet to be perceived by current scholarship. The King List has received mixed reviews among scholars. Still, since its records of the 4th and 3rd millennia BC have been corroborated separately by archaeological evidence, it has been accepted by many as a valuable historical document. In his work The Sumerians, Professor Samuel Noah Kramer, the Dean of Sumerian Studies, endorses it as a research tool. He has suggested that King's List, if used with discrimination and understanding, provides us with a historical framework of inestimable value. Mesopotamia, the cradle of civilization. Our story does not begin with the creation of the world. It starts with the arrival of intelligent life on Earth, the people we know historically as the Proto-Sumerians. It is not precisely known when these ancestors of ours came here or why. It is surmised that they arrived here quite some time before the worldwide deluge. It was also long before the advent of modern man or Homo sapiens. It is generally agreed that these Proto-Sumerians were the origin of our Western civilization. Their beginnings were in the area called Mesopotamia, literally the land between the 2 rivers. The arrival of these gods is reported in their descendants' records, the Sumerians, Akkadians, and Babylonians. These records are written on thousands of cuneiform tablets. The land is known as Mesopotamia, and the cradle of civilization lies mainly between the Tigris and Euphrates rivers. Originating in the mountains of Armenia in the north, the 2 rivers move in a gradually converging course down a vast and grassy plain to the Persian Gulf. The area was made up of marsh and lagoon in early times, much as it is today. An intensive river canal system to irrigate and drain the plain gave rise to a dense population and a great culture. The lower part of Mesopotamia became a very fertile garden area, which the Sumerians referred to as Eden, or the abode of the righteous ones. It was the location of, and gave its name to, the biblical Garden of Eden. While the southern part of Mesopotamia came to be called Sumer, the area farther up the plain at the near convergence of the two rivers was called Akkad. The Akkadian city Bab-ilu became prominent and gave its name to the entire region, Babylonia. After the deluge, the Sumerian cities were rebuilt and resettled on the alluvial plain of Mesopotamia. Since the oldest of these date to about 3500 BC and was built on virgin soil, it is clear that they were not built upon the ruins of the former city. This
I can see everything quite clearly. It has a stark beauty all its own.
This is because the Persian Gulf waters have risen some 150 feet since the deluge, inundating the former municipalities. This will be discussed later. What reason or purpose brought these beings, or Anunnaki as they called themselves, to this planet, we don't know. But from their legends and myths, we can deduce that it was probably for commercial purposes. According to the Sumerian king list, they came here over 240,000 years ago. This document describes the activities of the antediluvian Anunnaki as kingship descended from heaven, and was first established at Eridu, the Erech of the Bible. Here 2 kings ruled for 64,800 years. The Erech of the Bible. Here 2 kings ruled for 64,800 years. Eridu was abandoned as the capital, and the kingship was moved to Bat Tibira, where 3 kings reigned for 108,000 years. Then the kingship was transferred to Larak, and 1 king ruled for 28,800 years. A 4th city named Sippar became the capital, and where another king, Enmedarana, reigned for 21,000 years. This Enmedarana is essential to our story, for as we shall see, he was the Enoch of the Old Testament. The kingship was then transferred to Shuruppak, where 1 king ruled for 18,600 years. Thus, as the tablet summarized, 8 kings ruled over 5 cities for a total of 241,200 years. The king list then states laconically the flood swept over the land, putting an end to all commercial and other activities. These vast numbers have been a puzzle to scholars. They are consistent throughout the king list and therefore are not erroneous. While a rational explanation has thus far escaped historians, most researchers feel there must be some logical answer to these fanciful numbers, since a parallel can be found in the enormous lifespans of the antediluvian patriarchs. These might not be Earth years as we know them. A divine year, or year of An, is often mentioned in the cuneiform tablets, and although not fully understood, is probably not equivalent to our typical Earth year. A reflection of this is found in the Old Testament, Psalms 94, where 1 divine day is equal to 1,000 years. This same statement, or something very similar, is also written in the Quran. It was also not unusual for the ancients to compute time by other than standard Earth years, as for example in the Book of Jubilees. A year in this book equates to 50 regular years. Furthermore, there is an indication that the years of the king list have an underlying logic, as it is found in their system of enumeration. Their numerical system was sexagesimal in character, but not strictly so. They also used the factor of 10 and 6. Thus, the sequence 1, 10, 60, 360, 3600 takes on a special meaning in their mythology. The number 60 held a special significance to the Sumerians, for in their system of numerical rank, it was the highest number and assigned to their chief god An. If the duration of the various terms of kingship is presented graphically, it becomes evident that this sexagesimal system must underlie the astounding numbers of the king list. Called a Shah by the Sumerians, the number 3600 appears to have a special meaning in this list. It can be seen that, with a slight adjustment, the years of the reign of the Sumerian kings are divisible by this number. It indicates that the term for the rule of a Sumerian antediluvian king was presumably a Shah and was renewable every 3,600 years. The ruling gods of the Sumerian pantheon. The Sumerians and Akkadians did not call their visitors gods. It is in the later cultures that the notion of divine beings filtered into our language and thinking. They called them Ilu, or the lofty ones, from which the Semitic Ili and El of the Hebrew evolved. Interestingly, Prince Utu's name in the Mayan language was Xochipalli. The Western word God has come to mean superior spiritual beings, far removed from humans and incapable of defect or error. On the other hand, humans are considered a blemished, incomplete being, burdened with original sin and destined to worship and pay homage to an unreachable god. The Sumerian gods were far from spiritual. They were real, live, physical beings capable of committing serious errors and misjudgments. The Sumerian gods regarded humans as a convenience and nothing more. They supplied their wants, kept their cities, and provided cannon fodder for their various ventures. These accusations may seem like hyperbole to the viewer, but we shall see by subsequent events that this was indeed the case. Although the term Anunnaki is used generically to apply to all the Proto-Sumerians who came to this planet, it means literally the sons of An, their great god. In the antediluvian period, many of these Anunnaki descended and colonized Earth. According to the Enuma Elish, the Babylonian myth of creation, 300 Anunnaki came to Earth while another 300 remained above Earth. These were called Igigi, the senior gods. An, the father of the Anunnaki. An, or Anu in Akkadian, meant he of the heavens. Whenever his name was written, it was always depicted as a star. He was the great progenitor and senior god who stood above all the other gods. His abode and seat of authority were in the heavens, or Uru-Sag-An-Na, literally the chief city of the heavens. He descended to Earth only on special occasions, in times of crisis, or for ceremonial reasons. On Earth, he would stay atop the ziggurat in his temple, the Eanna, or House of An in Uruk, his sacred city. The word ziggurat comes from the Babylonian zakuru and means to be high or raised up. It signifies the top of a mountain or a staged tower, and such a tower provided an artificial platform on the flat Mesopotamian plain. Anu had 3 children, 2 sons, Enlil and Enki, and a daughter, Ninhursag. The division of authority between his 2 sons caused much dissension. The senior gods spent much of their time settling disputes between them, as well as his grandchildren. For example, we can refer to the vengeful birth of Lord Hellespontiacus, in which it was mentioned that Anu had to settle the dispute between Princess Inanna and Queen Ereshkigal over the ownership of Dumuzi, who eventually became the public lover of Princess Inanna, Enlil, the chief of the expedition to Earth. Although he was the younger son, Enlil became the most powerful god of the Sumerian pantheon next to An. Literally, the Lord of the Command, Enlil was commander of the expedition of the Anunnaki to Earth. He had many appellations which described his authority: Lord of Heaven and Earth, Lord of all the lands, Giver of the kingships, Prince of Heaven, Chief of Earth. Enlil was the archetype for the god of Palestine and Syria, the El of the Semites, and particularly the generic El or Elohim of the Bible. Enlil made sure that the decrees of the gods in council were carried out against humanity. He is often depicted with bow and arrow, symbolic of the powerful weapons at his disposal to enforce his authority. Enlil disliked humanity and only tolerated humans as necessary to provide for the welfare of the gods. It was Enlil, according to the Sumerian story of the deluge, who brought on the destruction of humanity. He had become irritated by the noise of the boisterous humans, which interfered with his rest. The temple dedicated to him at Nippur was called the Dur-An-Ki, or Bond of Heaven and Earth, from where he directed the activities of humanity. This structure is described in part in the cuneiform tablets as some type of communication or control center. From his temple atop the Akor at Nippur, it was said that he had eyes that could scan the land. The cuneiform tablets state that he raises the beams that search the heart of all the lands. The equipment used sounds very much like some sort of modern-day radar or scanning device. Enlil's rule was at times turbulent. Although he was the chief god, he was exiled and stripped of his powers at one point. This was due to his liking of an earthly woman, and only after marrying and making her his chief wife did the pantheon relent and let Enlil return to resume his authority. Enlil named her Ninlil and gave her status equivalent to his own. The result of this episode was a son called Nannar, who became Enlil's favorite. Nannar was given rank in the pantheon second only to him, and Enki and honors and lands commensurate with his position. According to Sitchin, Enlil is the equivalent of Zeus in Greek mythology, who also equated Prince Nannar with the Greek Hermes and Egyptian Thoth. Because the parents of Hermes were Zeus and Maya, it logically follows that Ninlil is the equivalent of Maya. Enki, the Chief Operations Officer. Although he was An's firstborn, Enki was given a lower rank than his younger brother Enlil, who had been born to An by another wife. By the laws of Sumerian inheritance, Enlil became heir to the throne. Lingering resentment over his disinheritance and the growing competition over who would control activities on Earth brought Enki into direct conflict with his brother Enlil. Enki, or Lord of the Earth, was also called Ea, or He whose house is on the water, a tacit reference to his water place or Abzu, from where he carried out operations when he first arrived on Earth. Enki was all things to the expedition: chief engineer, chief scientist, chief of mining, and more importantly, the creator of humanity. As a master engineer, he supervised turning the marshlands of Lower Mesopotamia into a veritable paradise. He planned and supervised the construction of canal systems, the diking of the rivers, and the draining of the marshlands. In a self-laudatory poem, he boasts of making the marshlands a haven for birds and fishes, directing the invention and use of the plough and yoke, starting animal husbandry, and bringing the construction arts to Earth to raise the cities. Enki had many epithets. He was the god of wisdom, the god of mining, the lord of the flowing waters, the lord of the sea and shipbuilding. He is often portrayed with a stream and fish flowing from his shoulders, symbolic of his capacity to provide navigable waters and to ensure potable water to the cities of Mesopotamia. His home was Eridu, that is, home built far away, a veiled reference to the fact that this was a colony. Eridu was the first city built by the Anunnaki on Earth and was located on the edge of the watered plain, or Eden. It is thought that due to this area being home to ibex and mountain goats, the goat with a fishtail became symbolic of the god Enki and often appear on Sumerian seals and monuments. As the god of mining, Enki is often shown with a human miner holding an ingot of metal on a carrying pole. Metal was molded in a cylinder form to facilitate metals being carried on a pole with a handle. He is also shown at times with his two sons, Gibil and Nergal, who were in charge of mining activities. As the creator of humanity, he is often depicted with the tree or shrub of life. The serpent was also Enki's symbol, presumably for its ability to shed its skin and achieve a sort of immortality. The representation of the serpent coiled around the tree of life later evolved into Caduceus of the ancient Greeks. Enlil is best remembered as the god who brought on the deluge, while Enki is best recognized as the one who saved humanity by his timely warning to the Sumerian Noah. Enki's unauthorized creation of modern humans, or Homo sapiens, further estranged him from Enlil. The antagonism between the two and their children erupted again after the deluge, keeping the Middle East in turmoil for thousands of years. Ninhursag, the chief medical officer. Ninhursag, or Lady of the Mountaintop, was the fourth senior Sumerian god. She was a half-sister to Enki and Enlil. Ninhursag was of higher rank in earlier days than Enki, and preceded his name when they appeared together. She was later reduced in status and practically disappeared from the pantheon as a significant or influential god. Ninhursag is the equivalent of the Egyptian Isis, which we know from Greek mythology as the Greek goddess Hera, later renamed Juno by the Romans. It may be that she was eclipsed by the rising star of Inanna or Ishtar, who injected herself into all Sumerian and Western affairs. In the Western lands, such as Palestine, Syria, and Lebanon, Ishtar appeared in several forms. As the mother goddess, she displaced Ninhursag. Her role was that of the love goddess. She was also known for her militant role as the warrior goddess. Ninhursag is also known by many other names, such as Ninti, the lady who gives life, Ninmah, the exalted lady, Mamu, the creator goddess. This is where the word mama originates. In the lands of the Incas, she was known as Pachamama. Ninhursag was given the antediluvian city of Shurupak, where she reigned as the chief medical officer and chief nurse for the expedition members. Her sacred symbol was the umbilical cord and the cutter knife. Enki and Ninhursag directed biological experiments in the laboratories atop her ziggurat at Shurupak and in Enki's floating headquarters, which led to the creation of the first primitive human called a Lulu. This was done at Enlil's request. Enlil required a creature that could take over the burdensome workload now being performed by Un's offspring. Following formulas and processes provided by Enki, Ninhursag produced a worker, but one with a significant failing. It could not reproduce itself. By going a step further and modifying this primitive being by giving it predominant mammal characteristics, Enki and Ninhursag overreached their commission. In crossbreeding the Lulu with the wild primitive man of the period, Neanderthal man, they achieved a new worker type, modern man or Homo sapiens, better known as Cro-Magnon man. It was this activity that brought down the wrath of Enlil. In further diluting the Anunnaki strain, he saw it as a direct threat to their survival. The numerical rank of the gods. There was an exact pecking order among the gods of the Sumerian pantheon, who were assigned numerical ranks based on a system of 60. This number represented a unique, almost mystical significance for the Sumerians. Each major god was given a numerical name, which represented his rank in the hierarchy. In this way, numbers were used as a sort of cryptography. The numerical grades of the Sumerian ruling deities were assigned in descending order of importance. Anu, 60, Antu, 55, Enlil, 50, Ninlil, 45, Enki, 40, Ninki, 35, Nanna, 30, Ningal, 25, Utu, 20, Inanna, 15, Ishkur 10, Ninhursag 5. Numbers ending in 5 were assigned to the distaff side. According to Sumerian tradition, only males could command, a policy that caused much distress in the affairs of the Middle East, for Inanna refused to accept her status and intrigued and plotted almost continuously to gain political power. The number 50 represented the rank of Enlil and his position as chief of all the activities on Earth. After the deluge, when the younger gods challenged the authority of the older gods for leadership, Enlil's military aide, Ninurta, assumed the title 50 and therefore claimed the mantle of leadership, which apparently had been vacated by Enlil. Besides Ninurta, there was another claimant to the leadership. Marduk, the oldest son of Enki, was unranked in the pantheon. He also assumed the title of 50 as he proclaimed himself chief of Babylon. With the eclipse of the senior gods after the deluge, there was a scramble for power among the younger gods Nannar, Utu and Ishkur, with Inanna seemingly always involved. It brought much disorder to the nations of the Middle East. This manifested itself in constant warfare among the cities of Mesopotamia, which became pawns in the struggle of the competing gods. Second tier of the pantheon, the younger ruling gods. Only the sons, daughters, wives and grandchildren of Enlil were given numerical rank in the pantheon. The sons of Enki did not participate, perhaps because they were assigned geographic areas and activities away from Mesopotamia after the deluge, a precaution on the part of Enlil to prevent conflict between the cousins, but presumably also to retain control of Mesopotamia for his family. The Sumerian gods were always depicted graphically with horned crowns. In later days, the senior gods were represented by a horned crown sitting on an altar. When the names of the gods were written on cuneiform tablets, they were always preceded by pictographic symbols of a star or dingir. The term dingir was a combination of din, meaning the righteous one, and gir, the word for a bird or flying object. In other words, the symbol dingir meant that the name which followed was that of a god who was separated from common humanity by his ability to move about by celestial chariot or craft. Each god had his sacred animal and symbol. These can be clearly seen on the boundary stones or markers used by the Babylonian dynasties of the 2nd millennium BC. Nannar, the legitimate ruler of Mesopotamia. Ninlil, Nannar, the Bright One, was the favorite son of Enlil. After the deluge, he was assigned all the lands of Mesopotamia, Syria, and Palestine. His sacred city was Ur, or capital city, and his sacred symbol was the crescent moon. This symbol so dominated post-Diluvian times that it later was adopted by Islam, just as the cross of Shamash was adopted by the Christians. His Semitic name, Sin, the Sinai region was named after him, is really not a Semitic name, but a loanword from Sumerian Suen or Zuen, meaning the wise lord. Since Sumerian names can be read forward and backward, Zuen may be the Enzu, or the Lord Zu, who stole the tablets of destiny from Enlil and were retrieved by Ninurta with the aid of Ishkur and weapons supplied by Enki. This is strongly suggested by the notable absence of Nannar, Sin, from the myth of Zu. It also explains Sin's falling out of favor at certain times in the history of Mesopotamia and the challenge of Ninurta to the rank of 50. Utu, chief of the space facilities. Utu, or the Shining One, was a grandson of Enlil and with Inanna was a twin born to Nannar. Utu's city in antediluvian times was the space platform at Sipar, from where the freighters laden with metals shuttled to and from the orbiting spaceship. After the deluge, Sipar remained his sacred city, although he moved his space activities to the west to the land of Lebanon, where Baalbek became the new space platform. In the western lands, he was known by his Semitic name of Shamash. The city of Baalbek was called Beit Shamash in the Old Testament, or in other words, the House of Shamash. The symbol of Shamash was the four-pointed star against a disk with rays. Later, the winged solar disk became associated with Shamash. He subsequently became known as the god of justice in the Babylonian pantheon, as shown on a table circa 900 BC found at Sippar. Shamash was worshipped as the sun god, who daily traversed the skies, and the one from whom no secrets were hidden, probably because he surveyed all that went on below. In this tablet, two horned gods in heaven hold divine cords which connect with the altar of Shamash below. The cords represent his connection between heaven and earth. As the divine cord holder, it was said he traversed the skies and measured the bounds of the earth. In Greek mythology, Utu Shamash was known as the sun god Apollo, later renamed Helios by the Romans. In Egypt, he was known as the god Harpocrates. Shamash was often depicted with wings, indicative of his role as chief astronaut of the Anunnaki. An Assyrian relief from the palace of Ashurnazirpal II at Nimrod shows him in a winged wheel hovering over the symbolic Tree of Life. It is flanked by two nobles and two winged genies, each bearing the symbols of immortality, the pine cone and the situla, or water bucket. Drunvalo Melchizedek talks about the fact that the pine cone forms in the perfect Fibonacci sequence. Thus, if the Fibonacci sequence is indeed incorporated into the mathematical structure of the Great Pyramid of Egypt, as Drunvalo suggests, then this symbol of a pine cone relating to Utu could indicate this as well. Inanna, love goddess and chief troublemaker. Inanna, or the beloved of Anu, was a twin to Shamash and granddaughter of Anu. Since Anu descended to earth only occasionally to visit his sacred city of Uruk, Inanna convinced him to let her rule the city in his absence. Later, she became the patron deity of Agade just before its destruction. Better known by her Semitic name of Ishtar, she is depicted as a powerful goddess throughout the post-Diluvian period in the Western lands and Mesopotamia. Her sacred symbol, the eight-pointed star, is always predominant among the signs of the ruling gods. Because of her gender, Inanna or Ishtar could not legally rule, yet she managed to inject herself into politics everywhere. One poem describes her descent to the netherworld to seize power from her older sister Ereshkigal. Another myth relates how she managed to trick Enki into giving her at least some of the destiny tablets, which gave her the authority to install herself as ruler of Uruk. In the famous Gilgamesh epic, she favors the hero of the epic who resoundingly rejects her advances, thereby enraging her to the extent that she tried to destroy Gilgamesh. The image presented by the Sumerian and Babylonian literature is a mixed one. Inanna was the love goddess on the one hand and that of the militant warrior on the other. She interfered in the affairs of Mesopotamia and dominated the pantheon of the western lands of Palestine, Lebanon, Syria and Anatolia. In those regions, she was known under various names, such as Ishtar, Ashtoreth, Astarte, Ashara, and Anat. Inanna was the prototype for both warrior and love goddesses in the Mediterranean area, and later became the model for the two Greek goddesses, Pallas Athena and Aphrodite. In Greco-Roman mythology, Inanna was known as Aphrodite, Venus, and in Egypt as Hathor. Athena was a different goddess entirely, a warrior goddess who gave her name to the city of Athens and the consort of the Greco-Roman warrior god Hephaestus, Vulcan, Typhon. These two warriors were known in Egypt respectively as Sekhmet and Ptah. Ishkur, lord of Anatolia and god of the Old Testament. The youngest son of Enlil, Ishkur, or he of the mountain land, was assigned Anatolia as his domain. Ishkur attempted some inroads into the politics of Mesopotamia, but mostly he limited his activities to trying to extend his sphere of influence and control over Palestine, or Canaan. Don't forget that Anatolia was the land of the Amazons, the legendary birth goddesses, who revolted against the emperor and empress. Better known by his Semitic name Adad, Ishkur was the god of thunder and lightning. He is often depicted holding the forked lightning bolt. Adad was in all probability the Yahweh of the Old Testament, who tried to use Abraham at first and later Moses to extend his sphere of influence over the land of Canaan. This role is discussed below. The Nibiruan Tablets of Destiny. Control over the city's operations and the activities of humanity was exercised through a system of directives and formulas called the Mies in Sumerian. The exact meaning of the word is lost in antiquity. Still, it seemed to denote a set of laws. These laws are discussed in detail in Wars of Gods and Men and Hamlet's Mill. Although sometimes they appear to be physical objects that one could pick up and carry, possession of these laws gave the owner absolute control of a particular aspect of life or behavior. These laws were meant to be released gradually and sparingly to benefit humanity. Our primary source of information is the story Inanni and Enki, where civilization is divided into over 100 elements, each of which required a law to keep it functioning. Some 60-odd lines are readable in this myth, and they include, for example, kingship, priestly office, wisdom, peace, counsel, judgment, falsehood, art, musical instruments, weapons, libel, law, and the destruction of cities. This myth concerns the successful attempt of Inanna to extract some of these laws from Enki. According to the story, Enki had prepared a sumptuous feast to entertain the beautiful but ambitious granddaughter of Anu. Seeing that Enki had drunk too much wine and was inebriated, the opportunistic Inanna saw her chance and asked Enki for 7 significant laws, to which he foolishly agreed. These laws embraced the functions necessary for running a city, such as managing a temple, warfare and weapons, music and the arts, writing and mathematics, and many wood and metal crafts. Later, when Enki sobered up, he realized what he had done, and sent his chamberlain by swift boat of heaven to pursue the fleeing Inanna and retrieve the laws. Inanna managed to outwit Enki's messenger, however, and arrived at her adopted city of Uruk, much to the acclaim of the citizenry. Inanna boasted that for all practical purposes she was now a ruler, for she had the official trappings and authority of a monarch. These laws would confer authority to the owner and absolute control by making the owner impregnable to weapons. This attribute is described in the Sumerian story of the myth of Zu. As a god serving as a retainer to Enlil, Zu plotted a palace revolution by trying to seize control of the laws that Enlil had carelessly left unattended. It was previously suggested that the culprit who attempted the coup d'etat was probably none other than Nannar Sin. As Enlil was taking a bath, Zu conceived the idea of stealing these laws, contending that these divine decrees would give him control over the Anunnaki and humanity and place him in command of the pantheon. Zu made good his boast and escaped with the laws. The pantheon was thrown into complete disarray by this alarming development. Enlil declared that someone must retrieve the laws to prevent Zu from usurping the authority of the gods. But it seemed that control of the laws also made Zu impregnable, giving him the ability to deflect and nullify all weapons sent against him. Exploding arrows, sounding suspiciously like rocket missiles, were launched against him, but were deflected by some sort of force field around the mountain redoubt that Zu had fortified. Finally, Enki forged a new special weapon in his laboratory. It was given to Ninurta, the military aide of Enlil, who eventually defeated Zu. Thus ended the worst threat ever experienced by the Sumerian ruling deities. Similar symbols of authority are mentioned in the scriptures, where it is often stated that the possession of specific divine names conferred extraordinary power. Were the laws of the Sumerians the same as the divine names of the scriptures? When Enoch, the antediluvian patriarch, was deified upon his ascent to the heavenly abode, he was given 70 names, according to the Hebrew Apocalypse of Enoch, also called the First Book of Enoch, This document is believed to have originated in Babylonian Jewry and is attributed to Rabbi Ishmael, the renowned Palestinian scholar who died in 132 AD. These 70 names conferred power and authority on Enoch, second only to the chief deity. The divine names gave Enoch the power to smite kings, elevate the humble, subdue rulers, confer wisdom, make judgments, and control the procession of time and the seasons. Presumably, the latter meant the authority to adjust the calendar when necessary, such as when worldwide catastrophe made the old calendars obsolete. According to the Sumerian king list, there were only 5 cities that held the kingship before the deluge, or in other words, which served as capital cities to the antediluvian Anunnaki. The order in which they are given is the succession in which they ruled, although they were probably all built at about the same time. The reason for moving the capital from one city to the other may have been political, but on the other hand, the shifting of the watercourses due to periodic flooding and the drying up of the southern part of the Mesopotamian valley as the climate changed may have been the compelling reason for moving the capital to more northern and readily accessible cities. Strangely enough, the king list does not mention the cities of Uruk and Nippur, which were also built before the deluge. These were designed as ceremonial and sacred cities, which probably accounts for their being left out of the list. The 5 cities of the king list were strictly operational. They were operational cities built by Enki and his engineers to obtain rare metals, process them, and ferry the ingots. The 5 cities were a cohesive group, each providing an essential function to the primary purpose of the expedition. Their function is alluded to in their names and is as follows. Eridu, operational headquarters of Enki. Literally home built far away, Eridu was the first city. At this time, Eridu was the center of all operations on Earth. Here, Enki supervised the draining of the marshlands, raising the cities, establishing agriculture and animal husbandry, and generally making the land more hospitable and productive. From Eridu, Enki also directed the development of African mines, the transportation of ores, and the processing of the metals at Bat Tibera. Eridu was the first city built on this planet, which probably gave our world its name, Earth, the 3rd planet in our solar system. The origin of the word Earth is unknown, and its origin was lost in antiquity, but logically and linguistically it can be traced back to Eridu. Also, Enki's alternative name was Air, which just happens to occur in the word Earth. The name assigned to their planet by its occupants can be traced back to the root Eridu. In Old High German, Earth is Erda. It is Erte in Middle English, Era in Greek, Eretz in Aramaic, and Eretz in Hebrew, to name just a few. It seems that all philological roads lead back to the first city built on this planet by our forefathers, Eridu. Bad Tibera, the metals processing center. The name Bad Tibera means city where the ores are processed. In the king list, it retained kingship for the longest time of all the cities, almost half of the time recorded before the deluge, which indicates its primary importance among the cities. Sumerian Tibera is derived from the same Proto-Sumerian substrata word as Hebrew Tubal, which means metalworker. This relationship is seen in Genesis, wherein Tubal-Cain, the son of the patriarch Lamech, is credited with the invention of metals. Tubal-Cain, who forged the various implements of copper and iron. Bad Tibera was the first strictly operational city built by Enki, and reflects why the Anunnaki came here to obtain and process certain metals, presumably gold and silver, and perhaps other rare metals. The king list assigns Bat Tibera to Nugig, or Nu-Gig, which means he of the bright sky, and was an epithet for Nannar, the favorite son of Enlil. Arriving by ship from the African mines, the ores would be processed at Bat Tibera into a transportable form. Larak, the control center. The name La Raka means see the bright light, and the 3rd city assigned the kingship. Its name indicates its function, that of guiding the metal freighters arriving and leaving Mesopotamia. The king list has the city assigned to Pabil-Sag, meaning the Great Protector, and it was one of the titles of Ninurta, the military aide of Enlil, who recovered the Mies from the rebel Sun Tzu. Little is known of this city, and like that of Bat Tibera, has not been located archaeologically. Ninurta in Egypt was Ptah, Zu or Marduk in Egypt was Amon-Ra, the Baal of the Bible. Sipar, the platform. The fourth city built was Sippar, or Bird City. It was the landing platform, especially for those hauling metal cargo. One of the Sumerian myths states that this city was built for the god Utu, one of the circles of 7 great gods who decreed the fates. Better known as Shamash, his Akkadian and Semitic name, Utu was chief of the astronauts. When the platform and related activities were moved to the western lands, i.e. Sinai after the deluge, Shamash was placed in charge of Baalbek and the land of Lebanon. Since it was the stairway to the stars, Sippar was of significant importance among the antediluvian cities. Its sole king, Enmedu-Rana, literally means the Lord whose Mies bond heaven and earth, an allusion to his ability to control events between Sippar and the orbiting ship. Enmedu-Rana was himself the hero of a Sumerian tradition that has him transported to heaven, much like the biblical Enoch, who was also translated to heaven. The evidence that identifies Enoch as Enmedu-Rana is found in the writings of the pseudepigrapha, discussed in a few minutes. Shuruppak, the chief medical center. The fifth city to be built was Shuruppak, or the place of the utmost well-being. This city was dedicated to the chief nurse and medical officer of the expedition, the goddess Ninhursag. She tended to the medical needs of the Anunnaki and humans from her temple, the ziggurat at Shuruppak. Uruk, the sacred city of the great god Anu. Uruk, or Great City, was dedicated to the chief god Anu. Its temple atop the ziggurat was the ceremonial center for Sumer. His residence was away from his city and on visits to Earth, which became less frequent as the world became more populated. Anu's influence seems to have declined in the days before the deluge, and his authority was taken over by Enlil. Since he rarely used his ceremonial city, Anu turned it over to Inanna at her request. She institutionalized her control over the city of Uruk by obtaining the necessary powers and authorities in the Mies, which she extracted from Enki, as we have seen. Nippur, administrative center of Enlil. This was the city dedicated to Enlil, and where he ruled from his Ekor, or house on the mountain. At Nippur, Enlil exercised supreme command over all the Anunnaki on Earth before the deluge. One of the hymns dedicated to him provides a graphic description of a control center bristling with communications and other electronic equipment scanning the horizons. From the Ekor, it was said that Enlil's eye scans the land, and his lifted beam searches the heart of all the lands. Nippur was rebuilt after the deluge as his sacred city. According to the third book of Enoch, the Lord kept his Shekhinah, or spacecraft, here, at the Garden of Eden, in the days of Enosh, when abruptly left for his heavenly abode and vowed never to return except on special occasions. At Nippur, Ezekiel first saw the fiery chariot, which is described so vividly in the book of Ezekiel. The Abzu, or floating palace of Enki. Abzu, or Apsu in Akkadian, is derived from the combination of Ab, or Ap, meaning the father, the creator, or the great one, and Zu, or Su, meaning one who knows, the wise one, thus suggesting it was the source of all wisdom and knowledge. The Abzu seems to have had 3 different meanings to the Mesopotamians, depending on the period to which the tablets refer. Originally, Abzu was the term for our sun. In the Sumerian creation myth, the Abzu is called the primeval one and the begetter of the planets of our solar system. Later, when the Anunnaki had arrived here and began to set up operations, the Abzu is clearly the abode of Enki, located near Eridu. After the deluge, it becomes the deep, from whence derived the Greek word abyssos and the modern abyss, and refers to the netherworld, presumably to the ancient mines. Mining does not seem to be the main preoccupation of the post-Diluvian period. While they may still have been operational and worked on a limited basis by the population, they had become mainly a place of detention. It is the second meaning, that of the floating headquarters of Enki, that pervades the literature relating to the antediluvian days. In the myth Enki and the World Order, one of the longest and best preserved narrative poems, the Abzu of Eridu, is described as a splendid shrine, nestled among the shade trees filled with birds and navigable canals stocked with fish. In this Eden-like garden, Enki takes pleasure trips over the marshland and canals in his Magur-type boat, which he refers to as the Ibex of the Abzu. This ship is presumably some sort of small runabout, as Magur means ship to turn about in. The ibex is an allusion to the wild goat of the surrounding mountains, and is often used to represent the person of Enki on cylinder seals and statuettes. The most beautiful of these is the statue of the ibex peering through a shrub, found in the royal palace at Ur and dated to 2500 BC. Lavishly done in gold and lapis lazuli, it shows a winged ibex peering through a shrub, representing the tree of life or immortality. Enki is often depicted as residing in this Abzu or water palace. A cylinder seal of about 2000 BC shows it as his home surrounded by water. It was probably a sealed mobile craft as well, as indicated in the Gilgamesh epic, where Utnapishtim, the Babylonian Noah, is told to close his ark thoroughly to make it waterproof. Like the Abzu, thou shalt seal her, he is told. The Abzu thus appears to be sealed like a ship, and probably was submersible as well. Before Enki built the first city, he resided in the Abzu, which had descended from the heavens to settle in the swamps of Mesopotamia. Presumably, it was of such a configuration that it could fly and was submersible as well. Enki as the Oannes of the Babylonian legends. The traditions of ancient Mesopotamia recount the story of an amphibious ancestor who taught the arts and crafts of civilization to humanity. In the 3rd century BC, the Babylonian priest Berosus describes the origins of civilization as his forefathers believed it. Although the works of Berosus have been lost, many fragments have been preserved by several contemporary writers, such as Apollodorus, Alexander Polyhistor, and Abidenes, one of Aristotle's disciples who also wrote an Assyrian history of his own, now lost. The account speaks of a group of creatures who came out of the Persian Gulf called Anidotai, led by one Oannes. They reportedly were amphibious creatures with the head of a man, the body and tail of a fish, yet legged like a man. Led by Oannes, these creatures taught man all of the ancient knowledge. According to the legend, Oannes instructed man to build cities, found temples, compile laws, survey the lands and grow food. He also taught them mathematics, the sciences and every kind of art. Apollodorus referred to Oannes and the Anidotai as Musarus. The word Musarus means an abomination in Greek, just as anecdote means the repulsive ones. In other words, the creatures credited with founding civilization were frankly described by the ancient Babylonian people, who revered them as repulsive. If the tradition had been invented, a more normal attitude would be to glorify these creatures as splendid gods and heroes. Yet the fact that they chose to describe their ancestors this way argues for the account's authenticity. The Babylonian tradition owed their knowledge to creatures who came up from the sea, who were disgusting and loathsome to gaze upon. Of further significance is that the Oannes of Berosus and Apollodorus bears a striking resemblance to the Sumerian Enki, who founded the Mesopotamian civilization and brought civilized arts and sciences to humanity. Enki lived in his water palace or Abzu, located on the edge of the Persian Gulf. Enki's Abzu was sealed and was presumably submersible. Oannes was said to return to his watery abode in the evening to spend the night. Even the name Anidotai is quite similar to the people of Enki, the Anunnaki, from where it was probably derived. The Greek term may have originated with the Sumerians and was later carried over as a description of a loathsome race. When our Anunnaki ancestors arrived here to exploit the resources of this planet, they must have found the physical conditions here ideal for living, perhaps very similar to those of their home planet. What were these conditions that were so compatible with a race that came here hundreds of thousands of years ago? When Anunnaki arrived, the Earth's climate was moist and stable, not running to the extremes in temperature as it is today. This was due to the enormous moisture being held in the Earth's atmosphere, a veritable cloud canopy. This condition is described in the book of Genesis as the separation of waters. It is in this moist climate that the Anunnaki arrived to exploit the Earth's resources. They were a sapient race and found conditions here very congenital to their existence, as it was similar to their home planet. It is no accident that all the early settlements were founded at the mouth of large river systems where moisture was abundant. Besides the Tigris and Euphrates, other civilizations sprang up in the Nile Delta and the Indus River system. They were actually offshoots of the main colony in Mesopotamia. The meaning of the separation of waters. According to the creation story in the book of Genesis, the waters were all commingled together at one point. Then they were divided. God said, "Let there be an expanse in the middle of the water to form a division between the waters." And it was so. God made the expanse, and it divided the water below it from the water above it. The separation of the waters, with half remaining on the Earth's surface and half going into the upper atmosphere, is also mentioned in the Book of Jubilees. One of the lost books of the Bible, Jubilees, was initially written in Hebrew as an extensive retelling of Genesis and Exodus. It has been found in Greek, Syriac, Latin, and Ethiopic as well. However, the Ethiopic text is the only one that has survived in a form that is virtually complete. The Book of Jubilees makes it clear that as much moisture remained in the atmosphere as was found in the world oceans. And on the second day he made the firmament amid the water, and the waters were divided on that day. One half of them went up above, and one half of them went down beneath the firmament. Clearly, it asserted that as much moisture was held in the sky as was contained in the seas below. Berosus, in his History of Babylonia, related that at the time of creation, the whole universe consisted of moisture. In this story, it was Zeus who separated heaven and earth from one another. This condition was universally noted. Many ancient cultures refer to a time in the far past when there was no sun as we know it today. In the Popol Vuh, the sacred book of the ancient Quiche Maya, it is stated that there was a time when it was cloudy and twilight was upon the face of the earth. There was no sun yet, for the sky and the earth existed, but the face of the sun and moon were covered. The dense cloud cover or vapor canopy would mean that blue sky was seen by the ancients until after the deluge. One of the oldest pieces of Sumerian mythology, if not the oldest yet known, seems to echo the description of the Popol Vuh. It is paraphrased as follows: "The reptiles verily descend. The earth is resplendent as a well-watered garden. At that time Enki and Eridu had not appeared. Daylight did not shine. Moonlight had not emerged." A stable cloud canopy also meant that the earth had to be watered by a different regime than it is today. The book of Genesis bears this out. God had not yet sent rain upon the earth. Instead, a flow would go well up from the ground and water the whole surface of the soil. It was not until the cloud cover collapsed with the event known as the deluge that man saw sunlight and blue sky. Verification of this is also found in Genesis, which states that the Lord introduced the rainbow after the deluge. Rainbows result from the prismatic effect of the bending of the sun's rays through water droplets. Rainbows can only occur after rain and require the direct action of sunlight. The antediluvian vapor canopy of the Earth. The theory that the Earth had a primordial vapor canopy was developed by Donald Patton in his book The Biblical Flood and the Ice Epoch. He surmises that it was in some ways like that surrounding Venus today. The canopy of Venus consists primarily of carbon dioxide and hydrocarbons, with some water vapor. The Earth's primordial vapor canopy, on the other hand, was mainly composed of water vapor, some carbon dioxide, and virtually no hydrocarbons. This cloud cover condensed out at the time of the deluge. Patton believes that plant life was luxuriant in that early period because of the proportions of carbon dioxide and water vapor in the atmosphere and the capture of long-wave radiation resulting in the greenhouse effect. This greenhouse effect meant that temperatures would tend to be uniform between night and day and between summer and winter. There had to be little circulation of the atmosphere, and this absence of cyclonic activity precluded the formation of storms and other forms of precipitation. Although the Earth's surface was shielded from the direct rays of the sun, plant life was rich and abundant due to the proportion of carbon dioxide to that of water vapor in the atmosphere. The amount of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere was probably many times higher than it is today. In their article on The Warm Earth, two climatologists, Owen Toon and Steve Olson, maintain that the Earth's early atmosphere contained as much as 1,000 times more carbon dioxide than it does today. In those days, people obtained much of their water from underground sources, as stated in Genesis 5. God had not sent rain upon the earth. Instead, a flow would go well up from the ground and water the whole surface of the soil. Water was also provided by the rivers, which descended from the mountains, fed by natural springs. The heavily saturated atmosphere was also condensed at nightfall, thus producing a heavy dew that provided moisture. This also made night conditions unbearable for humans when the heavy dew was precipitated. It may explain why caves were in wide use by early people in Europe between 60,000 and 10,000 BC. Presumably, they were used for shelter as protection from wild animals, but also, by building bonfires at their entrances, they provided relief from the oppressive climatic conditions. With a canopy of water vapor, humidity even in the daytime would have been at near maximum, and temperatures would have hovered consistently at the dew point. With the coming of night, temperatures would have dropped slightly, and dew point would be quickly reached. At this time, a thick, somewhat sticky, and an uncomfortable layer of dew would begin to form. By building a bonfire at the cave's mouth, primitive people could maintain the temperature above dew point all night and increase their comfort. Desiccation of the land. During this early period, the climate was benign all over the world. The stable and moist atmosphere was ideal for the vast vegetarian dinosaurs and other large reptile forms. Had the antediluvian environment remained the same, who knows what reptilian forms would have evolved. In their analysis of why dinosaurs and reptiles became extinct, Allaby and Lovelock, in their book The Great Extinction, suggested that if the climate had remained unchanged until the present day, there is no reason to suppose that the reptiles would have declined. They maintain that, furthermore, mammals might still be living in nocturnal obscurity, and had intelligent beings evolved, let us say beings with advanced technologies, they might well have scaly skins and probably long tails. Physical conditions, however, began to change dramatically. The land started to dry out. Since there was no cyclonic activity to produce rain, moisture had to be gotten from the ground or spring-fed river systems. A limited amount of moisture was also provided by the heavily saturated atmosphere, which condensed at nightfall. The changing climate was no longer friendly to the Anunnaki. Mammals had become better adapted to the changes and were slowly replacing the reptiles as the dominant form on Earth. The lush vegetation was declining, and the Anunnaki were beginning to suffer. A Sumerian myth called The Dispute Between Cattle and Grain describes how the Anunnaki originally lived off the land. They knew not the eating of bread, knew not the dressing of garments, ate plants with their mouth like sheep, drank water from the ditch. Since conditions on Earth had changed, the Anunnaki could not feed themselves. The myth describes how two goddesses were created to help the Anunnaki obtain food, the cattle goddess Lahat and the grain goddess Ashnan. The Anunnaki could not learn to feed themselves for some reason which is not given, and the experiment proved unsuccessful. This is why the myth states further that humans were created. At this time, the Anunnaki were vegetarian, and it was not until later, when food became scarce, that they turned to eating meat. This is reflected in the Ethiopic Apocalypse of Enoch, which describes how the Nephilim began to eat the flesh of animals, all the time pleading the scarcity of vegetable food. Both religious and secular sources indicate that man and the serpent gods living among them were vegetarian and not meat-eaters. According to Genesis, man did not eat meat until after the deluge. This was not true of the Nephilim and Anunnaki, who turned to eating meat. The desiccation of the earth may have been partly caused by the numerous catastrophes of the period. Earthquakes and other natural disasters in the antediluvian period are often alluded to in religious literature and the Sumerian myths. Earthquakes and other catastrophes. Earthquakes and other natural catastrophes were not unknown to early humans, for they are mentioned in many ancient sources, both religious and secular. The Haggadah, the source of Hebrew oral tradition, refers to a period of calamities that occurred in the generation of Enosh, the second after Adam, when the earth was beset by 4 revolutions in nature, presumably a reference to major earthquakes, perhaps caused by a shift of the earth on its axis. Other ancient sources reveal that in the days of Enosh there were severe disruptions in the water supply and that the mountains became barren. Such a shift would affect the calendar as well, especially the length of the year. In the first book of Enoch, there are several admonitions to the people against errors in the compilation of the year's length. Enoch tells Methuselah that the year is completed in 364 days, and not to note this correction would upset all the order of the days of celebration. It would thus appear that, at least for a while, the length of the year was 364 instead of 365 days. Even the Greek writer Herodotus, in his histories, refers to ancient perturbations of the earth. He was informed by the Egyptian priests of the ancient city of Heliopolis that in the preceding 10,000 years the sun had removed from its proper course 4 times. It seems that the axis of the earth had been displaced 4 times, for the sun was said by them to have changed its usual position, twice rising in the west and twice in the east. Curiously enough, the statement of Herodotus agrees with the ancient religious sources, which speak of 4 significant disturbances during the days of Enosh. The sun's eccentric behavior is also found in the Hebrew oral tradition. They affirm that in the era before the deluge, the laws of nature were suspended. The sun rose in the west and set in the east. The century before the deluge must have been one of many natural catastrophes that were a forerunner of the major one to come, the 120 years in Genesis. There is a curious statement in Genesis 6 that just precedes the deluge account, which refers to a period of 120 years. For generations, scholars have interpreted the verse by the Lord to mean that man was granted a lifespan of 120 years. The account of Genesis says, "My spirit shall not abide in man forever, for he is flesh, but his days shall be 120 years. However, this interpretation relating to human lifespan seems odd, because the text deals with God's intent to destroy humanity in the coming deluge. If so, then why offer humans long life? Subsequent statements in Genesis do not support such an arbitrary lifespan. After the deluge, the descendants of Noah lived longer than the limit of 120 years. Shem lived to be 600, his son Arphaxad to be 483, his son Salach to be 433, and so on down to Abraham, who died at the ripe old age of 175. Isaac then lived to be 180, and Jacob 147, and it was not until generations later, with Moses, who died at 120, that the so-called prophecy appeared to come true. Furthermore, since the days of Moses, there has been a steady decline in human lifespan until today, when 80 plus is considered to be the average. Obviously, the statement in Genesis does not apply to lifespans, but to something else, whose meaning was omitted during the early formative years of the Old Testament. Moreover, the location of this fragment immediately before the account of the deluge strongly suggests that it is somehow related to the universal catastrophe. This testimony is brought out in many of the ancient religious documents. Ancient rabbinical literature, for example, relates how Noah had been informed of the coming catastrophe 120 years before, and told to exhort the people to mend their ways. In other words, the 120 years was one of probation, when humans were given the choice of avoiding destruction by changing their habits. A similar warning is pronounced in the Slavonic Apocalypse of Enoch, also called the Second Book of Enoch. Still, here the warning is given to Methuselah instead of Noah, who is told to warn people to mend their ways because the destruction of Earth draws near. Methuselah was also informed that the Earth will change its seasons in anticipation of the time of destruction. Apparently, there would be bad disturbances on Earth during this interim period of 120 years. During this interval, conditions on the Earth were unsettled, and numerous disturbances anticipated the significant destruction to come. The skies of the period must have been terrifying, for the solar system was playing a game of celestial ping-pong. The Second Book of Enoch tells of chaos just before the deluge, when society broke down and when peoples and nations waged war against each other. References to such unrest are not limited to religious documents, but are also found in the Sumerian cuneiform literature. In the Atrahasis epic, the Babylonian account of the deluge, man is afflicted with plagues and other pestilences just before the disaster. Interruptions in the flow of waters from the mountains caused the Mesopotamian plains to become salty and unproductive. This reduction of fresh water allowed the Persian Gulf to back up the Tigris and Euphrates rivers. As a result, the waters became brackish, and as the epic describes it, the fountains were stopped so that the flood could not rise at the source. The field diminished its product. The wide open plain brought forth salt. Her bosom revolted so that no plant came forth, no grain sprouted. The Eden of the Bible had become a desolate, brackish plain. According to the epic, living conditions had become unbearable. A dwindling food supply was not the only problem. Using the genealogy of the Book of Genesis as a source of demographics, it can be shown that there was a high population density in that area. Assuming there were 20 offspring per family, a very conservative figure considering the long life of the inhabitants and the system of polygamy, and counting only 10 generations from Adam to Noah, the extraordinary total of over 1 billion people can be deduced. While this number may be mathematically correct, logically, it represents an impossible census for the number of people existing at the time of the onset of the deluge. More likely, it suggests that there was an extremely high mortality rate among humans, the Anunnaki as reflected in the scriptures. Is there evidence in Western religious literature that corroborates the activities of the Anunnaki as it is found in the numerous myths, poems and hymns of Mesopotamia? These Sumerian sources deal with the same events, the creation of humanity, its subsequent modification into a modern human or Homo sapiens, the existence of god-kings, the coming of the deluge, and many of the following events of recorded history. There is a large body of religious literature besides the Book of Genesis, which deals with the pre-deluge era. Sources such as the 3 books of Enoch, the Book of Jubilees, the Gnostic teachings, the Dead Sea Scrolls, the Haggadah or the oral tradition of the Jews, the rabbinical writings, the works of Josephus, and many works of the pseudepigrapha. Much of what is not intelligible in these ancient religious writings is explained in part in the extensive library of available Sumerian, Babylonian, and other cuneiform inscriptions. It will be demonstrated that the scriptures and Sumerian literature, regarded in a historical context and stripped of their spiritual and mythological verbiage, support and augment each other remarkably. Sumer was the fountainhead for the events and stories of the Old Testament and other Western religious writings. Much as biblical scholars have tried to avoid or cloud the origin of the Old Testament, the historical facts clearly show that its antecedents are in the Valley of Mesopotamia. The Sumerian culture, which can be traced as far back as the beginning of the 4th millennium BC, was the source of all the myths of Middle Eastern civilizations that followed, such as the Akkadian, Babylonian, and Assyrian people who inherited much of the Sumerian culture. This culture was subsequently transferred to the west, to Palestine, Syria, Lebanon, and Anatolia. The actual language of the Sumerians was superseded relatively earlier by Akkadian, a Semitic tongue. Sumerian is non-Semitic and its origins are unknown. It seems to have no affinities at all and to have suddenly appeared on Earth out of nowhere. The Akkadians and Sumerians later intermingled and eventually formed a fusion of the two languages. From this Sumerian-Akkadian milieu evolved the Semites and eventually the Hebrews or Jews. The Hebrews did not invent their language or literary forms. Their culture was inherited from the older Mesopotamian and Canaanite civilizations. It should be more widely realized that when those famous biblical figures Noah and Abraham lived, there was no such thing as a Hebrew in existence. Both the Jews and Arabs traditionally claimed descendancy from Abraham, who was neither Jew nor Arab, but a resident of the city of Ur in Mesopotamia. The earliest reference in the Old Testament said to show Abraham's alleged Hebrew ancestry is an error perpetuated by mistranslation. In their eagerness to prove Hebrew antiquity, translators have incorrectly referred to Abraham as such in Genesis 14. The context in which this reference appears is the invasion of the eastern kings into Canaan, and Abraham's reaction when his nephew Lot is taken prisoner. As the text goes, the invaders seized all the possessions of Sodom and Gomorrah and all their food and departed, taking with them Lot, the son of Abraham's brother, together with his possessions. He had been living in Sodom. A fugitive brought the news to Abraham the Hebrew, who was camping at the terebinths of Mamre the Amorite, the kinsman of Eshcol and Aner, these being the confederates of Abraham. Evidently Abram, was a stranger in the land at the time. He had just migrated from the city of Ur in Mesopotamia. Manifestly, both he and Lot were visitors or travelers. The translation of the word Ibri as Hebrew has no linguistic support. The root bra means to pass through or to cross. Hence, Ibri, as it appears in the text of Genesis, would mean one who is passing through or a visitor. In reality, the news was brought to Abraham that his nephew, friend and fellow traveler had been captured by the invaders. Interestingly, in the Ethiopic linguistic traditions, in some of the oldest of all modern-day civilizations, the word bir means dollar bill. Since a dollar bill passes from hand to hand or crosses from one person to another, it is easy to see how this linguistic root word still influences even modern languages. The Semitic Ibri is obviously related to the Akkadian Ibru, from which it probably derived. In the Akkadian version of the Gilgamesh epic, his friend Enkidu, with whom Gilgamesh shares most of his adventures, is Ibru. The Chicago Assyrian Dictionary defines it as a relationship between persons of the same code of behavior and the obligation of mutual assistance. This definition fits the situation of Abraham and Lot perfectly. Abraham's subsequent activities in the land of Canaan leave no doubt that he was a stranger and a visitor. For example, after his battle with the invading army, he had to report to Melchizedek, the king of Salem, where he paid 10% of all the loot recovered. Later, when Abraham eventually settled in the land of Canaan near Gerar, it was at the sufferance of Abimelech, the Philistine king. The latter also controlled the lands around Gerar and Beersheba. Abraham had a later confrontation at Beersheba with Abimelech, who made it clear that he was in command of the land, backing up his claim with General Fichel's troops. Abraham later had to purchase a plot of land to bury his wife Sarah. He paid 400 shekels of silver for this land, a tremendous amount of money for a small piece of land containing a cave. While this sum was abnormally high, Abraham, as a foreigner, was in no position to demur. These activities of Abraham were not the actions of a native, and Abraham lived among the Canaanites with their forbearance. If not the law of the land, it was the custom that a stranger or alien could not own landed property. This probably accounts for the high price that Abraham had to pay. The borrowed legends of the Old Testament. The oldest part of the Bible, Genesis chapters 1 through 6, which deal with the antediluvian period, was not written down in its present form much earlier than 800 BC. On the other hand, most of the Sumerian stories and legends were composed and published about 2500 BC, or not long afterward. The cuneiform tablet versions reported events that took place before the deluge and activities just after the event. The uniqueness of the Old Testament comes under critical scrutiny, since there is nothing here that cannot be found in the ancient myths and literature of Mesopotamia and the land of Canaan. Suppose the activities of Abraham can be dated to about 2100 BC, and his antecedents are in Mesopotamia. In that case, all the Old Testament events which took place before Abraham and the deluge must have had their origin among the indigenous people. What is not often perceived is that the Jews had a vast store of creation and other myths wholly unknown to us at their disposal, from which they borrowed selectively. For instance, we know that the Eden of the Bible was located in the river delta region of Mesopotamia. The story of the creation of Adam is a Sumerian account. The story of the Ark, the deluge, and Noah came from Sumerian accounts. In fact, the deluge story was not limited to the Middle East, but was universally known. There are also Ugaritic northern Canaan parallels to the Hebrew Bible. The story of Daniel was taken from a North Canaan poem dated as far back as 1500 BC. The Ugarit epic of Keret deals with the capture of a bride of King Keret by a distant king. It later became the Helen of Troy motif. But more importantly, it is the source of the stories of Genesis 12 and 20, where twice Abraham had to get his wife Sarah back from the hands of other kings. The story of Job comes from a Babylonian poem about a virtuous man named Tabu Utul Bel, who was sorely afflicted for some inscrutable reason and tormented by the gods. The story of Jonah has many origins and apparently was universal, for Hercules was swallowed by a whale at precisely the same place, Joppa. Persian legends tell of their hero Jamahid, devoured by a sea monster that later vomited him safely upon the shore. A similar tale appears in India in the epic classic Samadev Bhatta, where Saktadeva was swallowed by a fish and later escapes. The story of Samson is so strange and foreign to Hebrew lore as to indicate that it was borrowed in toto from Canaanite mythology. In fact, his name is derived from Shamash, the Canaanite sun god who ruled Lebanon. There are so many parallels that there is no question of contemporary borrowing by the Hebrews. How then did this influence penetrate the Bible so completely? Sometime during the 2nd millennium BC, the Babylonian script, language, and literature permeated the lands west of Mesopotamia. Babylonian had become the diplomatic language of the Middle East, so that correspondence between princes of Syria, Phoenicia, and Palestine with their Egyptian overlords were carried out in Babylonia. Therefore, to learn the Babylonian writing and language, these people needed to study their literature, and for this purpose texts were required. Among the tablets discovered at Tel Amarna in Egypt were copies, in the form of school exercises, the Babylonian stories of Eresh-Kigal, the queen of the underworld, and the tale of Adapa, the mortal who was misled into refusing the food and water of immortality. So it is not unreasonable to assume that many Sumerian and Babylonian traditions, such as creation and deluge stories, were also known to the Hebrews, or at least to their leaders. When he left Ur in the valley of Mesopotamia, Abraham presumably brought these Sumerian traditions with him. His father, Terah, was a high priest in the government of Ur and would undoubtedly have had an intimate knowledge of Sumerian culture. Obviously, Sumerian tales of the gods of heaven and earth, the creation of man and the deluge, were the fountainhead from which nations of the ancient world drew their knowledge and beliefs. The Invisible Bible. It is now generally accepted that the Old Testament is a condensed version of our early history. It is also evident that the Bible is the result of a long selection process, and for that reason excludes a large number of sacred texts and other ancient writings. Many Christian texts or apocrypha and Jewish texts called pseudepigrapha were left out, mainly due to the fierce political and religious rivalry in the early days between sects like Jews, Christians and Gnostics. In fact, the pseudepigrapha was lost entirely from the transmitted heritage documents that stem from 200 BC to 200 AD. The term pseudepigrapha has evolved from the Greek meaning writings with false superscriptions. Still, scholars use the word today not because it denotes something spurious, but rather because the term has been inherited and is now universally used. What was retained in books of the Old Testament after centuries of emendation by the priesthood was a highly introspective version of the vast amount of literature available. Manuscripts such as the 3 books of Enoch, the Book of Jubilees, and others tell a different story of the creation of Adam and Eve and the activities of the antediluvian patriarchs. These lost books of the Bible explain many of the puzzles and inconsistencies of the Old Testament. The Gnostic literature was left entirely out of the scriptures. Being serious rivals to the early Christians, the Gnostics were harassed and utterly defeated, and their literature was consigned to oblivion. In the early Christian church, the most systematic and organized Gnostic cult was Manichaeism, which spread from Mesopotamia through Asia Minor to North Africa and the European territories of the Roman Empire. In the first 4 centuries, Gnosticism was so popular that it posed a serious challenge to the early Christian church. In the 2nd century, Valentinus, a prominent Gnostic thinker, sought selection as pope in Rome and almost succeeded. This marked the high point of Gnosticism. Had he not been defeated, one wonders what that significant influence Saint Augustine, born a Manichaean, would have later done, and probably changed the history of the Catholic Church. As a result, Gnostic texts disappeared or were left uncopied, which achieved the same end. Until recently, all that was available of Gnostic literature were the refutations to the Gnostics by the early Christian fathers. Then, in 1945, extensive Gnostic treatises were found in earthenware jars in Egypt at a small town called Naj Hammadi. The find was as significant to biblical research as that of the Dead Sea Scrolls to Palestine. It is in the Gnostic tracts that the existence of the serpent gods is clearly indicated. Eve gave life to Adam, and the serpent in the garden is a noble and virtuous creature. It is easy to see why the Manichaeans were persecuted so avidly. Even so, as a religion, it persisted in Europe as late as the 13th century. The Albigensians in southern France were the last stronghold of the Manichaeans. However, they were exterminated by Pope Innocent III, who organized a military crusade against them. It was then that the Inquisition came into being with the primary mission to crush the remnants of the Gnostic heresies. Thus, as more and more ancient sources are found, it is abundantly clear that an enormous amount of information from ancient sources has been omitted from the Old Testament. Analysis of these sources provides us with insight into the book of Genesis, particularly the period before the deluge, which is covered by only 6 short chapters of the book. Although camouflaged in religious and symbolic terms, these ancient documents describe the organization and operation of the Sumerian gods and their activities here on Earth. The plural gods of the Old Testament. It is generally agreed that 2 traditions make up the Old Testament books: the older or Elohist tradition, which refers to the deity in generic terms, and the priestly tradition where the deity is called Yahweh, often called Jehovah due to a mistranslation from the Greek Septuagint. The two main streams are intertwined throughout the Old Testament and sometimes exist side by side, as for example in Genesis, there are two versions of the creation. The deity is called El, plural Elohim, some of the time, and Yahweh the rest of the time. Biblical scholars agree that the usage of Yahweh appears to be an anachronism and may have been inserted at later times. Hebrew Elohim is grammatically a plural form and is often translated as God at times, but also gods or divine beings at other times, mainly because the text is often ambiguous. Generally, the name for the deity is El, which appears to be the generic term for the deity in Western Semitic and Biblical Hebrew. It apparently was borrowed from the pantheon of indigenous people of the land of Canaan. Who then was this El, who was the supreme deity of the Canaanites? As the ruling god of the Western Semitic pantheon, the leading Sumerian deity Enlil was transcribed syllabically as Ilulu, then became Ili in Akkadian or Semitic, and later El in Hebrew. El thus became the name for Enlil, the supreme being in Palestine, and carried over into the Old Testament. While the rest of the world believed in many gods, the compilers of the Old Testament tried to proclaim a faith in one God. Despite these monotheistic attempts, however, there remain many instances where the biblical narrative falls into the plural form of El or Elohim. In Genesis, for example, when the notion to create Adam is brought up, the words used are all plural, and Elohim, plural, said, "Let us make man in our image and after our likeness." Later, in the Garden of Eden, when the serpent is tempting Eve, he says, "You are not going to die. No, the gods, Elohim, will know that the moment you eat it, your eyes will be opened, and you will be the same as the gods, Elohim, in telling good from the bad." Again later, after the fall, the deity complains, "Now that man has become like us, discerning good from the bad." In other cases, the deity often addressed remarks aside as if to other members of the celestial staff. Even after the deluge, when man was erecting a tower in Babel, the deity remarked to an associate, "Let us then go down and confound their speech." Therefore, notwithstanding attempts by early editors to proclaim a policy of monotheism, evidence of a pantheon has not been completely erased from the text of the Old Testament. The problem of the usage of Yahweh. According to the Book of Exodus, the appellation Yahweh did not come into use until the time of Moses, for Moses is told by the deity that, "I am Yahweh, I appeared to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob as El Shaddai, but I did not make myself known to them by my name Yahweh." Scholars agree that the name Yahweh was a later addition by priestly scribes. The tetragram YHWH, or Yahweh, became the distinctive personal name for the God of Israel, and is used most frequently throughout the Old Testament to represent the deity. The origin of Yahweh is unknown, and while many explanations for its meaning have been proposed, the most logical seems to be that the divine name is a form of the verb to be, or HWH, thus meaning the one who is. This is manifest in Exodus 3, where Moses queries the Lord on his real name so that he can inform the tribes of Israel who wish to know what to call their God. God said to Moses, "I am who I am," and he said, "Say this to the people of Israel, I am has been sent to you." This verse has given scholars all kinds of problems, and it is footnoted in most translations of the Bible with the caveat that it can also mean "I am what I am" or "I will be what I will be." Its ambiguity is probably because it is a liturgical epithet. It means exactly what it says. I am the one who is or who exists. In ancient times, divine names were held to have intrinsic power in themselves, and specific appellations could only be used by the priesthood. In the Sumerian and Babylonian pantheon, only descriptive names are used. The actual names of the gods are not known. Yahweh, or the One Who is probably an attempt by Hebrew priests to substitute an innocuous name for that of the deity, thereby diffusing any possible harmful consequences. This is also found in the rabbinical tradition where the name Yahweh holds certain powers, and in ancient times only a few priests were allowed to pronounce the name. According to the secret Hermetic traditions that were recently released to the general public via the works of John Baines, to utter the name of Yahweh aloud would be to invoke the name of the Archon who played the dirty trick on Moses. Speaking this name aloud only further empowers this Archon, El Shaddai, the fearful and terrible God. As we have seen in addressing Moses, the deity informed him that he had appeared to his ancestors as El Shaddai. This El Shaddai name occurs in Genesis no less than 6 times, and is considered the descriptive title for the God of the Hebrews. The Hebrew root shaddad, from which it is believed to be derived, means to overpower, to treat with violence, or to lay waste. These meanings give the deity a fearful character, that of a devastator or destroyer. It is partly because the God of the Hebrews is known as an uncompromising and vindictive God. Shaddai may also be connected linguistically to the Assyrian word shadu, or mountain. In actuality, both of these meanings can be applied to the Hebrew god El Shaddai, for he is none other than the god of lightning and thunder of the Hittites, a northwestern version of the Sumerian god Ishkur and the Semitic Adad. He was the Anatolian mountain god and is often depicted with thunderbolts in hand. After the deluge, the Anunnaki started to rebuild the cities of Mesopotamia, and the lands known as the Fertile Crescent were divided among Enlil's offspring. Nanar Sin was given authority over all Mesopotamia and western lands except for Anatolia, which was assigned to Ishkur Adad, and Lebanon allotted to Utu Shamash. The goddess Inanna Ishtar moved her base of operations to Lebanon and ruled there with Shamash. The pantheon of the Levant consisted of 3 significant deities after the deluge: Adad, Shamash, and Ishtar. From Anatolia, the land of the Hittites, Adad extended his influence as far south as Jerusalem. This is illustrated in Ezekiel 16, where Jerusalem's origins are found in the statement, "Your father was an Amorite and your mother a Hittite." The lesser gods, the Nephilim and the angels. The Old Testament suggests that there were many deities, but these lesser gods seem to have descended to earth to interfere in the affairs of humans. This is explicit in Genesis 6, which states, "Now when man began to increase on earth, and daughters were born to them, the divine beings saw how beautiful were the human daughters, and took as their wives. It was then that the Nephilim appeared on earth, as well as later after the divine beings had united with human daughters to whom they bore children." The biblical term for these lesser deities seems to have been Nephilim. Is the descent of the Nephilim reflected in the literature of Mesopotamia? Could they be the Anunnaki, who also descended to earth in the antediluvian period? We shall see that these were different names for the same group of people. The term Nephilim has given theologians and translators problems over the centuries, so much so that today it is the policy to leave the word intact in modern translations. Nephilim is derived from the Hebrew Nephele, literally the fallen ones, or better still, those who drop down. It has been interpreted to mean fallen angels, in the sense of those who were cast down. The noted Jewish biblical commentator of the 19th century, Malbim, claimed that in ancient times the rulers of countries in the Middle East were the sons of deities who arrived on earth from the heavens. He maintains that they were the sons of pagan gods and called themselves Nephilim. Genesis asserts that they came down to earth in 2 groups. It was then that the Nephilim appeared on earth, as well as later. The descent of the 2 separate groups of Nephilim, or angels, down to Mount Hermon in northern Palestine is reported in the Book of Jubilees. A group descended in the days of Jared in the 10th Jubilee. Later, in the 25th Jubilee, another group came down to earth during the days of Noah. Since a Jubilee year is 50 regular years, this source claims that they descended to earth about 750 years apart. In the Enuma Elish, the Babylonian account of the creation, a group of Anunnaki also descended to populate the earth. These divine beings also intermarried with the daughters of man. The so-called angels of the Old Testament have become a general term to describe lesser deities who have been quite active in the affairs of man. In biblical Hebrew, the word often used is malach. However, other terms such as B'nai Elohim or sons of God are often translated as angels. It has been used as a cover term for any of the lesser deities coming in contact with humanity. These messengers got around very quickly by some sort of flying device, hence the representation of winged angels, a symbol of their ability to fly. This was the only way the ancients knew how to convey this fact. The destruction of Sodom and Gomorrah illustrates the power of these angels to fly about at will. As events unfold in Genesis 18 and 19, several angels were briefing Abraham on the coming destruction of the cities. The traditional translation states that when they decide to visit Sodom, they set out from there and faced Sodom. The distinguished biblical scholar E.A. Spicer, in his work Genesis, suggests that this translation is erroneous and could be more accurately rendered as they looked down upon the face of Sodom. This reading, of course, gives an entirely different meaning to the incident. Later, after the angels take Lot and his family to safety outside the city, the traditional text states, led him safely outside the city. Again, Spicer suggests an alternate translation of brought them out and deposited them outside the city. Thus, the revised text clarifies that the angels first reconnoitered the cities by air, then, seeing the necessity to rescue the relatives of Abraham, removed them by some sort of aircraft and deposited them outside at a safe place. The denizens of Eden, the legged snakes or reptiles. According to Genesis and other documents, and long before humans ever existed, the serpent, we shall call him that for want of a better word, for he is obviously a lizard, lived in the Garden of Eden and did all the necessary work to maintain it. This biblical serpent was not just a lowly snake. He could converse with Eve. He knew the truth about the tree of knowledge, and he was of such stature that he unhesitatingly challenged the deity. Additional information on this creature is available from other sources. Ancient Jewish legends describe the serpent of Eden as manlike. He looked like a man and talked like a man. This is further elaborated on in the Haggadah, that vast reservoir of stories that form the Jewish oral traditions. The section that deals with the creation described the serpent who inhabited the garden before the creation of Adam as an upright creature that stood on 2 feet and was equal in height to the camel. He is given many excellent qualities and mental abilities which are superior to that of man. In fact, the Haggadah states that his exceptional cognitive ability led to the ruin of humanity. The task of the serpent, according to this source, included supplying the deity with gold, silver, gems, and pearls, an obviously mundane commercial task for a group of supposedly spiritual beings. It is noteworthy that, again, we have that preoccupation with gems, as in Genesis, which describes the products of Eden. The gold of that land is choice. There is bdellium and lapis lazuli. Preceding man and then later cohabiting the Garden of Eden with him, the serpent was manlike in many ways. He was tall and stood upright on 2 legs. He did all the work of the gods, particularly the mining and agricultural work. And above all, the serpent had an intellect superior to man. These are all the attributes of the Anunnaki. The term serpent, as applied to this creature, raises many problems. It could best be described as a large lizard in modern-day times. The ancients may have given a different meaning to the word serpent, which today defines a legless reptile. In this respect, the problems are due to given modern meaning to the translation of the ancient word. For example, ancient or classical Greek had no word for serpent per se. The word drakon was applied to serpents as well as other fabulous snake-like creatures. In fact, compound words based on snake or serpent were variations of drakon. For example, the word for snaky or twisting like a road was drakonphorus. Dracontonia meant the slaying of a snake or serpent. In the Septuagint, the pre-Christian Greek version of the Hebrew Scriptures, the word drakon is used to denote snakes, large reptiles, and other large, terrible, or ferocious creatures. In this way, the confusion of dragon and serpent led to mythological creatures who were winged, legged, and fire-breathing. The serpents of the ancient world were later represented as large lizard-like animals with wings to denote their ability to fly about, a metaphor for some sort of aircraft, their ability to defend themselves by flame-throwing devices, or perhaps their dangerous rocket exhaust was transformed into the mythological appearance of a fire-breathing dragon. It is against this background that humanity is interjected into the antediluvian civilization of the serpent gods. The Sumerian cuneiform tablets are more significant in this matter. The Anunnaki, or offspring of the serpent gods, grew tired of performing all the boring or distasteful tasks and appealed to the chief god to alleviate their suffering. It is here that humanity enters upon the scene. One of the oldest fragments of Sumerian mythology describes conditions on Earth as the Anunnaki arrived and before they had descended to build the cities of Mesopotamia. It tells of a time when the face of the sun and the moon could not be seen, when the Earth's surface was watered profusely, and the clouds descended down to the Earth's surface. It was then, as the tablet states, that the Anunnaki descend. In the epics of Mesopotamia, humanity's creation was secondary and even incidental to the universe's creation and to the colonization of this planet. After the Anunnaki landed, the recovery of the swamps and the building of the cities commenced under Enki's leadership. All the cities had a specific purpose, seemingly to support the mining operations, culminating in the metal processing center at Bad Tibera. The building of the cities, the constant canals and dike repairs, the mining operations, all required considerable effort on the part of the Sons of An. It is with this background that humanity arrives upon the scene. Humanity's creation was conceived and executed not as an end or as a natural development of the civilization of Mesopotamia. Instead, humanity was created as an expedient to satisfy a group of discontented Anunnaki. The scriptures speak of the work done in the Garden of Eden before we were created. It was the Anunnaki who performed all the work that later humanity had to do. Besides the farming, the gods also mined the minerals as they supplied Elohim with silver, gold, gems, and pearls, thereby revealing one of the main activities of the gods before the advent of humanity: early attempts to create a primitive man. The difficulties of their offspring below did not go unheeded by the gods. With the changing climate and environment, they now had to grow much of their own food. At this, they were not very proficient. One of the Sumerian myths, the dispute between cattle and grain, describes the early attempts to ease the suffering of the Anunnaki. As the poem relates, the Sons of An did not know how to grow grain, bake bread, nor make garments. This myth describes attempts in the creation chamber to devise means to provide them with grain and meat. Two goddesses are created to teach them methods of growing their own food and raising animals: Lahar, the cattle goddess, and Ashnan, the grain goddess. These goddesses tried to teach the Anunnaki the arts of agriculture and animal husbandry, but with no success. Then, realizing that this experiment was a total failure, the gods in council decided to take a drastic step, to create a primitive worker. This myth seems to relate to a later period of the Anunnaki, about 100,000 years ago, when the lands no longer supported the giant vegetarian Anunnaki. The legend indicates that the Anunnaki were now meat-eaters by requiring the introduction of animal husbandry. The chief god An decreed that an animal be created, and man shall be his name. It would be charged with the service of the gods so that they might have their rest. Since the previous experiments did not turn out successfully, it was decided to commission Enki, working with the chief nurse Ninhursag, to produce a primitive being. This new creation, called a Lulu by the Anunnaki, was the first primitive man. Enki and Ninhursag conducted several experiments in the Abzu to create a primitive worker. In one of these myths, the imperfect creations are described. Ninhursag fashioned different varieties of individuals from clay, but these all turned out to be utter failures. Finally, after much trial and error, Enki and Ninhursag found a working formula: successful creation of the ape-man Anunnaki hybrid. This procedure is described in the Atrahasis epic, which deals with the creation of man. The story discloses that 14 wombs were gathered together, impregnated with the essence of the gods, and as a result, 7 males and 7 females were created. While the process successfully produced a viable primitive being, it had one major drawback: the creatures could not reproduce themselves, as shown by subsequent events. Both sexes were produced, 7 males and 7 females, suggesting the intent had been to make them capable of reproduction. For some unknown biological reason, the process failed in this. In this manner, primitive man, or Adam, was created, a combination mammal-Anunnaki hybrid. The procedure used by the Sumerians is reflected in Genesis, where it states God's image was imposed on the clay, just as in the Sumerian tablets. God's essence is mixed with the malleable clay of the earth, the ape-man. In the cuneiform accounts, clay is combined with God's essence, and upon this creation, they bind it with the image of the gods. In both cases, it should be observed that humanity is created in the image of their god. The question arises, therefore, where did this genetic material come from? Neanderthal people had been on the scene for hundreds of thousands of years due to a slow process of evolution. It was presumably these people that were used in the experiments of the Anunnaki. They are described vividly in the Gilgamesh epic as the wild man who is converted into a civilized being to become the companion of Gilgamesh. Called Enkidu, he is a wild creature that feeds on grass and lives among the animals. Presumably, he was a Neanderthal that was mated with the Anunnaki. From this combination, it was hoped to produce someone more adapted to the changing environment. The Adam of the Bible was not the Homo sapiens of today. He was what one might call Homo saurus, a creature that became our ancestor and the first step in creating modern humans. In just a few years, humanity had taken a quantum jump in evolution. We had suddenly evolved from the wild ape-man to a new species known as Cro-Magnon man. The hybrids probably looked like the Anunnaki since they were made in the image of the gods. Genesis is particular about this, for it states, "Then God said, I will make man in my image, after my likeness." Adam was thus created in both the image, or Tselem, and likeness of Dmut, his creator. The use of both terms in the biblical text was meant to leave no doubt that humanity was similar in appearance to the gods. Later, as humans intermarried with this species, the Anunnaki strain deteriorated and became more mammal-like and less Anunnaki in appearance. The mammal genes dominated the Anunnaki genes, and humanity became more human and less godlike. It explains humanity's sinful nature and his fall from grace. Original sin was humanity's deviation from the basic original Anunnaki or godly pattern. It also explains why society was forbidden to make any likeness of their gods. Through biological manipulation, the Anunnaki took an existing ape-man and gave it part of their divinity. Some scriptures confirm that biological experiments were conducted on Earth and that some got out of hand. These experiments seem to have been done routinely by the Nephilim, who not only possessed advanced technical means in transportation and communications, but in the biological sciences as well. There was much argument among the higher creator gods about allowing the Nephilim to have this ability. Eventually, after much dissent and discussion, they were given these powers, but they remain on the lowest rank of all the creator gods of the universe. In the first book of Enoch, the crimes of the Nephilim before the deluge are disclosed in detail. Dated to the 2nd century BC, this book had lost its importance in the Western Church by the 4th century AD, and is only considered canonical in the Ethiopic Church. Originally in Hebrew and Aramaic, it was translated into Greek and then into Ethiopic, where it was preserved and not found again by Europeans until the 18th century. It is the oldest of the 3 pseudepigraphic books attributed to Enoch, and parts have been found in the Dead Sea Scrolls. According to the first book of Enoch, the Nephilim were given the mission of bringing beneficial arts and crafts to humanity. but what started out as a laudatory endeavor soon turned sour. The Nephilim began to teach humanity the martial arts, the making of swords, knives, shields, and breastplates. They also taught us the forbidden sciences of incantation, alchemy, and astrology. The worst of the crimes they were accused of was toying with genetics. Homo saurus, the primitive man of Eden. Genesis makes the point repeatedly that before the fall, Adam and Eve were naked while they occupied the Garden of Eden. It was not until they ate the forbidden fruit that they realized they were naked and put on clothing. Other ancient religious sources substantiate this condition of humanity. As long as they remained in the Garden of Eden, Adam and Eve did not propagate. The Sumerian tablets explain why, because they were mules and could not reproduce their own kind. The fall of man was his acquiring the ability to procreate by taking on mammalian traits. The final genetic change was done by Enki. It was unauthorized and caused much dissension among the gods, and remained an issue festering between Enlil and Enki. Primitive man, or Homo saurus, was placed in the Garden of Eden to grow food, for as Genesis says, the Lord planted a garden in Eden in the east, and placed there the man whom he had formed. Since man was created in Enki's Abzu at his headquarters city of Eridu, and it being in the westernmost part of the Mesopotamian plain between the two rivers, it would appear that the fertile area east of Eridu would be the Garden of Eden. Coincidentally, the Sumerians called this area Eden, or the home of the righteous ones. According to Jubilees, Adam and Eve were placed in the Garden of Eden to till and reap it. He protected the garden from birds, beasts, and cattle, and gathered fruit and food. The duties of Adam are described in similar terms in one of the Babylonian versions of the creation of man. It was his duty to maintain the canals and watercourses and raise plants in abundance to fill the granaries of the Anunnaki. Primitive man and Anunnaki gods did all the necessary work in the Garden of Eden until the event known cryptically as the Fall of Man. This workforce, apparently, was not sufficient to do the essential work, and a modification was needed to make the Homo saurus more efficient. To provide for a more significant workforce, it was decided to give the Adam, or Lulu, a reproductive capacity. The Fall of Man, or the creation of Homo sapiens. Biblical scholars reference the fall of man beginning with Adam and Eve being placed in the Garden of Eden. Among the delightful things to eat was the fruit from the two trees. They were the tree of life and the tree of knowledge of good and evil. Adam and Eve are told, "You are free to eat of any tree in the garden except the tree of knowledge of good and bad, of which you are not to eat. For the moment you eat it, you shall be doomed to death." Later, when they ate the forbidden fruit, the immediate and only result was that the eyes of both were opened and they discovered that they were naked. Obviously, wearing clothes was merely a manifestation of something else, probably acquiring knowing or knowledge. The tale of Adam and Eve is the story of a crucial step in humanity's evolution, acquiring the ability to procreate. However, in achieving this, man had to forfeit some of his Anunnaki heritage, his so-called divinity. Man created in the image of the gods. The book of Genesis makes it abundantly clear that man was initially created in the image of his God. And God created man in his image. In the divine image he created them, man and female. Homo saurus, or Anunnaki man, was probably much larger and taller than modern man. Many ancient sources refer to him as having the stature of a giant before the incident in Eden. For example, rabbinical records disclose that Adam, who had been a giant, diminished in stature to the size of an ordinary man. The antediluvian patriarchs and the Sumerian kings were apparently huge men and stood out physically among the hordes of humanity. The Rephaim, the descendants of the Nephilim who lived after the deluge, were also giants. Like the antediluvians, their lifespan seems to have diminished as the Anunnaki blood became more and more diluted with time. Man forfeits long life to become a mammal. While there were two trees in the garden, only the tree of knowledge was taboo. Apparently man had access to the tree of life or immortality since it was not forbidden. Now that he had achieved the ability to procreate, The biblical deity worried that he could also partake of the tree of life and thereby achieve immortality. What if he should stretch out his hand and also take from the tree of life and eat and live forever? So the Lord God banished him from Eden to till the soil from which he was taken. He drove the man out and stationed east of the Garden of Eden the cherubim and the fiery ever-turning sword to guard the way to the tree of life. According to the scriptures, there was no turning back for man. He had now taken the decisive step and achieved knowledge, and could start the mammal race known as mankind or Homo sapiens. In obtaining this, however, he had to give up long life or immortality. The two were mutually exclusive, as indicated in the book of Genesis. Man could have retained his divine form and long life, but remain a mule at best, a sort of limited Homosaurus. Seeing that man now required clothing for protection against the elements, a sympathetic deity made shirts of skins for the man and his wife, and clothed them. However, this great deity probably had other reasons in mind, for as the Haggadah reveals, the clothes were made of skins sloughed off by the Anunnaki. Was this done to remind man of his Anunnaki origins? It was an ironic way of impressing on man's memory that he originated as an Anunnaki, and that he existed at the tolerance of the Anunnaki gods. The myth of creation as seen in the tale of Adapa. While no Sumerian myth has been found thus far that parallels the fall of man as related in the Old Testament, there is one poem that tells of a story that is probably the source of the Genesis account. The tale of Adapa was found in the archives of Egyptian kings at El Amarna and the library of the Assyrian king Ashurbanipal. Like that of the Gilgamesh epic, its central theme is man squandering an opportunity for gaining immortality. Adapa was a model specimen of the Homo sapiens created by Enki in the Abzu. Like the Adam of Genesis, Adapa had achieved knowledge, but not immortality. The tale begins with the statement, "With wide understanding to him, he, Enki, had given wisdom, but eternal life he had not given him." Enki had trained Adapa to do specialized chores for his household. One day, as the story unfolds, Adapa was out in his boat fishing to obtain food for Enki's table when the south wind came up and swamped the boat. As the story states, Adapa cursed the wind and broke the wing of the south wind. This is a curious phrase indeed. In the myth of Zu, one of the weapons unleashed against Zu, and the one that finally defeated him, was the south wind. Its context makes it sound like a winged craft of some sort. In Adapa's case, he seems to have disabled it accidentally. Meanwhile, up in his heavenly abode, the chief god An is worried that the south wind has not blown over the land for 7 days, and asked his vizier to investigate. When he reported back that a mere mortal had disabled the south wind, An was furious and angrily summoned Adapa to give an account of himself. Enki, who was not only man's creator, but quite often his defender and benefactor, briefed Adapa on how to act in the presence of the great god. Adapa is told how to reach the heavenly ship of An. In the account, Enki made him take the road to heaven, and to heaven he went up. He is warned that he will be offered the bread of death, thou shalt not eat it. He will then be shown the water of death. Thou shalt not drink it, warns Enki. Adapa was ushered into the presence of the god An, who asked him pointedly why he had broken the south wind. Adapa explained that he was catching fish for his master's table. The sea was like a mirror until the south wind came up and overturned his boat, indicating that his boat was swamped by the blast of wind from the apparently low-flying south wind. An was impressed by Adapa's intelligence and the fact that he had learned forbidden things, that is, information that was privileged to the gods and their semi-divine offspring. He further questioned Adapa about Enki's disclosure of the plan of heaven and earth to a worthless human like him. Furthermore, An asked why Enki had made a Shumu for him. The chief god wondered what to do with Adapa now that he knew the road to the gods, since he had travelled from earth to heaven in a Shumu, a journey only allowed to the gods. In this sense, the Sumerian word Shumu obviously refers to some sort of shuttle to reach the orbiting ship in the heavens. This term is discussed later. To continue the story of Adapa, it was decided to have him join the ranks of the gods by providing him with the bread and water of life. In this way, Adapa would achieve immortality and become like one of the gods. Actually, it would mean reverting back to his Anunnaki nature. This may be why he was forewarned by Enki, who did not want his creation tampered with. When Adapa refused the food and water of immortality, An wanted to know why. Adapa told him of the warning of Enki, which infuriated An, and he sent down a messenger to chastise Enki. However, An finally relented, but it was too late for Adapa. Symbolically, man had missed the chance of achieving everlasting life. Adapa returned to Earth, a trip during which he saw the wonders of space. As Adapa from the horizon of heaven to the zenith of heaven cast a glance, saw its awesomeness. But what is more important to the story of Adapa as a parallel to Adam in Eden is that it was decided by the gods that he, like Adam, would be the ancestor of humanity. An decreed that as his destiny, Adapa would be the seed of humanity. The food and water of life are often portrayed on Sumerian cylinder seals and murals. The gods are sometimes shown with a pine cone in one hand and a water bucket or situla in the other hand, representing the food and water of eternal life or immortality. The sad story is that humanity could not have the best of two possible worlds, mammal form and long life. It explains why man's lifespan shortened progressively as each generation diluted the Anunnaki gene further. The gods were unhappy with the deterioration of the Anunnaki traits and would not let man forget his choice in the years to come. It echoes throughout the chapters of the Old Testament as the weakness of the flesh. The further humanity evolved from their Anunnaki origins, the less they remembered of it. Through a long process of selective amnesia abetted by a secretive and self-perpetuating priesthood, humanity has succeeded in denying all knowledge of Anunnaki ancestry. The genealogy of man. It is a perplexing problem of the missing link that has baffled evolutionists for over 100 years. Is it possible that the so-called missing link will never be found? And more importantly, if this missing link is ever discovered, it will most likely be in the ruins of the ancient civilization of the Valley of Mesopotamia. The perception of the serpent as evil. Besides Adam and Eve, the other important denizen of the Garden of Eden was the serpent. He is given qualities that rival and surpass those of Adam. Even Genesis concedes the point when it asserts that the serpent was the shrewdest of all the wild beasts that God had made. The Haggadah describes the serpent as tall, two-legged, and with superior mental powers. He was lord over all the beasts of Eden. God spoke to the serpent, "I created you to be king over all the animals. I made you be of an upright position." In the Haggadah, there seems to be little doubt that he walked like a man. In Genesis, the serpent was severely punished for his role in the downfall of Adam and Eve. His fate was henceforth to crawl on his belly. In this way, Genesis implies that the serpent was a legged creature and lost his limbs due to the eating of the forbidden fruit. The notion of the serpent as evil is a relatively recent one, for it is one that developed during the early Christian era. In actuality, the biblical serpent is often connected with divine knowledge, healing, and immortality. The Hebrew word for the creature who tempted Eve is Nachash, which is usually translated as a serpent, but literally means he who solves secrets. Two streams of understanding seem to have contributed to the legend of the serpent as evil and repulsive. By the time of the deluge, man had come to despise and even to persecute these creatures. Ancient sources strongly suggest that anyone showing signs of serpent god ancestry was hunted down and destroyed. The second major factor in the evolution of them as evil was the enmity between Enlil and Enki. When the lands were reclaimed after the deluge, Enlil saw to it that his sons were placed in charge of the grounds of the Middle East and that Enki's sons were allotted foreign lands, such as Egypt and the Indus Valley. However, the sons of Enki returned to the Middle East, and his oldest son Marduk seized control of Babylon and claimed the coveted title of 50. Enki is remembered as the creator and benefactor of humanity, and is associated with divine knowledge, healing, and immortality, precisely the qualities attributed to the serpent in the Garden of Eden. Thus, the biblical fall of man takes on the character of a confrontation between Enlil, the Elohim of the Old Testament, and Enki, the usurper serpent god. The same conflict is seen in the tale of Adapa when Enki prevented Un from tampering with his creation. There were echoes of this dissension in the third book of Enoch, when this patriarch was given godhood and immortality. The angels, representing the older order, protested that God was revealing divine secrets to man. They remind him that, did not the primeval ones give you good advice when they said don't create man? The Anunnaki delighted in their appearance. Their sleek, lustrous and gleaming bodies and mammal traits were repugnant to them. It is difficult to see how physical repugnance to these creatures developed. On the other hand, the lingering memory of the rough treatment by the reptilian ancestors may exist in our subconscious and contribute to the dislike of reptiles. Immortality as achieved by regeneration. Man seems to consistently achieve some sort of knowledge, yet he loses immortality in ancient legends. It is as if the two are mutually exclusive. Adam gets knowledge, but is banned from the garden and from taking the fruit of the tree of life. So it is with Adapa, who is given knowledge by Enki, but is cheated of the drink and food of life that would have made him immortal. Many of the adventures of Gilgamesh are attempts to achieve immortality. He is denied a trip up to the heavens to plead to the gods for long life. He is then refused it when he reaches Utnapishtim, his grandfather. He finally obtains the magical plant that heals and extends life, but it is stolen from him by a serpent, no doubt an imagery of the serpent gods. In world mythology, the serpent symbolizes long life, cure and regeneration, and immortality. Snakes have been associated with healing everywhere. For example, the Mayan Chilam Balam relates that the first inhabitants of Yucatan were the Khanes, or people of the serpent. They came across the water from the east with their leader Itzamna, or serpent of the east. He was a healer and could cure by laying on of hands and even revived the dead. In the Old Testament, the serpent's role as a healer is illustrated in the incident of the brazen serpent, or seraph. The serpent was raised on a pole and became a cure for ailments during their exodus from Egypt. The duality of knowledge and immortality, as represented by the two trees in Eden, is not generally found in ancient sources. Besides the brief references in the tale of Adapa, ancient literature concentrates on man's efforts to achieve immortality and extended life. The symbolic tree of life and the magical food and drink were popular subjects among the various cultures of the Middle East and often appear in their art forms. The opposite is true of the Old Testament, where immortality is all but forgotten. The emphasis is more on the sins of man caused by his downfall when he achieved knowledge. An exception is found in the pseudepigraphic document called The Life of Adam and Eve, which narrates episodes in the life of Adam and Eve after these two left Eden. Dated to the 1st century AD, it is available in both Greek and Latin versions. It provides a little known even of Adam's attempt to obtain some of these rejuvenating remedies. According to the text, Adam was old and sickly and near the end of his life. He requested Eve and his son Seth to return to Eden for the oil from the tree of mercy with which he might be anointed, relieved of his pain, and have his life extended. At the gates of Eden, they are met by the angel Michael, who refuses the plea of Seth with the argument that the magic elixir is not for man. The Hebrew view would suggest that the emphasis on knowing by the early priesthood was a deliberate deviation to force on their people a doctrine of original sin and the fall of man, and thus achieve a significant degree of control over their minds and behavior. The search for regeneration, a form of immortality, has been a common theme of ancient literature and mythology. It is a sub-theme in the Gilgamesh epic, where after telling his grandson that the gods had refused him immortality, Utnapishtim has compassion for his grandson and informs Gilgamesh of a magical plant that restores youth and vitality and where to find it. Thus, on his return home, Gilgamesh follows the directions of his grandfather and manages to obtain this magical plant. He decides, somewhat unwisely, to stop by a pool of water to bathe. He foolishly leaves the magic plant on shore unattended as he is bathing, and much to his consternation, a snake, or seru, smelled the fragrance of the plant, came up through the water and carried it away. As the serpent left, it threw off its skin. In this way, the story represents the regenerative ability of the serpent to extend its life by shedding its skin periodically. Of those who achieved true immortality and joined the gods, only 2 are recorded in ancient literature. The gods made it clear that it was not granted lightly. Utnapishtim is one of the few who was given immortality. After the deluge, Utnapishtim and his wife were taken up and placed through a ritual by Enlil. Hitherto, Utnapishtim had been but a man, but now Utnapishtim and his wife shall be unto us gods. He was sent to live at the source of the 2 rivers where Shamash rises, in the land of Dilmun. Unlike his counterpart, Noah did not achieve immortality. The gods of the Old Testament were much more jealous and uncompromising gods. One of the patriarchs before the deluge achieved this distinction. It is passed over cryptically in Genesis, which states that Enoch walked with God. Then he vanished because God took him. Nonetheless, the 3 apocalyptic books of Enoch provide the whole story, details which were omitted from the Bible. Enoch was made immortal and deified so that he became second in power to the chief deity himself. This unusual metamorphosis was done to provide an objective magistrate who could preside over the trial of the Nephilim. Are long lifespans possible? Longevity among the ancients is proverbial. The name of the patriarch Methuselah has been synonymous with an extra-long lifespan. If the ancient records, both religious and secular, are believed, the antediluvian kings and patriarchs enjoyed an unusually long lifespan. These claims are so consistent, and even allowing for exaggeration, one is forced to concede that there must be some truth in them. Tacitly, modern man is beginning to take these claims seriously. For today, he is toying with the possibilities that aging can be brought under control, even reversed, and that lifespans can logically be extended to a remarkable degree. Perhaps someday we will achieve the technical sophistication of our ancestors, the serpent gods who seem to have solved these perplexing scientific problems. In the Old Testament, explicit references to our serpent god ancestors have been eliminated. This has happened through a long process of selection and editing. When allusions are found in the scriptures, they are interpreted as mere allegories. There is a strange incident related in the Book of Numbers concerning a bronzed or brazen serpent, which raises many questions that are never fully addressed by biblical scholars. In the 2nd year of the Exodus, after they had left Mount Sinai, the tribes had a skirmish with the king of Arad, but prevailed after much difficulty. The incident of the brazen serpent happened then. They set out from Mount Hor by the road to the Red Sea to skirt the land of Edom. But the people grew restive on the journey, and the people spoke against the Lord and against Moses. "Why did you make us leave Egypt to die in the wilderness? There is no bread and water, and we have come to loathe this miserable food." The Lord sent seraph serpents among the people. They bit the people, and many of the Israelites died. The people came to Moses and said, "We sinned by speaking against the Lord and against you. Intercede with the Lord to take away the serpents from us." And Moses interceded for the people. Then the Lord said to Moses, "Make a seraph figure and mount it on a standard, and if anyone who is bitten looks at it, he shall recover." Moses made a brazen serpent and mounted it on a standard, and when anyone was bitten by a serpent, he would look at the brazen serpent and recover. It is difficult to escape the conclusion that the meaning of the incident is obviously idolatry, an activity stringently forbidden in the scriptures. The Hebrew word seraph is an unusual one and appears only a few times in the Old Testament books. In Isaiah 14 and 30, Saraf is referred to as Me of Saraf, literally flying serpent. It is associated with Philistia and Negeb, lands that were traditionally the home of the descendants of the Nephilim after the deluge. The brazen serpent, which was made by Moses at God's command, was revered in the temple sanctuary until the 8th century BC, when, according to 2 Kings 18, King Hezekiah, angry over idol worship, broke in pieces the bronze serpent that Moses had made. It is doubtful if this was the original Saraf made by Moses in 1450 BC, and that it survived till this time. In either case, it demonstrates that worship of serpent gods was well established among Israelites during the period of the Judges and Kings. Also, it suggests that Yahweh had at least been identified with the serpent god. The term seraph has worried biblical translators and commentators over the years. It is translated as fiery serpent in the King James Version. However, the modern tendency is not to translate it, but to render the Hebrew word as given. Seraph does not fit any convenient classification or translation. It seems more probable that it is a borrowed word from the Canaanites who acquired it from their Mesopotamian heritage. The roots of the term may well be Mesopotamian. The flying or fiery serpent atop a pole, worshipped for its healing properties, symbolically represents Enki, the Sumerian god of healing, often associated with the snake symbol. There is also a curious resemblance of the snake wrapped around a pole with the later Greek caduceus. In the Gilgamesh epic, the serpent that steals the magic plant from the hero is called a seru. The similarity of the words suggests a common origin. The term is also encountered in Hindu mythology, which has Sumerian antecedents. The Nagas, the mysterious serpent gods who dwelt in India in ancient days, were called Sarpa, or serpents. A little-known ancient religious document refers to the serpent gods and cryptically to the gods of the Sumerian pantheon. As such, this Christian hymn probably has its origins in a Sumerian prayer. Called the Prayer of Joseph, it is from a magical papyri group of Greek origin and dated to the 2nd century AD. It starts out as a hymn of praise. Father of the patriarchs, Father of all things, Father of all the powers of the cosmos, Creator of all, Creator of the angels and archangels, the Creator of the redeeming names, I invoke you. After a few more invocations, the prayer continues dramatically. You who sit upon the mountain of holy Sinai, you who sit upon the sea, you who sit upon the serpent gods, the god who sits upon the sun god. This paean is interesting and pertinent for several reasons. Besides the tacit reference to the serpent gods, it also refers to the god who sits upon the sea. Although the line is suspiciously incomplete, it appears to be a veiled reference to the water god Enki and his water palace. The sun god is presumably Utu Shamash, just as the god of Mount Sinai is Ishkor Adad. Thus the invocation seems to be addressed to Enlil, the ruling god of the Canaanite pantheon, who later became known as El in the Old Testament. Furthermore, the redeeming names are probably the tablets of destiny, or the divine names, which have been equated with the Mes of the Sumerians. Serpent gods are not just found in the history or mythology of the ancient Middle East. Dragons, flying serpents, and serpent gods appear in mythology throughout the world, and appear everywhere as the creators and benevolent ancestors of man. In some cultures, the lingering memory of a serpent race was cruel and barbaric. Serpent gods in the Indus Valley civilization. Aratta is often mentioned in Sumerian literature as a faraway land controlled by the goddess Inanna from her tutelary city of Uruk. According to the epic En-Merkah and the Lord of Aratta, it lay beyond Anshan, now Iran, and a journey to Aratta required the crossing of 7 mountains and the dreaded river Kur. It has been suggested that Aratta may be the same as Harappa of the lost Indus Valley civilization. Harappa, along with Mohenjo-Daro, was a city of the ancient Dravidians, the legendary serpent people who preceded the Aryan occupation of India. In the 1920s, archaeologists made some fantastic discoveries in the Indus River Valley. The ruins of 2 large ancient cities were excavated. One was Mohenjo-Daro on the Indus River proper. The other, Harappa, was on the Ravi, a significant branch of the Indus located in the Punjab, or Land of the Five Rivers. Like the cities of Mesopotamia and the Nile Valley, they were built on the alluvial plains. However, unlike these other cities, Mohenjo-Daro and Harappa seem to have sprung up thoroughly planned. Both were identical in layout. While no ziggurats were found, each city had a mound 10 meters high, a sort of artificial platform. These cities did not evolve from primitive villages, but were completed as cities within a century or so. In other words, they were constructed as a colony, probably by the Sumerians and presumably by Enki, their chief engineer. According to archaeological evidence, the cities sprang up about 3500 to 3000 BC and ended around 2000 BC or soon after that. What has puzzled historians is that the people who lived here are not related to the Aryans, who came some 500 to 600 years later and settled in the Punjab and Gangetic plain. Like the ancient Sumerians, the people of Mohenjo-Daro and Harappa spoke an unknown language. Artifacts found here also link it with the Valley of Mesopotamia. Button seals from these sites are very similar in style to the cylinder seals of Sumer. In fact, one shows a wild man wrestling two beasts, very similar to the one of Gilgamesh standing between and strangling two lions. These two cities are probably none other than the Sumerian colonies established after the world became inhabitable again after the deluge. Historians suggested that these cities were the center of the Dravidian culture and inhabited by the Nagas, a race of serpent men. The Nagas, the serpent race of ancient India. The ancient book of Dzyan, probably the oldest of Sanskrit sources, speaks of a serpent race descending from the skies and taught humanity. These sources concern the ancient people called the Nagas or Sarpa, semi-divine beings with a human face and a dragon's tail. Blavatsky believed that these Sarpa are undoubtedly the Seraphim of the Old Testament. The Seraphim would have the same etymological roots as the Sarpa of ancient India. Hindu mythology and literature are also replete with the liaisons of gods and mankind and the procreation of numerous strange beings called Dravidian and Dasyus. They were ferocious people with dark skin and flat noses. The Aryans who came later ran into the remnants of these serpent people. They are vividly described in the Ramayana. Near Bhogovata stands the place where dwell the hosts of the serpent race, a broad-waved city walled and barred, which watchful legends keep and guard. The fiercest of the serpent youth, each awful for his venomed tooth, and throned in his imperial hall, is Vasuki, who rules them all. The antediluvian Dravidians had been wiped out by the deluge. When the earth was repopulated, Harappa and Mohenjo-Daro became the center of the Dravidian culture. Much of the evidence that Dravidian, Dasyus and Nagas were all different names for these people can be found in the great epics of India, the Mahabharata and the Ramayana. Both epics concern the early Aryan contacts with these serpent people, some of which were friendly, others hostile. In the epic Mahabharata, a group of celestials arrive by aerial car to attend the wedding feast of the Aryan kings. The gods in cloud-borne chariots came to view the scene so fair. Winged Suparnas, scaly Nagas, bright celestial cars in concourse sailed upon the cloudless sky. These Nagas intermarried with Aryans, producing kings and heroes. For example, in the Rig Veda, there are names like Divodasa, which indicate that there was some crossbreeding between Dasyus and Aryans soon after 1500 BC. Many of the ancient Hindu gods mated with humans and like in Sumer. Their offspring was a hybrid mammal-reptile, the semi-divine kings, who resound throughout the literature of both Sumer and India. The Hindu literature of India asserts that divine people had descended and conducted biological experiments with apes. In fact, Hanuman, the monkey god, who with Rama is the hero of the Ramayana epic, was conceived when the god Shiva gave a sacred cake to Anjan, the ape. This apparent reference to a genetic experiment produced Hanuman, the super monkey, very much reminiscent of the Enkidu of the Gilgamesh epic. the Hindu epics about the serpent gods. One of the great epics of India, the Ramayana, is the story of Sita, the bride of a northern prince called Rama, who is abducted by Ravana, the serpent king of Ceylon. Rama chases the army of Ravana across India with the help of a force of monkeys commanded by the monkey general Hanuman. Ravana retreats to his island kingdom of Ceylon, supposedly safe from pursuit. But Hanuman builds a bridge of boulders across the straits separating the island from the mainland, and Sita is rescued by Rama. Throughout the story, Ravana is described in barbaric terms. He is formidable in battle and almost defeats Rama when he uses his special Naga weapon, described as a Naga dart serpent noose which seems to paralyze his enemies and drain their energy and life force. Like all divine and semi-divine creatures in mythology, Ravana had access to sophisticated weapons. Ceylon, the island kingdom of Ravana, is the stronghold of the Nagas. It is described as the home of the Nagas in very ancient Chinese sources. In one of the first literary references to Ceylon, when it traded with China before the Aryan occupation of India, it is described as a land of strange reptilian-like creatures. Because of its gems and spices and its convenient location, it became popular with Chinese merchants. Fa Sen, the Chinese pilgrim trader, disclosed that initially the island was occupied by Nagas, or serpent deities, with whom merchants of various countries carried on trade. The Nagas never showed themselves to the outsiders. They simply set forth their precious commodities with price labels attached to them. The visiting merchants made their purchases according to price and took the things away. The other great epic of India is the Mahabharata, the longest and perhaps the greatest epic poem in any language. Much older than the Ramayana, it consists of 88,000 verses. The central theme is the rivalry between two branches of the same family, the Kurus. The Pandavas and the Kauravas fight a war that culminates in the great battle of Kurukshetra. As the story begins, King Parikshit of the Kauravas shot a deer while hunting with bow and arrow. Pursuing the deer, he asks an ascetic if he had seen the wounded deer. Observing a vow of silence, the sage did not answer. This angered Parikshit, who then took a dead snake and placed it around the sage's neck. The ascetic's son, Suranga, was incensed and put a curse on Parikshit. Thus started the blood feud between the two families. Significantly, a third party intervenes. Angry over the blasphemous use of one of their own kind, the serpent gods enter the story. Taksaka, the king of the serpent people, sends snakes who cause the death of Parikshit. The story of the blood feud is actually narrated as something which happened in the dim past. Since the ancient kingdom of the Kurus flourished along the upper course of the Ganges in the 14th and 13th centuries BC, the events may have taken place in the early days of the Aryan invasion. The Mahabharata story begins with the great sacrifice of King Janamejaya. As the story is narrated by the sage Vyasa, the son of Parikshit, King Janamejaya performs a ceremony to avenge his father's death, a snake sacrifice called the Yajna. Its purpose is to totally destroy the Nagas, the serpent gods which supposedly could assume snake or human form at will, and one of which killed Parikshit. In the ritual, the priest invokes the names of the serpents as they toss live snakes into the fire. Astika, Serpent King Taksaka's son, intervenes and pleads with Janamejaya to let his relatives live. It is the view of the Indian historian D.D. Kosambi that the Yajna itself was not so much an account of a great war, but rather it was the story of the great Yajna sacrifice. In other words, it was a symbolic ceremony of propitiating their serpent ancestors, while at the same time expelling them from their cultural heritage. In the struggle between the two branches of the Kurus to control the upper Ganges plains, there is a reflection of the battles of Enlil and Enki's sons in Mesopotamia. In the Hindu epic, the Pandavas seem to be the victor since they regain most of their kingdom, which had been lost earlier. Started with conventional weapons of the period, such as spears, swords, bow and arrows, the war escalates into the use of more powerful and sophisticated ones supplied by the gods on both sides. These weapons have all the characteristics of modern missile systems. One side hurls a missile that is countered by an opposing missile in the sky. The explosion of the two missiles as they meet causes many illnesses below on the ground. The battle has modern connotations. It is as if one side launched a ballistic missile which was countered by an anti-ballistic missile. The collision of these two missiles seems to have caused a rain of radioactive fallout. After a prolonged war, the Kauravas find themselves losing and in desperate straits. It is then that they decide to end the war through the use of forbidden tactics. In the middle of the night, they descend on the unsuspecting sleeping Pandavas and destroy most of the warriors. Incensed by the breach of the rules of warfare and the decimation of their army, the Pandavas decide that they have no choice but to use the ultimate weapon, the celestial weapon capable of defeating all other weapons. The leader of the Kauravas decides to discharge a similar weapon, one which apparently produces radioactivity. He predicts that the Kuru line would become extinct. His warning comes true, for the weapons produce sterility in all the Pandava women. The war between the Kuru cousins finally ends in a stalemate, with both branches of the family nearly obliterated. Serpent gods or dragons in Chinese history. While the serpent god shows up in the form of the dragon in Chinese history and mythology, there is no doubt that we are dealing with the winged legged serpent or Naga of the Hindus. China chose the dragon as the national emblem for profound reasons. They believed that the celestial dragon was the father of the first dynasty of divine emperors. As a result, the dragon's pictorial emblem became regarded as inspiring divine beneficence to the land of China. According to Chinese history, Asian dragons were present at the creation and shared the world with humanity. Like the Western serpent, the dragon was linked with the development of man. The dragon taught man how to make fire, how to weave nets, and how to make music. The Chinese dragon was unrivaled in wisdom and its power to confer blessings, and thus came to symbolize that most beneficent of men, the emperor, who was believed to have dragon blood. This affinity with the dragon is shown by the imperial accoutrements. The emperor sat on a dragon throne, rode in a dragon boat, and even slept in a dragon bed. According to Charles Gould in his classic work on Chinese mythology, the belief in the existence and friendship of the dragon is thoroughly woven into the life of early Chinese history. The V King, the most ancient of Chinese books, whose origins are cloaked in mystery, describes the days when man and dragon lived together peacefully. They also detail how dragons came to represent the emperor, the throne of China, and how the chief dragon had its abode in the sky. In the year 212 BC, Emperor Qin Shi Huangdi ordered all ancient books destroyed and the persecution of learned men for 4 years. During this era of suppressed ancient knowledge, the V King was considered sacred because it was explicitly exempted from the edict. In this classic, many ancient emperors are described as having dragon-like features, like Huangdi, which Gould dates to 2697 BC. The Emperor Yao, 2356 BC, is said to have been conceived by a dragon father and a human mother. Emperor Shun, dated to 2255 BC, is described as having the countenance of a dragon. The serpent as good and evil in ancient Egypt. The duality of the serpent as a source of both good and evil is seen in Egyptian religion, probably due to certain singular historical events. In the Old and Middle Kingdoms, it is benevolent and associated with the gods and immortality. Later, starting with the New Kingdom, particularly the 18th dynasty, it becomes a sinister creature and an object to be hated and exorcised. On the walls of early dynasty tombs, the snake is depicted as a friendly creature that bears the king on his back into the stellar sky. It is symbolic of the kings being carried by the serpent god to immortality, the land of the gods. At about this time, the snake was adopted as a symbol of godship, appearing as the divine asp on the pharaoh's headdress. But in the New Kingdom, after the 18th dynasty kings had rid the country of the hated Hyksos, the serpent takes on an evil character. Called Apep or Apop, Greek Apophis, it is the manifestation of the barbaric Hyksos who had invaded and occupied Egypt for hundreds of years. Apop was the original Hyksos ruler, and with his descendants ruled from the 14th through the 17th dynasty. Apop possessed many epithets, and in ceremonies meant to destroy him was cursed by several names. The ritual is reminiscent of the Yajna ceremony of the ancient Hindus, who called out the various names of the snakes as they were thrown into the fire. The Egyptian hate was deeply rooted in the memory of the cruel rule of the Hyksos kings, who systematically destroyed Egyptian culture and monuments. We shall see that these hated people were none other than the descendants of the Rephaim, the offspring of the antediluvian Nephilim, who ruled the lands of the Middle East after the deluge. Serpent gods in American and African mythology. Among the Mayas of Central America, snake symbolism was widespread. Most of the serpents depicted in their art are feathered, indicating the ability to fly. The ancient Mayan book Chilambalam relates that the first inhabitants of Yucatan were the Chains, or people of the serpent, who came across the sea from the east, led by Itzamna, a serpent god. He was the most important deity in the Mayan pantheon, as the dominant sky god, ruler of the heavens. Itzamna was the creator god, the one who infused the breath of life into man. As such, he fits the description of the Sumerian god Enki perfectly. Eric Thompson, the Dean of Mayan Studies, maintains that the term Itzim, from which the god's name is derived, should be translated as lizard or reptile. In fact, Itzamnal, the city of the god Itzamna, literally means the place of the lizard. There are also many anthropomorphic forms of the god Itzamna, where he is depicted as half human and half serpent. The benevolent serpent god is also found in the later Mexican mythology in the Aztec civilization, which superseded the Mayan one. Quetzalcoatl is the plumed serpent god who brought the benefits of society to Mexico and taught astronomy and mathematics to man. Legends of serpent gods also abound throughout the mythology and religion of Africa. To the Dogon of Mali and Abavolta, their ancient god created the sun and moon, then the earth from a lump of clay. To the Dogon of Mali and Apavolta, their ancient god created the sun and moon, then the earth from a lump of clay, and finally the first primitive beings, who were twins called Numo, half human and half snake. In the Nyoro tribe, legends say that God sent the first human couple down from heaven when he established the world. The man had a tail and produced two maidens and a boy. These in turn bore the chameleon, the father of mankind. Other African tribes also trace their ancestors to lizard-like people. To the Kumbi, the first men that God created had tails. The Yuho tribe describes men with tails who would climb down on a rope to earth. To the Jaga, their ancestors came down to earth from heaven on a thread from a cobweb. The ancestor was called the Tailed One. Methuselah and the priest kings Ner and Melchizedek. Although he was the longest-lived of the patriarchs, 969 years, little is known of Methuselah. He is mentioned in Pseudo-Eupolemus, a fragmentary source of the 1st century BC, attributed to the Greek writer Eupolemus, who is believed to have drawn his knowledge from the works of Berosus and Polyhistor. According to Eupolemus, Methuselah obtained knowledge from the angels and passed this to humanity. This may refer to the knowledge Enoch passed to his family after his first return to Earth. Like Enoch, Methuselah must have commuted freely between Earth and the heavens. In a story from the Dead Sea Scrolls, Lamech was worried over the strange appearance of his new son Noah and asked his father, Methuselah, to see Enoch for an explanation. Methuselah apparently had no problem reaching Enoch, who was at that time orbiting Earth. Methuselah was also warned of the coming catastrophe. The Slavonic Enoch reveals that 200 years before the event, he is told that destruction of the Earth is drawing near. At the same time, he is said to summon Ner, the second son of Lamech, and to brief him on the coming disaster. Then I will preserve the son of your son Lamech, his first Noah. While Methuselah's grandson Noah is well known in the scriptures as the deluge hero, there are very few references to his second grandson Ner, the son of Lamech, nor is there much information of Ner's son Melchizedek. Both are considered to be priest kings in the tradition of the patriarchs. When Enoch left to return to the heavens after instructing his son Methuselah, the mantle of priesthood was passed to him. Then the earth was plunged into darkness. Methuselah and his brothers, with the sons of Enoch, built an altar and sacrificed sheep and oxen to propitiate the gods. It seemed to work. At least there was a respite of 10 years before the world was disturbed again. Just before Methuselah died, the deity told him to transfer the priesthood to Ner. For some reason, the generation of Lamech is passed over. Methuselah was also to brief Ner on the coming destruction of the world by earthquake and rising waters, and by the great storages of the waters of heaven that will come down to earth. Presumably, this refers to the collapse of the cloud canopy encircling the earth. At this time, Ner's wife Sopanim, who had until then been sterile, suddenly conceived with child. Ner was convinced she had committed adultery and banished her from his sight. Later, as she was about to give birth, he visited her. Suddenly, she died at his feet. They wrapped her in burial garments and placed her on the bed while they left to prepare her burial. They returned to the house to the surprise of their life. Sopanim had produced a child, and as the Slavonic Enoch states, "And a child came out from the Sopanim, and he sat on the bed at her side. And Noah and Ner came in to bury Sopanim, and they saw the child sitting beside Sopanim and wiping his clothing. And he spoke with his lips, and he blessed the Lord. And Noah and Ner looked at him, and behold, the badge of priesthood was on his chest, and it was glorious in appearance. Noah and Ner dressed the child in priestly garments, and gave him the name Melchizedek. Noah suggested to Ner that the child's presence be kept secret from the people, for they would not understand him. This badge of priesthood that he bore on his chest, which made him so unique that he was immediately recognized as part divine, was none other than the mark of the Nephilim. This sign of divinity, a patch of scaly skin, is also mentioned in the Hindu classics. In the Mahabharata, one of the demigods, Karna, is born of the sun god Surya and an earth mother. As such, he is born clad in a coat of armor like a divine being. Karna makes a pact with the gods to give up his divine armor to obtain a sophisticated weapon. After accepting the celestial weapon, Karna begins to keep his end of the bargain. He begins to cut off the armor from his body with sharp tools. Just as the Hindu sun god was Karna's father, the same may have been true of Melchizedek. Melchizedek, also called Adoni-Tzedek, Joshua 10, means "My Lord is Tzedek." Tzedek was the Hebrew name for the Roman sun god Jupiter. Noah probably also carried the mark of the Nephilim, as we shall see. Later, Ner was informed that a great catastrophe would envelop the earth and destroy humanity, but his son Melchizedek would not perish. A messenger appeared later to take Melchizedek away, for he said, "When the people find out about the child, they will seize him and slay him." Melchizedek was taken aloft to his new home, the ship orbiting the earth. The strange appearance of Noah. Genesis asserts that Noah found favor with the Lord. Noah was a righteous man. He was without blame in that age. Noah walked with God. The only other patriarch who walked with God was Enoch, who became deified in his lifetime. Although Noah was not deified or made divine in the religious literature, his Sumerian counterpart, Utnapishtim, was made immortal and sent to live with the gods. For some reason, the Hebrew priesthood decided not to immortalize Noah. Like his nephew Melchizedek, Noah was physically different. In the lost Book of Lamech, scraps of which have been recovered in the Dead Sea Scrolls, Noah was so physically different when he was born that Lamech appealed to his father, Methuselah, who then asked Enoch whether or not Noah had been conceived by the Nephilim. Methuselah was told that Noah was not from one of the divine beings, but was from his own son Lamech. What then is this physical difference that so disturbed Lamech? Was this the difference that caused such consternation to Noah and his sons after the deluge? Genesis 9 made much of the incident after the deluge when Noah collapsed in a drunken stupor in his tent. Ham entered and saw his father naked and told his two brothers, who returned to the tent with a cloth and covered the naked Noah. Finding out that his son Ham had seen him naked, Noah loses all sense of reason and puts a curse on Ham and his son Canaan. One wonders about this irrational reaction. Was it because Noah wanted to hide the vestiges of his Anunnaki past? The sensitivity of Noah in being seen naked can only mean that he bore the sign of the Nephilim. Just like his nephew Melchizedek, it may have been a sizable badge-like area of scaly skin or hide on his chest. Relations between humans and the Nephilim and their offspring were so severely strained just before the deluge that open warfare had actually broken out, and any vestige of Anunnaki ancestry in man was considered to be a badge of shame. Melchizedek was whisked away by the deity to prevent the people from killing him. The antediluvian days are best remembered as the reign of god-kings in the Sumerian king list, or the era of patriarchs in the Book of Genesis. The sources clarified that these leaders who formed the aristocracy that ruled these days were of divine blood. They were part Anunnaki. A second group on Earth was the Nephilim, who descended to live here and intermarry with human women. The third group to populate the Earth was humanity, the Homo sapiens produced by the Anunnaki as a labor force to do all the menial tasks. Of the three, we are concerned with the demigods, the priest-kings of the antediluvian period, remembered in the Old Testament as Adam and Eve's descendants. Two lines of descent, Cain and Seth. The line of descent from Adam and Eve provided by the Book of Genesis poses many problems, for it not only lists the progeny of Cain, but then adds the parallel line of Seth. It even duplicates some of the Cainite names and approximates some of the others. Therefore, there were two separate streams of tradition, but both derived from the same distant source. The original center of dissemination was manifestly in Mesopotamia, while Methuselah is clearly Akkadian, Mutu-sa-ili, or man of God. The rest of the names have nothing in common with their Mesopotamian antecedents. It would seem that before they reached the Hebrews, they had gone through a secondary center of dissemination where they were transformed with local records and traditions. A third list mentioned in the pseudepigraphic literature has been neglected, presumably because it does not agree with the proposition in Genesis that Abraham inherited the mantle of priesthood from Noah. Provided by the second book of Enoch, this list of priest-kings ends with the patriarch Melchizedek being transported to the heavens just before the deluge. It contains many strange and unfamiliar names that do not appear elsewhere in the scriptures. It is also called the Slavonic Apocalypse of Enoch. It is dated to the 1st century AD and describes Enoch's ascent to heaven, his deification, and his return to earth. It is perhaps better known for its line of succession, which avoids Noah and instead passes it on to his brother Ner and then to his son Melchizedek. In Genesis, the line of Cain was discontinued suddenly, and presumably this change in attitude was related to the death of his brother Abel. Cain was exiled to the lands east of Eden, where he later produced a son also called Enoch, who was reportedly the builder of cities, 7 in fact, all named after his sons. It is perhaps coincidental that 7 major cities were built by the Sumerians before the deluge, and suggests a common source of origin. Genesis continues the line of Cain uneventfully through Irad, Mehujael, Methuselah, and then ends with Lamech. Not content with dropping the line here, the scriptures left behind a puzzle, a cryptic verse that has been the bane of biblical scholars. The verse which ends the line of Cain is as follows. Lamech said to his wives, Ada and Zillah, Hear my voice, O wives of Lamech, give ear to my speech. I have slain a man for wounding me, a boy for injuring me. If Cain is avenged 7-fold, then Lamech 77-fold. Genesis then drops all mention of the Cainite line and abruptly begins the genealogy of Seth. Obviously, the verse contains clues to this sudden change of policy. If the line was doomed, what were the reasons? The solution to this enigmatic verse that ends the line of Cain probably lies in the 2, even 3, parallel lines of descent. The Cain-Abel murder mystery. The biblical explanation for the first recorded murder in the history of humanity is somehow not convincing. For, according to Genesis, Cain slew Abel because his offering was snubbed by the Lord in favor of Abel's. It looks more like a spurious explanation invented by the ancient chroniclers. The answer lies elsewhere, and the works of the pseudepigrapha bear this out. A more complete version of the crime is provided in the ancient document The Life of Adam and Eve. When Eve conceived and bore Cain, she said, according to Genesis, "I have added a human being with the help of the Lord." In the case of Abel, however, the text says merely that next she bore his brother Abel. Genesis suggests, although obliquely, that of the two, the birth of Cain involved the deity. Further clarifications of the paternity of Cain are found in the Apocalypse of Adam, a Gnostic document of the 1st century AD, wherein Adam reveals to his son Seth that the Lord who created us created a son from himself, and Eve your mother. If the deity was the father of Cain, while Adam sired Abel, it explains many of the events which happened subsequently. For if the deity were his father, Cain would be semi-divine, part Anunnaki, and more godlike. It would explain his aggressive nature and account for Abel's demise. Regarding Cain's birth, this document observes that Eve bore a son and he was lustrous. This is a good description of the shiny, luminous hide of the Anunnaki gods. A somewhat bizarre description of Cain's crime is also found in this document, which narrates some episodes in the life of Adam. There are two versions, the Latin or Vita version and the Greek or Apocalypse one. In the Vita version, Eve has a vision where it is, "As is the blood of our son Abel was in the hands of Cain, who was gulping it down in his mouth." The crime of Cain was apparently not only to slay Abel, but also to eat his flesh. This behavior seems more Anunnaki than human, since Cain was sired by the deity. Cain was therefore half Anunnaki. This may have been the main reason for changing the line of Cain to be superseded by that of Seth. For this hideous deed, Cain was banished to the eastern land of Nod. Then, as a sign that Cain came under the Lord's protection, he placed a mark on Cain, the nature of which is not described in Genesis. To protect his semi-divine progeny, the deity warned that whoever slays Cain shall suffer vengeance sevenfold. Strangely, this same statement is repeated in the verse on Lamech, which ends the line of Cain, and obviously the two verses are related. Cain is considered by the deity to be a bad experiment, but since he is semi-divine and his offspring, he cannot be destroyed, but is exiled to a far land so that he nor his offspring can do any more harm. Cain is said to have married his sister Awan at the end of the 4th Jubilee, or about the 200th year of Adam's life. Rabbinical sources indicate that he died in his 930th year, that is, a year before the death of Adam. In the pseudepigrapha, Cain was accidentally killed by Lamech, thus fulfilling the curse of the 7th generation. The line of Seth, Enosh, Kenon, Mahalalel, and Jared. After Cain's banishment, a third son arrives on the scene. Like Abel, Seth is born of Adam and Eve. Ostensibly, the deity has decided not to intervene in the affairs of man and allow him to produce his own offspring. Seth marries his sister, and Enosh is born. Thus begins the line of patriarchs, which continues unbroken until the time of the deluge. Quite often and proudly, the Old Testament heroes claim their descent from this Sethite line. Who then were these patriarchs? Since they were undoubtedly residents of Mesopotamia, what evidence is there in the scriptures and other ancient writings to link them with the Anunnaki? Of the first 4 patriarchs, very little information is available in the Old Testament. According to the scriptures, Enosh means mortal or human being. He was considered the first mortal or human. During his era, the faces of man became ape-like according to the ancient rabbinical sources. It would thus appear that the human countenance became less Anunnaki-like and assumed mammal or ape-like features during the years of Enosh. Perhaps for this reason, the generation of Enosh is not treated well in ancient sources. The Haggadah calls it Council of the Ungodly, since the contemporaries of Enosh were accused of practicing the arts of divination and the control of heavenly forces. Humanity was beginning to show a spirit of independence and intellectual curiosity that apparently did not abide well with their Anunnaki masters. The days of Enosh were also marked with many earthquakes, which caused untold misery. According to the 3rd book of Enoch, the Lord moves from Eden's garden in the days of Enosh and returns to the heavens. Sumerian sources reveal that the chief god An resided at Uruk, the Erech of the Bible. Still, he decided to return to his heavenly abode for undisclosed reasons and never come back. He may have left because of the numerous earthquakes and stormy conditions at the time of Enosh. Enosh is said to have lived 905 years. He begot Kenon or Canaan at the age of 90. Meaning metalsmith or craftsman, little is known of Kenon from ancient sources. Since the second city built was called Bad Tibira, or City for Metal Processing, there seems to be an association with lost meaning. Kenon lived 910 years and begot Mahalael at the age of 70. Mahalael, or Praiser of the Lord, lived 895 years. Nothing is known of him. When he was 65, Jared was born, or 460 years after Adam had left Eden. Thus Adam, Enosh, Kenon, Mahalael, and Cain would all still be living when we enter the era of Jared. Jared was the first patriarch not to marry his sister. The days of Jared would be by calculating the figures given in Genesis from the year 460 to 1422 after Adam. William W. Hallow, in his article on antediluvian cities, suggests that Jared, or Yered, as it is sometimes given, means he of Eridu. This would place Jared in the city of Eridu, just as Enosh was at Bad Tibira and Enoch at Sippar. The days of Jared are significant to human history, for it was then that the Nephilim first descended. Jubilees state, "In his days, the angels of the Lord, who were called Watchers, came down to earth to teach the sons of man, and perform judgment and uprightness upon the earth." Their arrival during the days of Jared is also reported in the first book of Enoch, and later verified by documents found among the Dead Sea Scrolls. Enoch, or Emidurana, the favorite of the gods. The information on Enoch in Genesis is sparse, and little mention is made of him. Enoch was 165 years old when his son Methuselah was born. Enoch then lived 200 more years, at which time Enoch walked with God, then was no more, because God took him. The phrase "walked with God" has been generally interpreted to mean that he ascended to heaven during his lifetime. Nevertheless, this cryptic phrase implies some fuller narrative about Enoch, lost or omitted from the Old Testament. Enoch became a hero in Jewish apocalyptic literature, and 2 books were ascribed to him, the Ethiopic and Slavonic books. The figure of Enoch was especially significant in the spiritual movement from which the Dead Sea Scrolls originated. His story and writings are treated in the Book of Jubilees. He plays an active role in the Hebrew apocalypse of Enoch, which is ascribed to the Palestinian scholar Ishmael. Enoch's ascent to heaven is just the beginning of a fabulous career, wherein Enoch became divine and was made chief of the heavens, second only to the deity himself. After his ascent, he came back to his family briefly to teach his son Methuselah the wisdom he had learned and written down in heaven. After a brief stay here, he returned for 6 Jubilee years. During this period, he apparently commuted between the heavens and earth. The apocalyptic literature mentions his residence in Eden and on Mount Qatar, an unidentified place that could be the city of Sippar in Mesopotamia. Enoch's rise to power. The elevation of Enoch to the status of a god is recounted in the Slavonic Enoch. Enoch himself reveals the experience. "I was in the house alone, and I lay on the bed sleeping. Then 2 huge men appeared to me, the likes of which I had never seen on earth, and they stood at the head of my bed and called me by my names. Enoch awoke and was terrified. Then these men said to me, 'Be brave, Enoch. In truth do not fear. The eternal God has sent us to you, and behold, you will ascend with us to heaven today.' He was told to tell his sons and household that he was leaving. He was then taken up on their wings to the heavens. Enoch was given a tour of their abode. In one area he saw 200 dejected angels, and was told that they were the ones who had descended and were being held for trial. Enoch's clothes were taken away, and he was anointed and given clothes of glory, a symbolism to show that he was changed physically, made over like one of the gods. This is just the reverse of what happened to Adam in the Garden of Eden. He lost his cloud of glory and then was given clothes. It appears from what happened subsequently that Enoch received some form of divinity here at this time. Then a pen for speed writing was given to Enoch, and books were read to him while he copied dictation about the marvels and secrets of heaven. He remained with them for 60 days, then was returned to earth to spend 30 days to impart his knowledge to his sons. He was then picked up and taken back where he was to be the chief investigator for the inquiry into the crimes of the Nephilim. The Hebrew of the third book of Enoch contains the testimony of Rabbi Ishmael, the famous Palestinian scholar, where he dreams he is taken to heaven and meets Metatron, who appears to be the most powerful being there. "Why is your name like the name of your creator with 70 names?" asks Ishmael. "You are greater than all the princes, more exalted than all the angels, more beloved than all the ministers." Enoch answers, "Because I am Enoch, the son of Jared." He then describes how he was made chief of the heavens over the objections of the angels. Enoch is made acting chief with all the titles and powers of office. He is given the divine names, the 70 names which confer power over the heavens and earth. These names seem to be like the tablets of destiny or the Mes of the Sumerian gods. They are formulas of devices that give the owner absolute control over certain aspects and categories of life. Enoch served as Metatron, from the Greek Metachronos, or the one who serves behind the throne, for 6 Jubilee years, or 300 years. According to this document, he was resettled in Eden, but little is known of the 300 years he served as Metatron. The crimes and trial of the Nephilim. Jubilees states that in the days of Jared, the angels of the Lord, who were called Watchers, came to earth to teach the sons of man. These are the Nephilim described in Genesis 6. Now when men began to increase on earth, and daughters were born to them, the divine beings, Elohim, saw how beautiful the human daughters were, and took them as their wives, any of them they liked. It was then that the Nephilim appeared on earth, as well as later after the divine beings had united with human daughters. 200 Nephilim descended in the days of Jared onto Mount Hermon in northwest Palestine near Lebanon. In the Babylonian records of creation, the Enuma Elish, a large group of divine beings descended to earth. Tablet 6 of the epic reveals that the Anunnaki grew quite restless while residing just above earth. Having achieved freedom from labor with the creation of man, they were becoming increasingly bored and restless. It was then decided to resettle part of them on earth. Accordingly, 300 of them descended to earth, while another 300 remained. Called the Igigi, they were presumably the ones with specialized functions, the technicians, if you will. The well-intentioned plans of the Nephilim or Anunnaki appear to have changed, for soon after that they began to engage in various activities that raised the wrath of both God and man. The Ethiopic Book of Enoch suggests that their descent was a secret and unauthorized act of a group rebellion. During this time, Enoch was performing the work of a scribe at a hidden location on earth. No one of the children of God knew where he was, notes the account, although it makes clear he was among the Anunnaki of the Mesopotamian valley. He is then approached by the Nephilim of heaven and told to go among the Nephilim of earth and apprise them of their crimes. Enoch, scribe of righteousness, he is told, go and make known to the watchers of heaven who have abandoned high heaven and have defiled themselves upon the earth. Enoch approached the Nephilim and warned them that there will not be peace with you, a grave judgment has come upon you. They will put you in bonds, and you will not have an opportunity for rest. As a group, they begged Enoch to draw up a letter of forgiveness and to petition the deity on their behalf. Enoch did as they requested. At this time, the records say Enoch was in the area of Dan, near Mount Hermon, where the Nephilim are said to have originally landed. Enoch flew up to heaven in a fiery chariot, and in his words, the winds were causing me to fly and rushing me high up into heaven. He was greeted by the deity who heard Enoch's petition on behalf of the earthbound Nephilim. The deity was angry and not disposed to be merciful, mainly because it was not proper for a mortal to intercede for the Nephilim. Instead, it was more fit and appropriate for them to intervene on behalf of humanity. He chastised them thoroughly. For what reason have you abandoned the high, holy, eternal heaven? He contended that they had been spiritual beings possessing eternal life, but have defiled yourselves with women, and like them producing offspring that will perish. It seems that their offspring were more mammal than anything else, and again we see that equation contrasting eternal life and the physiology of the Anunnaki with that of mortals. But the plans of the Nephilim on Earth went awry, and they produced creatures quite unlike their forebears. The divine race was becoming diluted. To redress the unforeseen and unwarranted dilution of the Anunnaki strain, the Nephilim began experiments in changing the genetic codes, hoping in this way to re-establish their strain as the dominant one. These experiments quickly got out of control. Monsters of all sorts were produced. These in turn oppressed humanity in the years before the deluge. The increase in human population and the catastrophes of the period produced food shortages. The religious literature relates how the giants consumed the produce of all the people until the people detested feeding them. So the giants turned against the people in order to eat them. The gods in heaven were incensed over these activities and swore to eliminate the Nephilim offspring, which caused havoc on earth. The deity directed the avenging angels to destroy and expel the offspring of the Watchers from among the people, and send them against one another, so that they may be destroyed in the fight. The Athrasis epic version of the creation describes a condition of famine and desperation just before the deluge. The land had become barren because of the drought. People roamed about in despair due to illness. The actual trial of the offspring of God is not described in the books of Enoch, yet there was a decision handed down for Enoch to transmit to them. He testified about the Watchers who had sinned with the daughters of man. He testified against them all, relates the book of Enoch. The verdict is given, and in Enoch's words, judgment is passed upon you. From now on you will not be able to ascend to heaven unto all eternity, but shall remain inside the earth, imprisoned all the days of eternity. Before that you will have seen the destruction of your beloved ones. There are two parts to the verdict. The Nephilim will be imprisoned on the earth, and secondly, their offspring will be destroyed. Their imprisonment on earth is reflected in the Mesopotamian epics, where some of the Anunnaki suffer a similar fate. In the Sumerian epic Descent of Ishtar to the Netherworld, some of the Anunnaki live in the Netherworld, where they are visited by the goddess Ishtar. It is a land of no return, a land of darkness and misery. Enoch as Metatron and Emidurana. Enoch went to heaven in a fiery chariot, according to the Haggadah, and here he was changed physically and made divine as the first step in becoming chief of the heavens, second only to the deity himself. The Hebrew book of Enoch describes his ascent to power over the objections of the angels. Apparently the god did not trust the angels and brought Enoch up to the heavens to straighten things out. 3 of the ministering angels asked the Lord, "What right has this one to ascend to the height of heights?" The Lord replies, "I have chosen this one in preference to all of you to be a prince and ruler over you in the heavenly heights." He is given the name Metatron and the title Prince of the Divine Presence. These titles and powers of Enoch have made it difficult for biblical scholars to try to fit him into the doctrine of monotheism. Enoch or Metatron is placed in charge of the heavenly staff and given access to all parts of the heavenly abode. Enoch also assumes control over all the vehicles, rockets and other technical equipment. In modern terms, Metatron is the chief executive officer, answerable only to the president or the chairman of the board. The similarities between Enoch and Emidurana, the Sumerian king, are so striking as to indicate that the stories about Enoch and the stories of the legendary god-king of Sipar come from a common source. While the biblical records preserve a partly expurgated narrative of Enoch, many of the original mythological motifs of Enoch continue to exist. They existed in the oral tradition until they reached their present form in Jewish pseudepigrapha, medieval legends, and mystical literature. Both Enoch and Enmedurana were the 7th ruler before the deluge, Enoch being the 7th patriarch in the line of Seth, and Enmedurana the 7th antediluvian king of the Sumerian king list. Often called a priest king in the books bearing his name, Enoch ruled both on earth and in the heavens. Enmedurana ruled at Sipar, the port of the antediluvian gods. His name, En-Medu-Ana means the Lord of the Mies that connects heaven and earth, or in other words, the king who controls the tablets of destiny. This may be why Enoch is given so much importance among the patriarchs, because he was in charge of Sippar, the Sumerians' most important city. According to Jubilees, Enoch made incense offerings on Mount Qatar, listed as one of the 4 sacred places on earth, along with the Garden of Eden, Mount Sinai and Mount Zion. Qatar is otherwise not identified in the religious literature, except that it is referred to as the Mountain of the East. Since the reference point of this entry in Jubilees is Mount Sinai, the East Mountain would be in the general direction of Mesopotamia. It would logically be the Ziggurat at Sippar, the artificial mountain where En-Medu-Ana was a priest-king. The mysterious Lamech, the son of Methuselah. Methuselah, the son of Enoch, is given little coverage in Genesis. His son Lamech, however, is the subject of a historical mystery. In both the Cainite and the Sethite tradition, Lamech is the son of Methuselah. Genesis devotes much space to explaining the activities of the line of Cain, and then drops the line altogether. Quite cryptic in nature, there is some meaning here that has been lost to antiquity. According to this lineage, Lamech had 3 sons, Jabal, Jubal, and Tubal-Cain. His wives were Ada and Zillah. Thus, he was the first polygamist and the father of the founders of nomadism, the musical arts, and metalworking. Lamech is the 7th generation according to the Cainite lineage, and the numbers 7 and 77 seem to play an essential part in his poem in Genesis. Lamech said to his wives Ada and Zillah, "Hear my voice, O wives of Lamech, give ear to my speech. I have slain a man for wounding me, a boy for injuring me. If Cain is avenged 7-fold, then Lamech 77-fold." These references leading to a curse to the 77th generation have been a puzzle to scholars for centuries. Who then were these people who were so important as to bring such drastic retribution to Lamech? The answer may be found in the Haggadah, which provides details of the slaying of Cain. In the story, Lamech was reportedly old and blind, and when he went hunting, he was led by his son Tubal-Cain, who would tell his father when the game came into sight so that Lamech could shoot at it with his bow and arrow. Once he aimed at some horned creature which Tubal-Cain thought to be a beast. In fact, it was Cain bearing the sign of Cain, a horn in the forehead according to the Haggadah, but more probably a pair of horns on the head. Lamech killed him, and in despair he struck out, inadvertently killing his son Tubal-Cain. Fanciful as the story goes, it accounts for slaying a man and a boy, both of which were not just ordinary people. Cain's slaying was serious, since he was half Anunnaki and protected by the gods as one of their own. By the days of Lamech, the Anunnaki or Nephilim had become the bane of humanity. The hatred for these ancestors may have led Lamech to slay Cain, and while it may have been applauded by society, the gods were indeed not pleased. Echoes can be found in the treatment of Melchizedek, the grandchild of Lamech, who the Nephilim took away to prevent his being beaten by the people. As priest-kings, the patriarchs were considered allies and friends of the gods, presumably because they were part Anunnaki. Anunnaki vestiges must have made them easily recognizable, and these characteristics, possibly a patch of scaly skin on the chest or face, or perhaps the remnants of Anunnaki features on the countenance, would be considered by humans as the so-called badge of shame. This may have been why Noah was so upset when seen naked by his sons. The Lamech of the line of Seth. There were 2 different traditions of the antediluvian patriarchs that originated from the same source. Why the 2 Lamechs were so different is an exciting puzzle that seeks a solution. Perhaps some of this confusion can be traced to the events of the time. Enoch appears to be the last of the patriarchs beloved and trusted by the gods. He went up for the second time in 987 years after Adam to become Metatron and preside over the trial of the Nephilim. The Nephilim reportedly descended during the days of Jared, and since he was born in 460 after Adam, The troubles caused by them were between 460 and 987 after Adam. In Noah's time, a second group descended and again caused many problems for humanity. While there is no evidence that Methuselah, as a priest-king, was not trusted by the gods, the minimum amount of publicity he receives in all the ancient documents indicates he was not very popular. Neither was Lamech, for in the Slavonic Book of Enoch, Methuselah passes the mantle of priesthood to Ner, thereby bypassing the generation of Lamech, and what is more significant, skipping over Noah, his eldest son. Of this, Lamech, Genesis 5, has this to say: Lamech was 182 years old when he begot a son. He named him Noah, which is to say, this one will bring us relief from our work and the toil of our hands, out of the very soil which the Lord had placed under a ban. After the birth of Noah, Lamech lived 595 years, and begot sons and daughters. All the days of Lamech came to 777 years. Then he died. The scriptures seem ambivalent when it comes to Lamech, torn between the evildoer of Cain and the laudable one of Seth. What is not often perceived is that while the patriarchs had prodigious lifespans, they dovetailed to such an extent that according to the chronology of Genesis, the total elapsed time adds up to no more than 1,656 years. In fact, if this chronology is used, at the time of Lamech's birth, in the year 874 AA, all the patriarchs were still alive, Adam and Cain being the first to die in 930 and 931 AA, respectively. Therefore, the events of the days of Jared, when the Nephilim first descended, through the generations of Enoch, Methuselah, Lamech, and Noah up to the deluge, were probably no more than 700 or 800 years. The ends of the lifespans of Lamech and Methuselah coincide with the deluge, leading one to believe that they both perished in that catastrophe.
After the deluge, a race of semi-divine warriors inhabited the lands of the Levant. Called the Rephaim, they were apparently installed as the defenders of the western lands at the beginning of the 3rd millennium BC. They owed their loyalty to the kings of Mesopotamia, especially to Nanna, Sin, who was the legitimate overlord of these lands. When their cities in the Transjordan and elsewhere were destroyed by the eastern kings who invaded in the 21st century BC, the Rephaim lost all fealty to legitimate authority and became a formidable independent martial force in the western lands. The Rephaim built the impregnable glacis-type fortifications whose ruins are found all over the Levant, from Egypt to Anatolia. Their descendants, called the Hyksos, who occupied Egypt for over 400 years and under the biblical name Amalekites, prevented the Hebrew tribes under Moses from entering the land of Canaan. Under various regional names, such as Anakim and Philistine, they controlled the lands settled by the Hebrew tribes for the period known as that of the Judges. As a political and military force, they were finally destroyed by the combined efforts of the Judean kings Saul and David in combination with Kamose and Amose, the first kings of the Egyptian 18th dynasty. The history of the Rephaim is, as we shall see, interwoven with the destiny of the Hebrews from Abraham through to Solomon. The warrior gods, the Rephaim. In 1929, archaeologists excavating at Ras Shamra on the coast of Syria, a few miles north of the modern city of Latakia, found a library of clay tablets dating to the 15th to 12th centuries BC. This site turned out to be the location of the ancient city of Ugarit, a prominent commercial stop on the trade route from northern Mesopotamia to the Mediterranean. Several of these tablets refer to an enigmatic people called the Apum. These tablets have been called the Rephaim texts because of the close analogy with the Hebrew term Apum or Rephaim. The tablets concern a summons to attend a lavish banquet at an unspecified place to honor their great chief god El. It describes how the Rephaim prepare their horses and chariots, and after traveling for 2 days arrive the next day at the site of the feast. This banquet lasts for 7 days. In these tablets, the heroes are referred to as Rephaim of Baal, but they are also considered deities, since they are occasionally called Ilnim, or gods. The noted biblical scholar Adrian Curtis, in his book Ugarit, Rosh Shamra, has suggested that these Rephaim of the Ugarit tablets should be distinguished into 3 categories. 1. The Rephaim of Earth, or the Arpians, who appeared to be the elite charioteers who came to the banquet. 2. The Rephaim of old, or Arpim Kutmin, or the royal ancestors, were probably the antediluvian Nephilim. 3. The Rephaim are gods, or Arpum Ilnim, or the heavenly Rephaim. These are presumably the Anunnaki who remained above Earth, sometimes called the Igigi. It is the Rephaim of the Earth that concerns our researches here. They are the descendants of the Nephilim, and their assignment was to protect the Western lands as a semi-divine race of professional warriors. 2,000 years of domination. The Rephaim were people indigenous to the land of Canaan in the 3rd millennium BC. They first appear in Genesis 15, when, in the days of Abraham, they are listed as one of the native peoples of Canaan. In the year 2068 BC, when Yahweh concluded a covenant with Abraham at Hebron, he catalogued the people of the land as follows. To your offspring I give this land, from the river of Egypt to the great river, the river Euphrates. The Kenites, the Kenizzites, the Cadmonium, the Hittites, the Perizzites, the Rephaim, the Amorites, the Canaanites, the Girgashites, and the Jebusites. At this time, the Rephaim are listed as one of the major nations of the land. Some 600 years later, at the time of the Exodus, when the Israelites were about to cross the Jordan River into Canaan, Deuteronomy 7 lists the 7 nations of Canaan as the Hittites, Girgashites, Amorites, Canaanites, Perizzites, Hivites, and Jebusites. The Rephaim are conspicuous by their absence. As we shall see, the Rephaim and their cities of the Transjordan were destroyed in the days of Abraham. The remnants settled in the western and southern part of Palestine. As a scattered people, they were still a powerful force to contend with, and were known under various local names, such as Anakim, Amalekites, and Philistines. The warrior class of giants. The scriptures make it clear that the Rephaim were the descendants of the Nephilim, and that they were giant warriors who dominated the western lands for 2,000 years with their superior iron weapons and chariots. Their fortress cities were virtually impregnable. They are described as giants in the book of Numbers when, during the Exodus, Moses decided to send scouts north into the land of Canaan. The 12 scouts returned with a very pessimistic report. The people who inhabit the country are powerful, and the cities are huge and well fortified. All the people that we saw in the city are of great size. We saw the Nephilim there. The Anakites are part of the Nephilim, and we looked like grasshoppers to ourselves, and so we must have looked to them. 40 years later, as the Israelites attempted again to enter Canaan, this time by taking the roundabout way through the Transjordan, they again encountered the Anakites. As they skirted the land of Moab, they were told not to harass the Moabites or to engage them in war. The land, they were told, was formerly inhabited by the Emin people, great and numerous, and as tall as the Anakites. Like the Anakites, they are counted as Rephaim, but the Moabites called them Emin. Thus, the Anakim or Anakites are equated to Nephilim and Rephaim, the former name being pre-deluge and the latter name meaning post-deluge. The Rephaim and their cousins were a fierce race, giant in stature, equipped with iron weapons and war chariots. When the average inhabitant of the western lands was about 5.5 feet tall at most, the 9 and 10-foot Rephaim must have indeed been an imposing sight. King Og of Bashan, reportedly the last of the Rephaim in that area, was described as a huge man whose bedstead was 9 cubits long and 4 wide. A cubit of 15 inches would make him 11 foot by 5 foot. The Philistine Goliath, who fought David, was 6 cubits and 1 span tall, according to the scriptures. The above calculation suggests that they would be 8 to 10 feet tall, depending on the size of the cubit used. Goliath and his brothers were called Aph, or Rephaim in Hebrew, although the term was traditionally translated as the giant. As warriors, the Rephaim were a tremendous force. Their large composite bow was said to outrange any other projected weapon. In the second millennium, their iron chariots terrorized the countryside. Protected by their glacis-type fortifications, their cities were invulnerable. At the time of Abraham, the Rephaim fortifications were strategically located along the King's Highway in the Transjordan to protect the lands from the north, east, and south. The invasion of the Eastern Kings in 2085 BC and the destruction of these fortified cities mark the end of their loyalty to established authority. They migrated to the west and built newly fortified cities patterned after the glacis-type design. This military class did not mix with the other indigenous people and were given native names such as Emin by the Moabites, Zanzumin by the Ammonites, and Avim by the people of the Negev. Originally occupying Lebanon and the Mount Hermon area, they spread north to coastal Syria and to the Transjordan, where they built a string of fortified cities. In the western part of Palestine, they became allied. They intermarried with the Kaphtorim, who had come over from Crete and settled in the coastal areas, later known as Philistines and Phoenicians. Those that lived among the native people were generally called Anakim or Anakite, named after their ancestor Anak. Hebron was their capital city. A particular group of Rephaim settled in the Negev and the Seir area and became known as Amalekites, or descendants of Amalek. These became the scourge of the Hebrews during the Exodus. The glacis-type fortification. Excavations at Jericho have revealed that it is one of the oldest cities in the world. It was occupied continuously, with occasional interruptions and destructions, since circa 8000 BC until about 1500 BC, when it was destroyed for a final time, never to be rebuilt. For our purposes here, we are concerned with the Bronze Age period. Archaeological remains show that Jericho flourished as a major city from about 3200 until about 2200 BC, when there was an abrupt break in occupation. The strongly fortified city was destroyed by heat so intense that the bricks of the walls encircling the city were burnt red right through the center. The site was rebuilt and reoccupied, but after 2000 BC, an entirely new defense system was introduced here, the glacis or scarp type of fortification. This defense system is found at Jericho, all over Palestine, northern Syria, and even in the delta of Egypt. Its invention is usually attributed to the Hyksos. The system of defense consists of a steeply sloping scarp of soil surfaced with brick, tile, or plaster, surrounded by a stone wall and a moat. At the top of the sloping scarp or glacis is another barrier. After 2000 BC, many of the cities of the West were defended this way. It meant that there was a common culture or organization which bound all these cities together. This common bond was the military engineering genius of the Rephaim. This type of defense was found at Beth Shean, Shechem, Gezer, Megiddo, Hazor, Saruhen, and many other cities in Palestine. They are also found in Anatolia and northern Syria at Al-Alach, Karchemish, and Ugarit. They also appear in Egypt in the Delta region. The glacis defenses, curiously enough, do not appear in Transjordan, where a critical civilization is known to have flourished between the 23rd and 22nd centuries, when a long line of fortified cities existed along the main north-south road known as the King's Highway. These cities were destroyed at that time, never to be rebuilt for 1,000 years. Moving westward, these Rephaim learned from this experience and rebuilt towns in such a way as to prevent such wholesale destruction again. At the same time, they lost their loyalty to the Sumerian kings, refuted established authority, and became maverick troops, roaming the lands as bands of armed warriors. Secure behind their impregnable glacis-type defenses, the Anakim of the 19th through the 11th centuries BC struck fear into the surrounding lands. These forays are described in the Book of Judges. Any organized effort at resistance was quelled immediately. They reinforced their dominance of the land by keeping control over the manufacture and the use of iron. Transjordan, home of the Eastern Rephaim. When the kings of Mesopotamia invaded Palestine in 2085 BC, they passed by way of Damascus, then followed the King's Highway, which ran south to Elath on the Gulf of Aqaba. This route brought them up against the citadels of the Rephaim. The power of the invading kings numbered as much as 800,000 according to the Haggadah. This must have been an overwhelming sight, for they not only crushed these fortified cities, but they never were rebuilt, and the land remained unoccupied for 1,000 years. The account in Genesis gives their route as follows. Entering the Transjordan from the north, they first defeated the Rephaim at Ashtaroth Karnaim. Heading south, they then swung west to destroy the Zuzim at Ham, the citadel that protected the crossroad over the Jordan to Megiddo and the sea. Returning to their original route, they then defeated the Emin at Shaveh Kiriathaim in southern Transjordan. Successfully penetrating the Arabah, they then swung over to destroy the Amalekites in the area of Kadesh. The identification of these people is provided by the biblical account, which gives the route of the Israelites 600 years later. They encircled Palestine to enter the Jordan Valley by the same road as taken by the invading kings, except they did it from the south. Deuteronomy 2 states that the land of Ammon was formerly inhabited by the Rephaim, whom the Ammonites called Zanzumin, people great and numerous, and as tall as the Anakites. They had been wiped out as a nation earlier, and their land resettled by the Ammonites. The Zuzim of Genesis and the Zamzumin in Deuteronomy are one and the same people. In the Jewish Midrashic literature, the name Zamzumin means great masters in war, and the people were reportedly the offspring of the alliance between Canaanite women and the Nephilim of old. The Emin is also referred to in Deuteronomy. In speaking of Moab, it states that it was formerly inhabited by the Emin, people great and numerous and as tall as the Anakites. Like the Anakites, they are counted as Rephaim, but the Moabites call them Emin. After the Israelites had skirted the lands of Moab and Ammon, they came to the country of Sihon. At that time, the eastern part of Palestine, or the Transjordan, was divided as follows. From the Wadi Zered at the bottomest part of the Dead Sea to the river Arnon stretched the land of Moab. Its capital was Shaveh Kiriathaim, the fortress capital of the Emin. North of the Arnon and up to the Wadi Jabbok lay the Ammonites' land where the Zamzumin lived. They were widespread as far as the Jordan River, but their capital at Ham lay in ruins after being destroyed in an earlier battle. Upon crossing the Jabbok, the Israelites challenged the Amorites led by King Sihon, who had made Heshbon his capital. North of these lands was the kingdom of Og of Bashan, whose capitals were Edrei and Ashtaroth. Ashtaroth Karnaim had been the first major city of the Rephaim to be challenged and destroyed by the invasion. The kingdom of Og comprised Bashan and the Mount Hermon region and extended to the Jordan River in the west. Salcha was at its eastern extremity and Dan in the northwest. It was captured by the Israelites and put on display in the city of Rabbah. In Deuteronomy, Og was known as the last of the Rephaim. The ease with which Joshua captured the lands of Transjordan indicates that they were scantily populated by the remnants of the Rephaim. However, it was not always so. At a Bronze Age site near Bab Edra, just above the coastal plain east of the Lisan, archaeologists found evidence of a dense civilization that flourished from 3300 BC until about 2100 BC. At that time, it was destroyed by a conflagration that is reflected in ruins. The area seems to have been abandoned. The vast cemetery of 20,000 chambers found here attests to an extensive population during the Bronze Age, when it was occupied by the Rephaim. These chambers seem to have all been abandoned at about the same time. They remain a puzzle to this day. Because the invading kings advanced with ease in 2085 BC through a series of formidable Rephaim defenses, coupled with the fact that the area remained unsettled for 1,000 years, it suggests the invaders used weapons that contaminated the land. Hebron, metropolis of the Anakim. Shortly after Abraham arrived in the land of Canaan in 2092 BC, he went to Egypt, where he stayed for a while, only to return to Canaan suddenly in 2086, the year before the invasion. At Bethel he split his forces, and while Lot took part of the army to the valley of Siddim, Abraham retired to the areas south of Mamre in the Hebron area. With the help of the Anakim generals Eshcol, Aner, and Mamre, Abraham pursued the departing invasion army. Who, then, were these allies of Abraham? They are identified in the book of Joshua as Anakim. Kiryat Arba was the ancient name for the city of Hebron, and it was the metropolis of the Anakim. Kiryat Arba meant the city of Arba, and was named after the father of the Anakim. When the Israelite spies went up and scouted Canaan during the Exodus, they came to the region of Hebron, which they said was inhabited by Ahiman, Sheshai, and Talmai, all called children of Anak. These sons are described as Nephilim, and were of extraordinary stature and power. The names of the sons of Anak do not appear elsewhere in the Old Testament, probably because they are not of Semitic origin. However, it is noteworthy that in the list of the Hyksos kings who ruled Egypt, one bears the name of Sheshai. Like the Amalekites, the Anakim are vilified by the Hebrew scriptures. The Amalekites had prevented the Israelites from entering directly into Canaan after their flight from Egypt. When the Israelites finally settled in Canaan some 40 years later, they were told, according to Joshua 11, that the Anakim had been eliminated from the lands of Judah and Israel. However, the claim was somewhat premature, for during the next 400 years, the period equated to that of Judges, the Anakim and their Amalekite and Philistine allies controlled and ruled the land, and caused the Hebrew tribes much difficulty. The Anakim appear to have blocked the occupation of the Israelites, mainly in the mountainous regions of the west. These were the citadels of the Philistines. The Rephaim of western Palestine, the Philistines. According to biblical tradition, the land of the Philistines comprised 5 fortified cities which dominated the surrounding lands as far as Beersheba and Debir. Their main cities of Ashdod, Ekron, Gath, Gaza, and Ashkelon had withstood all the efforts of the Israelites to dislodge them after the Exodus. These Philistines are called Anakim in Joshua 11. In Jeremiah 47, they are referred to as the remnants of the Anakim. Who then were these Philistines who are supposedly part of the Anakim? Genesis 10 states that the Philistines were descended from the Caphtorim or Cretans who settled in the coastal areas, displacing the native Avim. In fact, one curious reference in the book of Amos indicates that the deity brought the ancestors of the Philistines from Crete and settled them in Canaan just as he got the Israelites out of the land of Egypt. In this sense, they appear to be chosen people. These Cretans intermarried with the Rephaim, producing a race of fierce warriors who came to be known as Philistines to the Hebrews. Their territory overlapped with that of Amalekites in the south and Anakites in the west. The scriptures seem to confuse the names of these 3 groups of people during that era. The Philistines were also related, or at least allied, with the northern coastal cities later known as Phoenicia. This is indicated in Jeremiah 47, when he prophesies the fate of the Philistines. The day is coming to destroy all the Philistines, to cut off every helper that remains in Tyre and Sidon. For the Lord is destroying the Philistines, the remnant of the coastland of Caphtor. The Philistines occupied the western hill country as early as the time of Abraham. After Sodom and the other cities of the valley of Siddim were destroyed, Abraham and his family settled near Beersheba. To live here, they had to pay tribute and make a treaty with Abimelech, the king of the Philistines, who apparently controlled the area at that time. Abraham had to purchase land rights and obtain permission to live there. After the pact was sealed, Abimelech and Phicol, chief of his troops, left and returned to the Philistine country. This statement makes it clear that the Philistines did not live here, yet they controlled the land. It is also evident that the appearance of Abimelech's chief of troops meant that they had a large military force on hand to enforce their claims. The Amalekite-Hyksos equation. The Exodus is believed to have occurred in the mid-15th century BC, during the natural disasters that plagued the end of the Middle Kingdom in Egypt. It was a period of chaos that made it possible for Moses to lead a ragtag army of refugees to try to reach the land of Canaan. The complete collapse of government and military power in Egypt allowed the Amalekites to easily penetrate the land from their Negev position. In their attempts to enter the land of Canaan, the refugees under Moses ran into this irresistible force of professional warriors. They too were on the move, but in a westerly direction. A pitched battle at Rephidim and numerous skirmishes convinced Moses that they could not penetrate this formidable army. The Amalekites moved into the delta of Egypt and occupied it almost unopposed due to a disintegrating government and disorganized military. Upon leaving Egypt, the Israelites entered the wilderness of Shur and appeared to be headed for the land of Canaan by the most direct route. It was the 15th day of the second month after leaving Egypt that they camped at Rephidim. It is here that they ran into the main body of the Amalekite horde. Although Moses claimed it as a victory, it was a costly one, for they were hard-pressed and awfully close to defeat. The migrating force led by Moses was harassed continuously by the descendants of the Rephaim, as it is recounted in Deuteronomy 25. Remember what Amalek did to you on your journey, after you left Egypt, how, undeterred by fear of God, they surprised you on the march when you were famished and weary, and cut down all the stragglers in your rear. The ferocity of the attacks of the Amalekites closed the direct approach to Canaan at Rephidim, yet they were to be blocked once more before they decided to turn south and try a more indirect route into Palestine. It was then that a curse was placed on the Amalekites, as pronounced in Exodus 17. I will utterly blot out the memory of Amalek from under the heaven. The Lord will be at war with Amalek throughout the ages. The barbarity of the Amalek attacks is described in the works of the Haggadah. This battle apparently took place after the Amalekites had captured the cities of the delta of Egypt. Here they had obtained the archives where the Hebrews had lived, the names of their chiefs and the different families. Forced back into the desert, the Israelites spent 40 years before entering Canaan by the indirect route through the Transjordan. Settling among the Rephaim and their allies, the Hebrew tribes remained at the mercy of the Amalekites and their partners for 400 years, known as the time of the Judges. The Amalekites were not just a loose confederation of nomadic tribes, as suggested by most biblical commentators. Many biblical references dispute this view. The most significant are the following. At one time, Numbers 24, it was predicted of Israel that their kings shall rise above Agag. This statement clarifies that Agag, the last Amalekite king, was of such high stature that later kings of Israel would be measured against him. This would indeed not be said of just a tribal chief. Secondly, when this Agag was captured by Saul, he was referred to as Agag, the king of the Amalekites, 1 Samuel 15:8. This Agag was not only a person of high stature, but a king as well. If Agag was such a powerful king, then it follows that he must have led a great nation. A third reference reveals that Saul besieged and defeated the Amalekites at a place called the City of Amalek, 1 Samuel 15:5. Logically, such a powerful prince leading a great nation must have had a large city as his capital. This evidence does not describe a group of disorganized nomadic tribes. It shows that the Hebrew tribes were up against a mighty nation. The rule of the Hyksos kings in Egypt. The country that the Hyksos conquered was a helpless land, one devastated by natural calamity. After losing the pharaoh and his army, there was no resistance in Egypt, and the invaders moved into the delta area with no opposition. From there they spread south, conquering the cities and homes and placing puppet kings to rule the provinces. Although the Old Testament attributes the destruction of the Egyptian army to their pursuit of the fleeing Hebrews, it is more probable that it was destroyed attempting to stop the inflow of the Hyksos. Occupying the Nile Valley, the Hyksos built a fortress capital city at Avaris, traditionally placed in the delta, but more probably located in the Wadi el-Arish, the historical boundary between Egypt and Palestine. The Hyksos capital was strategically placed to defend the approaches to Egypt from the east, the direction of past invasions. In fact, since the Hyksos or Amalekites were spread throughout Palestine and Egypt, the Wadi el-Arish location was a natural one. It enabled them to control Palestine as well as Egypt. The Hyksos, or foreign kings, are not mentioned in the Old Testament by that name. Yet archaeologically, there is evidence of their occupation everywhere in Palestine and Syria, their uniquely designed fortress cities. This glacis-type defense occurs in the delta of Egypt, throughout the land of Canaan, and as far north as Anatolia. Indeed, the people known as Hyksos must have been known in the Old Testament by another name. Much of the information available on the Hyksos comes from Josephus, who quotes the Egyptian historian Manetho. There came men of ignoble birth out of the eastern parts, who had boldness enough to make an expedition into our country, and with ease subdued it by force, yet without hazarding a battle with them. So when they had gotten those that governed us under their power, they afterward burnt down our cities and demolished the temple of the gods. Josephus then relates how they appointed a king named Salatis, who made his capital in Memphis. He collected tribute from both the upper and lower regions of Egypt and left garrisons at strategic places that gave him control over the whole land. Josephus also states that, fearing an invasion from the east by the eastern kings, he founded the fortress city of Avaris to protect against this potential threat. Logically, it would be east of the delta, where it could defend the approaches to Egypt. The Hyksos are credited with introducing the war chariot to warfare, new swords, and the solid composite bow. With their superior weapons, they could impose their will on the Egyptians for 400 years, which equates with the judges in Palestine. Life in Palestine among the Amalekites. With certain native peoples as allies, the Amalekites controlled Canaan with an iron hand. The scriptures reveal that the Hebrew tribes had to settle and live among the Amalekites who inhabited and ruled the plains of Judah. In other areas, they often attacked and harassed the Hebrews, sometimes in conjunction with other people. According to the Book of Judges, they joined Moab against the Israelites to capture the city of Jericho. At another time, they fought battles with the Hebrews who lived in the valley of Jezreel. Since most of the cities of Canaan were in the hands of native people, the migrating Hebrews were forced to settle in the less desirable areas between the cities. Here they were vulnerable to periodic raids from all directions. Most of the tribes expressed frustration because the cities and lands which had been assigned by Joshua were still under the control of the native people. Thus, the tribe of Manasseh lived among the fortified cities of Beth-shean, Dor, Iblean, Megiddo, and Tanakh, which remained in Canaanite hands. The tribes of Ephraim, Zebulun, Asher, and Naphtali could not seize the cities in their assigned lands. Those of Gezer, Nahalal, Akko, Sidon, Helba, Rehob, and Beth-avath, for example. The 5 cities of the Philistines and the land of Lebanon from Mount Hermon to Hamath remained unconquered. Behind their impregnable fortifications, the Amalekites would bide their time and then periodically burst forth from their citadels and raid the land in their iron chariots. For over 400 years, the Amalekites and their allies ruled this way. the Hebrew tribes never knowing when the sons of the Rephaim would break out of their cities and attack the settlers. From their capital city at Avaris, they could explode into the Negev and devastate that area at will. Josephus describes the citadel of the Hyksos, which Salatis built east of the delta. It was a city he made very strong by the walls he built around it, and by a most numerous garrisons of 240,000 armed men. It has been somewhat puzzling to historians how the Hyksos Amalekites could have maintained control over the lands of Egypt and Palestine for such a long time. However, it can be easily explained by their military ability and their policy of keeping the people of the lands they occupied impoverished and weaponless. With their chariots, iron weapons, and composite bows, the Amalekites and Philistines were virtually unbeatable against an enemy who at best could muster Stone Age weapons. In the first battles of Saul and David against these formidable foes, the only weapons that were available to the Hebrews were clubs, stone slings, simple bow and arrow, and stone-tipped spears. It was not until much later that when they could capture and seize sufficient iron weapons, the tide turned and the Israelites began to drive the Amalekites from the land. It is a known fact that the 18th dynasty, which began in the era of the New Kingdom in Egypt, started with Ahmose and the expulsion of the Hyksos. It is also true that the first Hebrew king was Saul, who, with David, presided over the extinction of the Amalekites. Placing these monarchs in the same period, rather than hundreds of years apart, solves many chronological puzzles in Egyptian and biblical history. This alteration is necessary to understanding Middle Eastern history from the time of the deluge to the days of the Judean kings. The catastrophic event that resulted in the inundation of the earth was so devastating that it is remembered in all the world's cultures. The Judeo-Christian religion is probably unique, for it blames the sinful nature of man. In Genesis, the reason given for the deluge was the moral depravity of man. And God saw how corrupt the earth was, for all flesh had corrupted their ways on earth. In the Sumerian epics, it was brought on by the caprice of the gods. The Gilgamesh epic is silent on this point, and merely states that it was decided by the gods in council. A more detailed explanation is provided in the fragmentary Atrahasis epic, where mankind is blamed because he is noisy and deprives the gods of their rest. Enlil held a meeting. He said to the gods, his sons, "Because of their noise I am disturbed. Because of their tumult I cannot get any sleep." The inundation that engulfed the earth has been described in numerous sources. Probably the best known and most vivid description is contained in Genesis. All the fountains of the great deep burst forth, and the sluices of the sky broke open. The Sumerian account seems to support this description. In the Gilgamesh epic, the underworld footings collapsed, the dikes gave way, and a tempest swept the land. In the works of the pseudepigrapha, it was prophesied that the great storages of the waters of heaven will come down to earth. From these accounts, therefore, the dynamics of the catastrophe can be described as twofold. First, there was a heavy, sustained downpour that lasted for weeks, even months. And secondly, gigantic tidal waves generated by earthquakes swept the lands. In the works of the Haggadah, the cloud cover is given as the primary source of water. These ancient Hebrew legends refer to the deluge as a union of water from the firmament with water issuing from the earth. Therefore, the question arises, by itself, would the collapse of the vapor canopy provide enough rain to engulf the world's lands? It has been estimated that if the atmosphere were composed of pure moisture and suddenly condensed, it would amount to no more than 30 feet of water, certainly not enough in itself to inundate the earth. However, the oceans of the earth hold more than 200 million cubic miles of water. The sudden movement of this mass of water would be enough to drown about 3/4 of the present surface of the planet, and in some cases as deep as 30,000 feet. In addition to the cloud condensation, tidal movements would undoubtedly provide enough water to engulf even the largest continent. Many theories have been advanced to explain the event that triggered the catastrophe, from planetary near misses by the planets Mars or Venus to the shifting of the Antarctic ice mass. Rabbinical legends suggest it was a cosmic event that also caused changes in the positions of the stars. It states that 2 stars were removed from the constellation Pleiades, and these were replaced by 2 stars from the constellation of the Bear. The legends also suggest other changes among the celestial spheres during the year of the deluge, involving the Sun and the Moon, although these changes are not specified. Whatever the cause, it was significant enough to divide the history of humanity into 2 great periods. The antediluvian era is known as the time of the gods, the Golden Age in many mythologies. It is generally accepted that the end of the Ice Age had liberated vast quantities of water. This may also have contributed to the increased flooding of the Earth. The end of the Ice Age has been arbitrarily placed at various dates, generally around 10,000 BC. There is evidence, however, that it could have occurred as recently as 4000 BC. In his book Worlds in Collision, Velikovsky introduced evidence to show Niagara Falls was created at the end of the Ice Age, but maybe as little as 7,000 years ago. This was deduced by geologists studying the gradual wearing down of the rocks of the bed of the falls, creating a horseshoe-shaped contour. At the rate of the yearly erosion, and even allowing for an increased rate in earlier days, they suggested that Niagara Falls were created about 4000 to 5000 BC. Evidence from all over the world indicates that the antediluvian sea level was much lower than today. Lower sea levels would mean that the old coastlines would be different. If the continental shelf had been the original coastline of the continents, world seas would have been 150 to 200 feet lower than today. The continental shelf is of sedimentary origin, indicating that it had existed as the coastline for an exceptionally long time. The collapse of the cloud or vapor canopy would have supplied part of this water, perhaps as much as 30 feet. But the mechanism which caused the vapor canopy to collapse and brought on the deluge may have also ended the Ice Age or glacial period. The melting of the glacial ice and the cloud precipitation could have raised world sea levels to what they are today. The waters over the continental shelf of eastern North America vary in depth up to 600 feet, but most of this is about 200 feet deep. A drop in the sea level of 200 feet would expose most of the continental shelf. The same is true of the Persian Gulf, where a drop of 150 to 200 feet would uncover most of the land and leave a much smaller gulf, more like a large river in width. Thus, the original Sumerian cities built in the antediluvian era would presently be under the adjacent waters of the Gulf. In other words, the cities now being excavated in Mesopotamia were built on virgin soil and not on the ruins of previous cities. The date of the deluge as about 4000 BC. There have been many attempts to date the catastrophe known worldwide as the deluge, but so far none has proven to be generally acceptable. Since Sumer is considered the origin of Western civilization, archaeological evidence in the Mesopotamian plain would seem to present the best evidence in establishing the date of the deluge. The cities of ancient Sumer should provide an accurate and consistent record of the origin of these cities as found in the layers of silt laid down by the Great Flood. But these silt layers are not consistent. Near the ancient city of Ur, archaeologists have dug down and found a layer of 8 to 11 feet of clean silt between settlements. At Shuruppak, a 2-foot layer was found, but for a later period. The strata of clean clay at Uruk was found to be 5 feet deep, but again for a later period. It is evident that if these several strata are flood deposits, they still do not represent one and the same inundation, since they occur at different points in the stratigraphic sequence. Therefore, it would seem that the common stratum of virgin soil would have to be located deeper. The first cities of Sumer inhabited after the deluge were Eridu, Uruk, and Nippur. Therefore, evidence of the first settlement should be found at these sites. Eridu was considered by the Sumerians to be the oldest city in the world, and for this reason, was probably the city that gave Earth its name. Its historicity is due to its being Enki's headquarters, from where he conducted all operations to establish a civilization. Since it was the first city rebuilt after the deluge, excavations here should provide evidence of the age of the Sumerian civilization. Archaeologists digging at this site came upon a temple dedicated to Enki, which appeared to have been rebuilt many times. Digging deeper into the strata, excavators came upon a cross-section of the beginnings of Mesopotamian civilization. At a stratum equivalent to 2500 BC, archaeologists found the rebuilt ruins of Enki's temple, which was equal to 3000 BC. Digging further, they came upon the foundations of the first temple dedicated to Enki. It rested on virgin soil. Nothing had been built here before. Time had been rolled back to 3800 BC. It is then that civilization began in Sumer. The date of the deluge would then logically be sometime just before this date, or about 4000 BC. The origin of Sumerian culture at about this time has been confirmed by artifacts found at Uruk. The earliest known text found in Mesopotamia was at the ruins of Uruk and is dated to be about 3500 BC. It is an undecipherable tablet with small pictures, or pictographs, which preceded cuneiform writing. Allowing for several hundred years for the plain to drain and the land to recover to rebuild the cities, it also postulates a date of about 4000 BC for the deluge. The deluge is remembered worldwide as a catastrophe that wiped out civilization and started a new era for humanity. Many cultures date their beginnings from this time. The Jewish calendar counts time from an enigmatic beginning in 3671 BC, or the years that have passed since the counting of years began. It is generally accepted that the first Egyptian dynasty began about the middle of the 4th millennium BC, after a chaotic period of 350 years, which separates the human kings from the semi-divine kings of the Archaic period. Elsewhere, the 4th millennium is also marked as the beginning date from which time is reckoned, as for example in Mesoamerica, where the Olmec calendar begins in the year 3373 BC. Scholars agree that the key to establishing the time of events in biblical times hinges on fixing the time of the Exodus. Many dates have been proposed, but they either contradict explicit statements in the Old Testament or do not fit in with the knowledge of the Egyptian dynasties of the period. Basically, the problem is correlating the Exodus with current and subsequent events in Egypt. Only a few so-called absolute dates exist for Mesopotamia and Egypt, and when these are examined closely, they are not that absolute. The main anchor for Egyptian chronology is based on Sirius's rising during the reign of Sesostris III of the 12th dynasty. This astronomical event is identified as 1872 BC, and from this date predecessors and successors were given absolute chronological identifications. Anyone writing on the ancient Middle East is like a mountain climber tethered to a whole line of climbers at the head of which he hopes someone with his pick firmly anchored in rock. Unfortunately, the fixed points provided even by astronomy are not all that firm, and from time to time, whole chains of carefully calculated data slither down into oblivion. On the other hand, if the Bible-derived dates are used to erect a chronology from Abraham to Judean kings, a period of about 1,000 years, there arises the problem. Nowhere in this millennium do events coincide with traditional Egyptian chronology. It is as if the two civilizations lived side by side without any contact. Obviously, something is amiss in this scheme of things. However, it can be shown that dates derived from explicit information in the Old Testament indicate that the early Judean kings existed simultaneously with the 18th dynasty, and that the Exodus coincided with the fall of the Middle Kingdom in Egypt. Scriptural evidence places Moses and the Exodus in the middle of the 15th century BC. Other biblical events occurring before and after the Exodus show the correctness of this date. A mid-15th century date provides a valuable benchmark to establish the time of events in the days of Abraham, which relate to the destruction of Sodom and Gomorrah and the other cities of the Siddim Plain. It also correlates to the Hyksos expulsion from Egypt, the supporting role of Saul and David, and the identification of the Queen of Sheba as Queen Hatshepsut. The chronology of these biblical incidents can be corroborated by both Egyptian and Mesopotamian data. The date of the Exodus and other events. To establish the date of the Exodus, we must refer to the pertinent biblical references. In 1 Kings 6, it is stated that the Exodus took place 480 years before the 4th year of Solomon's reign, when he began to build the temple. This year would be 967 BC, considering he ruled from 971 to 931 BC. The chronology may oscillate a few years due to the uncertainty of the end of Solomon's reign and the division of the kingdom. We have chosen a middle date. If the temple was built in 967 BC, we arrive at 1447 BC as the Exodus date, 967 plus 480 years. Since the sojourn in Egypt lasted 430 years, according to Exodus 12, this would place the entrance of Jacob into Egypt in the year 1877, or 1447 plus 430 years. An analysis of the information in Genesis suggests that the patriarchs were in Canaan for 215 years before entering Egypt. This figure is derived as follows. Abraham entered Canaan at age 75. Isaac was born to him at age 100. Isaac was 60 at Jacob's birth. Jacob was 130 when he stood before the Pharaoh. Thus, 215 years, 25 plus 60 plus 130 equals 215, elapsed from Abraham's entrance into Canaan and Jacob's into Egypt. Adding the 215 years to 1877 BC, we thus arrive at the date of 2092 BC, at the time Abraham and Lot left Haran for the land of Canaan. The establishment of the reigns of the kings of Judah is also critical to any attempt to synchronize Israelite and Egyptian chronology. Saul is believed to have ruled from 1021 to 1011 BC. David from 1011 to 971 BC, Solomon from 971 to 931 BC. This provides us with a timescale for over 1200 years, which encompasses the birth of Abraham and Solomon's death. A 15th century date also fits in well with information found in the Book of Judges. Evidence from the period of the Judges. An earlier or later date for the Exodus would contradict information in Judges. For example, one of the later judges was called Jephthah, who had to deal with a powerful Ammonite king. The king wanted the land of his ancestors returned to him. He warns, "Return them now peaceably, and I will go." Jephthah then describes the route they took in the Exodus and how Sihon would not let them pass through his territory and attacked them. Thus, the Israelites captured the territory of the Amorites from Arnon to Jabbok, and he added, "While Israelites inhabited Heshbon and its dependencies, the Aroer and its dependencies, and all the cities on the banks of the Arnon for 300 years, why did you not liberate them within that time?" Since Jephthah lived about 1100 BC, the event of the invasion of the Israelites must have been about 1400 BC. That is, 1100 plus 300 years. The attack of Transjordan occurred after the period of wandering, or 40 years from their departure from Egypt. When totaled, the figure is in agreement with the proposed date of 1447 BC. The Book of Judges also provides the reign of various judges between the death of Joshua and Saul's rise. When the Israelites were led by various judges, this period also adds up to about 400 years. In Judges 3 through 12, the reign of each judge and intervening lawless periods, starting with Othniel and ending with the rule of the Philistines, is given as 350 years. Adding 350 to the inauguration of Saul's reign, we have 1021 BC plus 350 years, or 1371 BC. An additional 35 or 40 years must be added for the period of rule under Joshua, providing a date span of 1406 to 1411 BC as the year of the Israelite occupation. There are over 600 global flood myths collected from every continent. There are many, many flood myths from around the globe. The earliest extant flood legend is contained in the fragmentary Sumerian Eridu Genesis, datable by its script to the 17th century BCE. In the Babylonian Epic of Gilgamesh, there are references to the Great Flood. The best-known version of the Jewish deluge legend is in the Book of Genesis, Genesis 6 to 9. Two non-canonical books, the Enoch and the Jubilees, both later than Genesis, contain elaborations on the Genesis story. The apocryphal 2nd century BCE First Book of Enoch adds to the Genesis flood story by saying that God sent the great flood to rid the earth of the Nephilim, the titanic children of the Grigori, the sons of God mentioned in Genesis, and of human females. The Quran tells a similar story to the Judeo-Christian Genesis flood story, the significant differences being only Noah and a few believers enter the ark. Noah's son, one of 4, and his wife refuse to enter the ark, thinking they will manage the flood by themselves. The Quranic ark comes to rest on Mount Judi, traditionally identified with a mountain near Mosul in modern Iraq. The name appears to derive from the local name of the Kurdish people, although this is not certain. There are many sources of flood legends in ancient Chinese literature. Some appear to refer to a worldwide deluge, but most versions record only a regional flood. Shu Jing, or Book of History, probably written around 500 BCE or earlier, states in the opening chapters that Emperor Yao is facing the problem of floodwaters that reach to the heavens. This is the backdrop for the intervention of the famous Da Yu, who succeeded in controlling the floods. He went on to found the first Chinese dynasty. Shanhai Jing, classic of the mountain and seas, ends with the Chinese ruler Da Yu spending 10 years trying to control a deluge whose floodwaters overflowed heaven. Many Chinese folk legends contain references to a woman named Nuwa. Nuwa repairs the broken heavens after a great flood or calamity and repopulates the world. The ancient Chinese civilization concentrated at the bank of the Yellow River, near the present-day Xi'an, also believed that the severe flooding along the riverbank was caused by dragons, representing gods, being angered by the people's mistakes. In Indian mythology, according to the Matsya Purana and Shatapatha Brahmana, Manu was washing his hands in a river when a little fish swam into his hands and begged him to save its life. He put it in a jar, which it soon outgrew. He successively moved it to a tank, a river, and then the ocean. The fish then warned him that a deluge would occur in a week that would destroy all life. Manu therefore built a boat that the fish towed to a mountaintop. Thus he survived, along with some seeds of life, to re-establish life on Earth. In legends of the aboriginal tribes inhabiting the Andaman Islands, people became remiss of the commands given to them at the creation. Puluga, the god-creator, ceased to visit them, and then, without further warning, sent a devastating flood. Only 4 people survived this flood: 2 men, Loralola and Poelola, and 2 women, Kalola and Rimalola. When they landed, they found they had lost their fire, and all living things had perished. Puluga then recreated the animals and plants, but does not seem to have given any further instructions. In Batak traditions, the earth rests on a giant snake, Naga Padoha. One day, the snake tired of its burden and shook the earth off into the sea. However, the god Batara Guru saved his daughter by sending a mountain into the sea, and the entire human race descended from her. According to the Australian Aborigines, in the Dreamtime, a colossal frog drank all the world's water, and drought swept across the land. The only way to finish the drought was to make the frog laugh. Animals from all over Australia gathered together, and one by one attempted to make the frog laugh. When finally the eel succeeded, the frog opened his sleepy eyes, his big body quivered, his face relaxed, and at last he burst into a laugh that sounded like rolling thunder. The water poured from his mouth. It filled the deepest rivers and covered the land. Only the highest mountain peaks were visible, like islands in the sea. Many men and animals perished. The pelican went from island to island in a great canoe, rescuing other pelicans. Since that time, pelicans have become symbols of the Great Flood. Some versions of the Maori story of Tauhaki contain episodes where the hero causes a flood to destroy the village of his two jealous brothers-in-law. A comment in Gray's Polynesian mythology may have given the Maori something they did not have before, as A.W. Reid put it. In Polynesian mythology, Gray said that when Tauhaki's ancestors released the floods of heaven, the earth was overwhelmed, and all human beings perished, thus providing the Maori with his own version of the universal flood. Christian influence has led to the appearance of genealogies where Tauhaki's grandfather, Hema, is reinterpreted as Shem, son of Noah, of the biblical deluge. According to the Temuan legend, one of the 18 indigenous tribes of Malaysia, the storm of punishment is sent by the gods for the people's sin. Only 2 of the Temuan tribes, Mamak and Inak Bungsuk, survived the flood by climbing the Eaglewood tree at Royal Mountain, which became the ancestral home of the Temuan tribe. Greek mythology knows 3 floods: the flood of Ogyges, the flood of Deucalion, and the flood of Dardanus, 2 of which ended 2 ages of man. The Ogygian deluge ended the Silver Age. The flood of Deucalion ended the First Bronze Age, and the Ogygian flood occurred in the time of Ogyges, a mythical king of Attica. In many traditions, the Ogygian flood covered the whole world, and was so devastating that Attica remained without kings until the reign of Cecrops. In his Laws, Book 3, Plato estimates that this flood occurred 10,000 years before his time. Also in Timaeus and Critias, he describes the great deluge of all happening 9,000 years before the time of Solon, during the 10th millennium BCE. In addition, the texts report that many great deluges have taken place during the 9,000 years since Athens and Atlantis were preeminent. The flood theory in the Aegean basin proposes that a great flood occurred at the end of the late Pleistocene or the beginning of the Holocene. The Holocene is a geological period that began approximately 11,550 calendar years BP, or about 9,600 BCE, and continues to the present. This flood would coincide with the end of the last ice age, estimated at approximately 10,000 years ago, when the sea level rose as much as 130 meters, particularly during Meltwater Pulse 1A, when sea level rose by about 25 meters in some parts of the Northern Hemisphere over less than 500 years. The Peloponnese was connected to the mainland, and the Corinthian Gulf was not formed. Islands around Attica, such as Aegina, Salamis, and Euboea, were part of the mainland. The Cyclades formed an enormous island known as Aegis, while the Bosporus and Hellespont were not developed yet. These geological findings support the hypothesis that the Ogygian deluge may well be based on an actual event. In Norse mythology, there are 2 separate deluges. According to Prose Edda, the first occurred at the dawn of time before the world was formed. Ymir, the first giant, was killed by the god Odin and his brothers Vili and Ve, and when he fell, so much blood flowed from his wounds that it drowned almost the entire race of giants except the frost giant Bergelmir and his wife. They escaped in a ship and survived, becoming the progenitors of a new race of giants. Ymir's body was then used to form the earth, while his blood became the sea. In the Norse mythological time cycle, the second is destined to occur in the future, during the final battle between the gods and giants known as Ragnarok. According to the apocryphal history of Ireland, Lebor Gabala Eren, the first inhabitants of Ireland, led by Noah's granddaughter Kesair, were all except one wiped out by a flood 40 days after reaching the island. Later, after Partholon's and Nemed's people reached the island, another flood rose and killed all but 30 of the inhabitants scattered across the world. As it was Christian monks who first wrote the story down, it had previously been oral tradition, references to the biblical Noah were likely inserted into the account in an attempt to Christianize it. In the Kalevala rune entitled Hava, Wainamoinen attempts a heroic feat that results in a gushing wound, the blood from which covers the entire earth. This deluge is not emphasized in the Kalevala version redacted by Elias Lernerud, but the global quality of the flood is evident in original variants of the rune. In Aztec legends, when the Sun Age came, there had passed 400 years. Then came 200 years, then 76. Then all humanity was lost and drowned, and turned to fishes. The water and the sky drew near each other. In a single day all was lost, and flour consumed all that there was of our flesh. The mountains were swallowed up in flood, and the waters remained, lying tranquil during 52 springs. But before the flood began, Titlacahuan had warned the man Nota and his wife Nena, saying, "Make no more pulque, but hollow a great cypress, into which you shall enter the month Tzotzli. The waters shall remain near the sky." They entered, and when Titlacahuan had shut them in, he said to the man, "Thou shalt eat but a single ear of maize, and thy wife but one also." And when they had each eaten 1 ear of maize, they prepared to go forth, for the water was tranquil. In Caddo mythology, 4 monsters grew in size and power until they touched the sky. At that time, a man heard a voice telling him to plant a hollow reed. He did so, and the reed grew very big very quickly. The man entered the reed with his wife and pairs of all good animals. Waters rose and covered everything but the top of the reed and the heads of the monsters. A turtle then killed the monsters by digging under them and uprooting them. The waters subsided, and winds dried the earth. In Hopi mythology, the people moved away from Sotuknang the creator repeatedly. He destroyed the world by fire and then by cold, and recreated it both times for the people who still followed creation's laws and who had survived by hiding underground. People became corrupt and warlike a third time. As a result, Sotuknang guided the people to Spider-Woman, and she cut down giant reeds and sheltered the people in the hollow stems. Sotuknang then caused a great flood, and the people floated atop the water in their reeds. The reeds came to rest on a small island, and the people emerged with as much food as they started with. The people traveled on in their canoes, guided by their inner wisdom. They traveled to the northeast, passing progressively larger islands until they went to the Fourth World. When they reached the Fourth World, the islands sank into the ocean. In Inca mythology, Viracocha destroyed the giants with a great flood, and 2 people repopulated the earth. Uniquely, they survived in sealed caves. In Maya mythology, from the Popol Vuh Part 1, Chapter 3, Huracan was a wind and storm god who caused the great flood after the first humans angered the gods. He supposedly lived in the windy mists above the floodwaters and spoke the word earth until land came up again from the seas. In Mapuche mythology, the legend of Trentrenvilu and Kaikaivilu says that a battle between 2 mythical serpents provoked a great flood, and subsequently created the Mapuche world as we know it today. In Menomine mythology, Manabus the trickster, fired by his lust for revenge, shot 2 underground gods when the gods were at play. When they all dived into the water, a vast flood arose. The water rose up. It knew very well where Manabus had gone. He runs, But the water coming from Lake Michigan chases him faster and faster, even as he runs up a mountain and climbs to the top of the lofty pine at its peak. 4 times he begs the tree to grow just a little more, and 4 times it obliges until it can grow no more. But the water keeps climbing up, up, right to his chin, and there it stopped. There was nothing but water stretching out to the horizon. And then Manabus, helped by diving animals, and especially the bravest of all, the muskrat, creates the world as we know it today. In Mi'kmaq mythology, evil and wickedness among men cause them to destroy each other. This causes great sorrow to the creator sun god, who weeps tears that become rains. The people attempt to survive by traveling in bark canoes, but only a single old man and woman survive to populate the earth. The people of Raiatea tell of 2 friends, Te Aroa and Rou, who went fishing and accidentally woke the ocean god Ruahatu with their fishhooks. Angered, he vowed to sink Raiatea below the sea. Te Aroa and Rou begged for forgiveness, and Ruahatu warned them that they could escape only by bringing their families to the islet of Tuamarama. These set sail, and during the night the island slipped under the ocean, only to rise again the following day. Nothing survived except for these families, who erected sacred temples dedicated to the god Ruahatu. There are so many flood myths we cannot list them all. Civilizations that we are told had no contact with each other all tell a similar story. Isn't it time we started taking these stories more seriously? Since the Anunnaki were an advanced civilization able to traverse the vastness of space to reach this planet, colonize it, and exploit its resources, there must surely be some evidence in the religious and secular literature that refers to their skyborne vehicles. The apparent allusion which comes to mind is the fiery chariot of Ezekiel. It is described several times in the book of Ezekiel so graphically it cannot be dismissed as an aberration of the text, or even a hallucination of the prophet. Ezekiel is not an exception, for these aerial machines appear throughout the scriptures, although they are usually interpreted in religious and mystical terms. It is indicative of the mindset of these translators that they refuse to recognize them for what they are. In Ezekiel's case, it is called a fiery chariot, as if somehow this term is more acceptable, perhaps because it has mythological connotations, and is the most innocuous way of dismissing a troublesome reference. Nowhere have biblical scholars translated or referred to the various appearances of these unusual vehicles as aircraft, airships, or even spaceships. Along this vein, it is interesting to note that the landlocked Hebrews referred to the airships as chariots, while the sea-going Egyptians called them boats of heaven. What is not commonly perceived is that there are numerous references to airborne craft in the scriptures. Still, their appearances have been masked through theological interpretation and, in many cases, just plain incorrect translations. There are various names used for these vehicles, and we shall try to identify them and separate them by function. The god's space capsule or private housing is either a Shekinah or Kabod in the scriptures. In the books of Exodus and Ezekiel, the craft is known as Kabod, while in the Pseudepigrapha and Haggadah it is called Shekinah. The terms seem to be interchangeable, since both rest on a larger vehicle or booster platform called cherubim. This cone-shaped command capsule is the Bethel of the Hebrews, the Betil of the Canaanites and Phoenicians, the Ben-Ben of the Egyptians. The Greeks knew it as Omphalos. As we shall see, the vehicle of the ancients was also the source of the Egyptian legend of the phoenix bird that rose in fire out of its own ashes. The heavenly abode. There are many indications in the scriptures, particularly in the Hebrew book of Enoch, that the so-called heavenly abode was organized as a large city in space, or more significantly, as an orbiting ship. This book describes the trip of the prophet Ishmael to the heavenly abode, where he meets the patriarch Enoch, who proceeds to give him a guided tour of the ship. There are 7 heavens, or decks, to the spaceship. Each deck has 7 palaces arranged in concentric circles, with guards stationed at the entrances of each room. The center of the ship was called the Arabot and was the residence of the chief deity. It is here that the Shekinah, or dwelling of the god, is located. It sits on a platform called cherubim. Various functions are assigned to managers called princes, who appear to be chiefs of various operational activities associated with the aircraft. The Kedusa. When the Shekinah leaves, the personnel of the heavenly abode participate in a ceremony called the Kedusa. In the Hebrew book of Enoch, there is a cosmic commotion at the singing of the Kedusa. It sounds very much like the countdown and frantic activity accompanying the launch of a rocket vehicle. It is said that all the pillars of the heavens shook, and the gates of heaven's palaces quiver. Before this intense activity begins, brilliant starry crowns are put on the heads of the angels and princes. These are protective devices, or headgear for protection against the blast-off's deafening noise and brilliant glare. The participants are warned that an accident or tragedy can happen when the proper procedure is not followed. They are told that when they do not follow the proper form of the Kedusa, the devouring fire goes out from little fingers of the holy ones and destroys the ministering angels. They are warned that the exhaust of the rocket can be dangerous, for as the Shekinah moves, a fire precedes him as he goes devouring all those around him. There is an interesting reference in the Haggadah that describes where the Shekinah went on one of its trips. The Shekinah is credited with dropping out of the sky and blasting these cities in the section that describes Sodom and Gomorrah's destruction. This source describes how the Shekinah of the Lord had descended to work the destruction of these cities. Josephus, in his Antiquities of the Jews, seems to support this. In his description of the destruction of these cities, he states that God cast a thunderbolt upon the city and set it on fire, suggesting that the craft destroyed the cities with some sort of beam weapon. The composite spacecraft. Throughout the Old Testament, the vehicle of the deity is called a kabod, which is, as we shall see, another name for the Shekinah, the term used for the fiery chariot of Ezekiel. When Ezekiel stood beside the Chebar Canal near Nippur one summer day, a tempestuous wind bore toward him an incandescent cloud. As the cloud neared, 4 glowing creatures became visible in the lower part, like humans in their erect posture, with legs and hands, but unlike them in having 4 faces and 4 wings. The creatures were arranged in a square and were not connected at their wingtips to each other. Amidst them was a flashing torch-like apparition. The prophet noted that below and alongside each creature was a highly complex wheel that moved in unison with them. Above their heads was a dazzling ice-like expanse. As they neared, he grew aware of the terrific noise made by the wings in motion. Then, as the wings slackened and the apparition came to a halt, the prophet heard a sound from above. He saw a sapphire throne standing upon the expanse, upon which a brilliant figure sat, all bright and fiery, and encased in a rainbow-like radiance. Ezekiel realized he had seen the kabod of the Lord. A remarkable analysis of the technical details furnished by the Book of Ezekiel was made by Joseph F. Blumrich in his book, The Spaceships of Ezekiel, wherein the NASA engineer graphically describes the composite vehicle as a cone-like capsule that sat on a booster platform. He suggests that this platform was composed of 4 rocket units, with each unit having retractable rotor blades and retractable arms. The appearance of the spacecraft at the Chebar Canal in Nippur is also significant, since Nippur was the space control center before the deluge. The second appearance of the chariot to Ezekiel was at Jerusalem, and the consistency in the details concerning both appearances appears to rule out the possibility of any transcription errors. At Jerusalem, Ezekiel is told to get up and go out to the plain, and there I shall speak to you. So I got up and went out to the plain, and there was the kabod of the Lord waiting, like the kabod I saw by the Chebar Canal. Ezekiel then describes how the kabod rose from its platform and flew over the city, then returned to the landing platform of cherubim. The kabod of the Lord went forth off the threshold of the house and halted upon the cherubim. The cherubim raised their wings and rose off the ground. I watched them depart, the kabod of the Lord above and upon them. The kabod also appears numerous times to Moses and the Israelites during the time of the Exodus. For example, when they left the area of the Red Sea and were journeying into the Sinai wilderness, the people were grumbling and dissatisfied. According to Exodus 16, Moses and Aaron tried to appease them with the news that they would soon see the kabod of the Lord. By evening you shall know that it was the Lord who brought you out from the land of Egypt, and in the morning you shall behold the kabod of the Lord. Then, as Aaron spoke, the people turned toward the wilderness, and there in a cloud appeared the kabod of the Lord. While the term kabod seems to have no antecedents and has not been identified semantically, the word Shekinah means literally a physical dwelling or resting place. Despite this Semitic meaning, it has been translated as glory in the scriptures and given a mystical interpretation to mean a spiritual presence rather than a physical one. In fact, complete Kabbalistic literature has arisen over this spiritual meaning. The scriptures and the pseudepigrapha do not support this meaning. However, for everywhere it is mentioned, it is described clearly as a physical dwelling or personal vehicle used by the deity. Both the kabod and Shekinah rest on a booster platform called cherubim. Cherubim is another interesting word that has received theological interpretations. The origins or roots of the word are unknown. Customarily, it is translated as a group of winged celestial beings or a special kind of angel. A source in the Encyclopedia Judaica has suggested that the Hebrew word cherub or keruv could be a metathesis or inversion of the letters for chariot or rekuv. This makes much sense, and this view is supported by the scriptures. The word cherub is sometimes equated to an aerial chariot in the scriptures, as in the second book of Samuel. It is also repeated in Psalm 18. He bowed the heavens and came down. Thick darkness was under his feet. He rode on a cherub and he flew. He came swiftly upon the wings of the wind. According to the medieval philosopher Saadia Gaon of the 1st century AD, probably the most outstanding scholar of Babylonian Jewry, the Shekinah is identical to the Kavod Hashem, a phrase usually translated in religious terms as majesty of his name. In modern times, Kavod Hashem would mean the chariot of the Shem. As we shall see, this term also has spacecraft connotations, for it is none other than the main rocket booster. The Shem of the Hebrews and Shumu of the Sumerians. Generations of scholars and translators have sought to reference Shem in Genesis 11 only to give it an allegorical meaning, for humanity wished to make a name or reputation for himself by building a tower to the sky. The biblical tale of the Tower of Babel related in Genesis deals with events that followed the repopulation of the earth after the deluge. This was when people journeyed to the east and found a plain in the land of Shinar and settled there. The land of Shinar, of course, is the land of Sumer, and the plain is the one between the two rivers of Mesopotamia. According to Genesis, the people said, "Let us build a city and a tower whose top shall reach the heavens, and let us make us a name, Shem, lest we be scattered upon the face of the earth." However, this project did not sit well with the deity, and he immediately came down to investigate. And the Lord came down to see the city and the tower which the children of Adam had erected. And he said, "Behold, all are as one people and one language, and this is just the beginning of their undertakings. Now, anything which they shall scheme to do shall no longer be impossible for them." The deity then decided to take action and informed some colleagues who were not identified. "Come, let us go down there and confound their language, so that they may not understand each other's speech." And the Lord scattered them from there upon the face of the whole earth. And they ceased to build the city, therefore was its name called Babel, for there did the Lord mingle the earth's tongue. This chapter in Genesis raises more questions than it answers. Why did the ancient residents of Babylon exert themselves to make a name? And why was this name to be placed upon a tower or ziggurat whose top would reach the heavens? It is puzzling why making a name or reputation could counteract the effects of humanity being scattered worldwide. Also, why the Lord was so upset over raising this name that such a feat would afterward make anything possible for man. Obviously, something has been left out of the text. The answers to these questions become apparent when one reads rocket ship instead of name for the Hebrew or Semitic word Shem. The story thus deals with humanity trying to build a tower and erect a rocket ship that could fly over the people and land like gods, and reach the orbiting spaceship to meet the gods and perchance achieve immortality. This could not be tolerated by the gods. The Hebrew word Shem is derived from the Akkadian Semitic term Shumu, which is, curiously enough, in Gilgamesh epic in a case that seems to parallel that of the Tower of Babel. As the king of the city of Uruk, Gilgamesh was sad and depressed over the thought of dying. He then decided to seek immortality, and he set his sights on reaching the land of the living, or the cedar land of Lebanon. Gilgamesh confided in his companion Enkidu that he planned to enter the cedar land to set up his Shumu. In the place where Shumus have been raised, I would raise my Shumu. Enkidu informed him that this land was under the sovereignty of Utu, that he must seek his permission, which Gilgamesh proceeded to do. Utu, or Shamash, was the chief of the cedar land. It becomes clear that to translate Shumu as a name or reputation makes little sense. Like in Genesis, man would imitate the gods and erect a rocket ship to reach them, since they held all the secrets, especially those of long life. A similar use of the word Shumu is seen in the tale of Adapa. After he is summoned to heaven by God, An, the god wants to know who provided a Shumu for him to reach the heavenly abode, or orbiting spaceship. The use of the word Shumu here clearly means a shuttle that took him from the earth to the heavens. Apparently, the Shem was the main booster that carried the Shekinah or Kabod, the command capsule, when it was necessary to leave the earth for the orbiting spaceship. The personal space capsule or command module apparently had its own propulsion system, for it could rise from the booster platform or cherubim and move freely about for short distances, as illustrated in the incident of Ezekiel's chariot at Jerusalem. This command capsule was the personal dwelling of the ancient gods. Its design and conformation came to represent the home of the gods throughout the Middle East, Mesopotamia, the Levant, Egypt, and Greece. The dwelling of the gods. The victory stele erected by Naram-Sin of the Akkad dynasty of the mid-23rd century BC represents his victory over a local people. It depicts Naram-Sin wearing the horned headdress of a god and trotting triumphantly over a prostrate enemy. He faces a sizable conical object which is dominated by the star symbol of Shamash. Naram-Sin had invaded a mountainous land in one of his wars of conquest. In an inscription, he boasts of destroying the cities of this mountainous land. As we shall see, this land was Lebanon, and the conical object signified the facilities at Baalbek. This conical object was considered the god's dwelling place and became the object of reverence throughout the Middle East. Called Betil by the Semitic peoples, a corruption of Bethel, meaning the house of the god, it appears in various forms. On a coin from Byblos, the Phoenician seaport, the cone-shaped object is set up in a sacred enclosure for veneration. A similar object was sacred to people all over the Middle East as the residence of the local god. To find the origins of the word Betil, we must look to the story of the phoenix. This legendary bird arose from the sunstone in flames. This fabled bird, which arose from its own ashes and thus became a symbol of regeneration, first became known to Western culture through the travels of Herodotus when that famous Greek historian visited Egypt about 455 BC. At the ancient religious center of Anu, known to the Greeks as Heliopolis, Herodotus was told of a sacred bird from the east. The bird came bearing its father embalmed in a ball of myrrh and buried him in the Temple of the Sun at the city of Anu. The Egyptians called it the Bennu bird, but it is better known by its Greek name of phoenix. Additional details of the phoenix were supplied by the Roman writers Tacitus, Pliny, and Ovid. They also visited Egypt and reported further that the phoenix built its nest on the sunstone at the temple, where it perished in flames. It then rose out of the ashes to leave Egypt and not return for 500 years. Herodotus was told that the bird resembled an eagle in size and shape, with golden and red plumage. As far back as the 25th century BC, early Egyptian depictions show the Bennu bird as a magpie. In later dynasties, it appears as a heron with 2 long feathers growing from the back of its head. As we all know, legends are built around a kernel of truth that eventually becomes distorted with time. In some instances, however, like that of the phoenix bird, good ancient sources enable us to trace its origin back to prehistoric times and discover the core of truth that precipitated the legend. The first available Egyptian reference to the Bennu bird is from the times of the Old Kingdom, when it is first noted inscribed on the walls of the burial chamber of the Pyramid of Unas, the last king of the 5th dynasty, circa 2400 BC. Called the Pyramid Texts, these carved inscriptions are a collection of spells and directions that gave the dead king all the information he needed to journey to the afterlife. Most authorities agree that the Pyramid Texts reflect the belief in a stellar cult that would require the deceased king to journey to the stars. Often he is pictured astride a serpent heading for a star constellation. His journey is an imitation of the sun god himself, who was said to traverse the sky in his boat of heaven. An inscription found on the walls of the burial chamber of this king describes the sun god as rising from the sunstone or benstone. It states, "O Atum, the creator, you became high in the sky. You rose up from the Benben stone in the temple of the Bennu in the city of Anu." At this time, the 25th century BC, also known as Atum Ra, Atum had become the dominant sun god and had supplemented Ra, who had dominated the pantheon in the early days of Egypt. The so-called pyramid texts were later adopted by the commoners and painted on their wooden coffins. They thus came to be called the coffin texts, and eventually they were transcribed to papyrus, becoming known as the Book of the Dead. Collectively, the 3 sets of texts are usually referred to as the Book of the Dead. You might say that it was their equivalent of a do-it-yourself manual on reaching the gods in heaven, and thereby achieving immortality. The Sun Temple and the Sacred Stone. The phoenix bird has since its beginning been associated with the practice of sun worship in Egypt. The coloring of the phoenix, its miraculous birth, and its connection with fire are symbolic of the sun itself. These characteristics, however, lend themselves to a more exciting explanation, as we shall see. The inner sanctum of the Sun Temple at the city of Anu was the most sacred of all places. It was the home of the sunstone, which the Egyptians called the Benben. Mounted on a truncated pyramid, the Benben was a square stone platform upon which was set a pyramid-shaped stone or pyramidion, giving the appearance of the stubby obelisk. It was on this stone that the phoenix or Bennu bird alighted. As far back as prehistoric times, the sunstone was revered as the dwelling of the sun god. The king buried inside the pyramid was believed to be under the direct protection of the god himself. This pyramidion, which was used as the capstone on obelisks and pyramids, became the most sacred fetish of the Egyptians. The strange feature of the phoenix legend is that it originated elsewhere and was assimilated into Egyptian sun worship by the priests of Anu at Heliopolis. The tales make it clear that the phoenix bird came from the direction of the east. Some say Arabia, others Assyria, and that it flies to the sunstone in Egypt to repeat its flaming performance. Since the Egyptians were very parochial in their view of the world, the land of Arabia could very well be any place east of the Delta region. The Middle East home of the phoenix. In Palestine, Syria, and Lebanon, the sunstone was also revered as the dwelling of the sun god. It was not only pictured as a stubby obelisk, but quite often as an upright conical stone. At Byblos, the oldest of the Phoenician cities, which dates to at least 3500 BC, the Egyptian gods were worshipped side by side with those of the Canaanite pantheon. Some of these sanctuaries contained a sacred chapel, An example is shown on a coin from Byblos of the Roman Emperor Macronus, AD 217, which evidently represents a shrine many centuries old. It shows a sacred enclosure containing a conical-shaped dwelling of the sun god. The sunstone was called a Betil or Betil by the Semitic peoples, and its functions are like the pyramid-shaped stone found in Egypt. Betil is a Semitic version of the Hebrew term Bethel, meaning the dwelling or abode of God. In Palestine, the worship of the sunstone or Betil goes as far back as the 8th millennium BC. Digging in the ancient ruins of Jericho, archaeologists found at its lowest level, carbon dated to Neolithic times of about 7000 BC, a temple where at its center an oval stone stood upright on a stone pedestal. These Betil stones were found all over the lands of Palestine and Syria. At Beth Shean, an altar and Betil were found and dated to the mid-14th century BC. Most of these pagan shrines were destroyed by the Hebrews after the division of the Kingdom of Solomon. However, many still remain in more isolated areas, such as southeast Palestine near Arabia, in the land of the Nabateans. Found at high places, these altars appeared as stone blocks or stubby obelisks and were believed by the natives to be inhabited by their chief deity, Dushara. At Madaim Saleh, in northwest Arabia, the Nabateans left a necropolis of family tombs, many of whom have Betils or sacred stones. In fact, the black stone at Mecca, called the Kaaba, the most sacred of Islamic shrines, is believed to have fallen from the skies. It is also referred to as a Betil. The Heliopolis in Lebanon. Besides the one in Egypt, there is another famous Heliopolis nearby, called Baalbek. Since antiquity, it has been a city sacred to the sun god. The Old Testament calls it Beth Shemesh, or the abode of the sun god. Shemesh or Shamash being the Semitic name for the Sumerian sun god Utu. The land of Lebanon, known to the Sumerians as the Cedar Land, was under the aegis of the Mesopotamian sun god. At Baalbek, the Greeks erected a splendid temple to the sun god Apollo or Helios. It is also here that the Romans built a magnificent temple to their sun god Jupiter. This temple was the largest they ever erected, including Rome, indicating the importance they attached to this location. But what is remarkable about this temple is that it is built on a massive three-tier stone base that must have been here long before the Greeks and Romans. It is raised 30 feet above the ground and is paved with perfectly hewn and fitted stones ranging from 10 to 30 feet long and 6 to 9 feet wide. The base for this platform was constructed of cyclopean blocks of stone 32 feet long, 13 feet wide, and 12 feet thick. Each slab of stone is estimated to weigh 500 tons. A fourth stone lies in the quarry nearby, readily shaped and cut except for a portion of its base. It is 72 feet long, with a cross-section of 16 by 16 feet, estimated to weigh over 1,200 tons. The stone was apparently intended to extend the size of the platform, but the work was never completed. Such a massive stone platform was obviously designed to hold an immense weight, or for some operation that must have applied tremendous pressure on the ground. The Lebanese sun god Shamash, who made his home base at Baalbek, was in many ways similar to the Egyptian sun god. Like the Egyptian Ra, who appears with the sun disk over his head, Shamash is always shown with a sun disk containing a 4-pointed star and 4 radiating spokes. And just like Ra, he is often depicted with the head of an eagle. Some scenes also show him holding the symbols of immortality. When Utu or Shamash left Baalbek, one of his destinations was ostensibly the city of Anu in Egypt. His bright arrival and departure in flames became the core of the golden and red phoenix legend bird. For thousands of years throughout the Middle East, the Betil or sunstone became revered as the physical dwelling of the sun god. Its conical or pyramidion shape was their attempt to represent the dwelling of the sun god, that is, the command or personal capsule of the first stage of a composite rocket. In Egypt, the origin of the sunstone is partially remembered in the ancient hieroglyphic sign used to represent the city of Anu or Heliopolis. It is shown as a bolt aimed at the sky. The Greek omphalos as a betyl and geodetic marker. Even the Greeks, who came much later, adopted the conical-shaped stone as a sacred dwelling of their sun god Apollo. Called an omphalos, it was the holiest object at every oracular site. The sun god Apollo, who later became one of the most important gods of the Greek pantheon, originally came from Asia Minor, from Ionia. His cult first appeared on the island of Delos, from where it leapfrogged to Dodona on mainland Greece. In fact, the island of Delos was considered so sacred that it was inviolate in all the Greek wars. Even the Persians respected its sanctity and bypassed it. In his histories, Herodotus called Dodona the oldest of the Greek oracles, and archaeologists have traced it back to about 2000 BC. It was the first cult center to Apollo on the mainland. As Dodona declined in importance, Delphi replaced it as a cult center. Like Dodona, it also had a half-egg stone called an omphalos. Herodotus said that the omphalos here was wrapped with cord, with one end held by the Pythia or priestess as she queried the sun god in the stone. According to the Greek mythologist Robert Graves, the sacred stone at Delphi was also called betylos by the Greeks. He refers to it as a cone-shaped pillar periodically anointed with oil and wrapped in raw wool on special occasions. It was the residence of a god and was said to have fallen from heaven. While the term omphalos means human navel in Greek, its use here seems to be that of the navel of the earth. Besides being the residence of the sun god, the omphalos was also a geodetic marker. It is interesting to note, and pertinent to this subject, that if a line is drawn through the oracular sites of Dodona, Delphi, and Delos, and continued towards the mainland, it runs right through Jerusalem. Like the Greek sites, in ancient texts such as Jubilees 8 and Ezekiel, Jerusalem is often referred to as the navel of the earth. It seems that there was some sort of geodetic grid connecting sacred places in ancient times. Shamash was also known as the god of justice and measurements. He is shown in one instance with two gods overhead holding cords connected to an altar that bears his sacred symbol. Therefore, it seems that the term omphalos was applied to the conical stone for its geodetic meaning, that is, as the geodetic point of a master grid. On the other hand, the term betylos was used to mean God's residence and referred to as an oracular device. In summary, the phoenix bird rising in flames became symbolic of the liftoff of the rocket craft. Initially shown in conical configuration, an imitation of the command capsule, it later became angular-shaped under the Egyptians, who used it as a capstone on pyramids and obelisks. Baalbek in Lebanon appears to be the original home of the phoenix bird, where a gigantic stone platform is all that remains of what was probably the main base for the chariots of the gods. The Ark of Noah is usually depicted in illustrations as an ancient sea-going ship with rounded hull, pointed prow and stern, with a keel running the ship's entire length. On its deck, a cabin is shown running the length of the vessel. This is pure fantasy, of course, based on current designs of the late Middle Ages in Europe. There are only two descriptions of the ship in ancient literature, neither of which is very satisfactory from naval engineering standards, since they are entirely unseaworthy designs. The Old Testament describes it as a regular box with straight sides, no bow, no keel or hull. In fact, the Hebrew word used for the ship is that of a box or container. Equally as unsatisfactory is the description of the ark in the Sumerian account of the deluge. There, if the translators are to be believed, it is depicted as a cube. This is not very convincing, since the Mesopotamians were a sea-going nation. Obviously, there is something amiss in the Sumerian accounts, or the translation and interpretation of the provided text. For sea-going people to describe the ark as a cube is entirely nonsensical. The Ark in Genesis. most of the information in the Old Testament concerning the configuration of Noah's Ark is derived from Genesis 6. There are scraps of information from other religious sources. The complete text of Genesis, which provides the description of the ark, is as follows. Make yourself an ark, box, of gopher wood. Make it an ark with compartments, and cover it inside and out with pitch. This is how you shall build it. The length of the ark shall be 300 cubits, its width 50 cubits, and its height 30 cubits. Make a skylight for the ark, terminating it within a cubit of the top. Put the entrance in the side of the ark, which is to be made with lower, second, and third decks. The ark is called Teba, which translates to box, chest, or compartment in Hebrew. It is described as a rectangular box with a flat bottom and straight sides, 300 cubits long, 50 wide, and 30 high. Since a Hebrew cubit was 18 inches, its dimensions were 450 feet, 75 feet wide, and 45 feet high, and as such was said to displace 43,300 tons. While the Hebrews had a perfect word for ship, they chose to call it a box or chest. This box of Noah was not a seaworthy craft, and as described, was merely a rectangular box. This rectangular box of Noah would have tossed and pitched uncontrollably in stormy seas, making a complete jumble of the occupants. Perhaps the Hebrew chroniclers may have felt that their word for a container would be more understandable to their pastoral people. This indicates that the flood legend was undoubtedly manipulated and modified by the early Hebrew priests to suit their purposes. The earliest part of Genesis was not written down much earlier than 1000 BC, and apparently is a version of the Sumerian account circulated in Mesopotamia and the Levant in Akkadian or Semitic form. It indicates that the Old Testament story went through several changes and emendations until it became part of the book of Genesis. This box of Noah had 3 decks and numerous unspecified cells or compartments. It had a door on its side and an opening below the roofline to let in light. The phrase, "make a skylight for the ark," terminating it within a cubit of the top, has been interpreted by many biblical scholars to mean that Noah was to construct an opening for light entirely around the ark. The craft was built of gopher wood, which is an utterly unidentified expression. The word has no Sumerian or Akkadian origins, and is a complete mystery, since it appears nowhere else in the scriptures. Because of the following evidence, we suggest that it does not refer to natural wood, but that it may be treated wood, made waterproof by an impregnation process much like today's pressure-treated lumber. The problems with the design of the Sumerian Ark. The oldest known story of the deluge is found in the Gilgamesh epic, which is believed to have been written down about 2000 BC, from Sumerian accounts which go back to the days of a king called Gilgamesh, who ruled in the 28th or 29th century BC. Utnapishtim is told to build a ship to survive the coming catastrophe. The Sumerian name of the hero is Ziusdra, as used in the Atrahasis epic, the original account of the deluge. Utnapishtim is the Akkadian or Semitic name for the hero, and as such is the hero of the Gilgamesh epic, the better-known Semitic version of the deluge story. In the Sumerian account, the word used is Magugur, or very great ship. In the Akkadian or Semitic version of the epic, it is called the Great Ship of Elipurabitu. Unlike the 3 decks of Noah's Ark, the Ark of Utnapishtim has 7 decks and is then divided into 9 sections or compartments. It had a door and some sort of window as well. Traditional translations report the craft as a cube with the height, length, and width of 120 cubits. Since the Akkadian cubit was 20 inches, the craft would be a perfect cube of 200 feet on each side. Again, we have that nagging problem of unseaworthiness. While scholars have insisted on translating the configuration of the Ark of Utnapishtim as a perfect cube, common sense tells us that this design is entirely impractical. The text is not clear whether the 200-foot width of the ship applies to the diameter or the radius. If the latter is true, then the ship would be 400 feet in diameter and 200 feet in height or thickness. Furthermore, the Sumerian account does not mention a cube, but merely states that equal shall be her width and her length. This certainly applies to a circular design as well. If a circular design is postulated, then the 9 compartments would radiate like spokes from a wheel in the form of pie-shaped sections. A streamlined ellipsoid design, such as found in modern submersibles, would undoubtedly have made more sense and provided stability in the tempestuous seas for which it was intended. The Sumerian account also reveals that the god Shamash played a key but unidentified role in its construction, and advised Utnapishtim when to launch the ship. However, since Enki was the Sumerian god of shipbuilding, and logically the advisor on ship construction, he should have dealt with Utnapishtim rather than Shamash. This divine assistance is also noted in the ancient religious document, the Ethiopic Book of Enoch. The ark is said to be designed by a deity and built by angels, presumably the engineers of Shamash. The circular shape of the ark, with a row of windows along the top, would probably result in an oval-shaped craft. There is also evidence that the Ark of Utnapishtim was propelled by some sort of fuel rod as part of a propulsion system, making it maneuverable and maintaining stability in the stormy seas it was intended for. The Sumerian punting poles or fuel rods. When the Sumerian craft was being built and waterproofed, punting poles were loaded aboard. Utnapishtim describes how, "I provided punting poles and stored up a supply." Apparently these were of paramount importance, for they were loaded before the ark was finished. Only then were the food, supplies, and personnel brought aboard. It is puzzling why Utnapishtim would require punting poles, such as those used by current-day riverboats to cross shallow waters. This was a closed and sealed craft, and again we see the traditional translation and interpretation as illogical. This strange item also appears earlier in the epic when Gilgamesh had to cross a dangerous area called the Sea of Death to reach his grandfather Utnapishtim, who was with the gods. For this trip, Gilgamesh had to procure 120 of these punting or thrusting poles. These could be used only once and were consumed as they were used. Each rod was good for only one thrust and then became contaminated and had to be thrown away. For want of a better name, they have been called punting poles, no doubt influenced by modern-day rivercraft. But the meaning is not clear, and basically the term means a thrusting stick or rod. In modern terms, we would describe them as fuel rods, since they were associated with the propulsion system. In this sense, they could be either fuel rods inserted into a nuclear reactor to control its energy output, or, more probably, tubes or rods filled with solid propellant used in some sort of rocket propulsion system. It is implicit that the gods must have had some means to convey their wishes from the heavenly ship to their representatives below. Conversely, these officials needed to occasionally contact the gods and each other for instruction and guidance. How then did they communicate with each other? Basic needs would require at least 3 types of communications equipment: permanently fixed transmitters, field or regional stations, and some sort of portable communicator. All of this communication equipment and devices are found in ancient literature and art forms. Before the deluge, Larak in Mesopotamia had served as the primary communication center. However, it was now under the Persian Gulf waters. Since it was decided to move their facilities to the western lands, it became necessary to establish a central communication and administration center. Ur-Salem, later called Jerusalem, is referred to throughout the scriptures as the navel of the earth, attesting to its role as both a main geodetic and communications center. It broadcast throughout the western lands, providing instructions and guidance to the distant colonies of the Mesopotamian Empire. Powerful transmitters are suggested in Psalm 29, which is called Hymn to the God of Storm, a veiled reference to the god Adad. This religious source indicates that Jerusalem broadcast instructions north to the complex at Baalbek and south to the alternate complex established at Kadesh, also known as Mount Sinai. It states, "The voice of the Lord is powerful. The voice of the Lord breaks the cedar. The Lord breaks the cedar of Lebanon. The voice of the Lord shakes the wilderness. The Lord shakes the wilderness of Kadesh." While Jerusalem was the central administrative center for Western lands, there were other holy and sacred places in Canaan and Syria where the patriarchs contacted their God. These were the regional or field stations. They also dotted the landscapes of Mesopotamia and are mentioned in their literature and seen in their artistic depictions. The reed huts and other field stations. When Abraham and Isaac sojourned in the western lands, they would halt occasionally and set up an altar to communicate with Yahweh and receive further instructions. Certain places like Shechem and Bethel were considered sacred by the native population long before the Hebrews arrived. These were apparently the field stations or regional transmitters where communications facilities were available to the privileged few, the aristocracy. In Mesopotamia, reed huts were scattered throughout the land and often appear in paintings and engravings on cylinder seals and pottery. This is presumably the reed hut used by Utnapishtim when he was informed of the coming deluge. In the epic story of Gilgamesh, when the gods had decided to bring on the deluge and destroy humanity for his foibles, only one god remained sympathetic to man, his creator and benefactor Enki. Not wishing to see his creation destroyed, Enki decided to forewarn Utnapishtim so that he could prepare and build a ship. In the epic, Enki addresses the wall of the reed hut. "Reed wall, 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 reed wall, listen. Wall, pay attention, man of Shurupak, son of Ubaratutu, tear down the house, build an ark." This verse of the epic has baffled scholars. Why would the god speak to the wall of a reed hut to pass information to the Sumerian Noah? Understandably, this was just not a pastoral reed hut. Enki would logically, at this time, be where the gods had just met in council to decide humanity's fate, so probably not on Earth. Utnapishtim was presumably listening to the broadcast at a reed hut or radio receiver below at his home city of Shurupak in Mesopotamia. These reed huts have a strange feature in common: antenna-like projections on the roofs with round eye-like objects attached. They were also portable and could be moved from place to place when required, as shown on a cylinder seal depicting one transported by boat. Another example of the portable or mobile radio station was the Ark of the Covenant built by Moses specifically to contact Yahweh during the days of the Exodus. The Ark of the Covenant as a portable transmitter. During the Exodus, Moses and the Israelites needed a communication device to keep in touch with Yahweh. After being soundly defeated at Rephidim, they retreated to Mount Sinai and Kadesh to regroup under Jethro. To reach Canaan, it was decided they would have to use a longer and more indirect route that would take them another 38 years. Meanwhile, a means of communication was needed to pass orders down when the deity was not among the Israelites in the tent of meeting. It seems that Adad, Yahweh, expected to stay at Mount Sinai and direct Moses from there. Moses was given instructions on how to build the Ark of the Covenant and schematic drawings as well. The fact that Moses built the Ark from graphics supplied by Yahweh on Mount Sinai is clearly stated in the scriptures, when he is told, "Note well and follow the patterns for them that are being shown you on the mountain." The box itself was of acacia wood with gold plating. The cover, however, was the key to the device. The surface was to be fashioned of solid gold with a cherub at each end facing one another. Solid gold was an excellent choice since it was a good conductor of electricity. It was also specified that the cherubs and the cover must be made in one piece, probably to ensure good electrical contact. The cherubim were to have wings outstretched, facing each other, and shielding the cover with their wings, thus forming an antenna. The cover was to be placed on the box after depositing the tablets provided by Adad. Significantly, it was only after the ark was constructed that the tablets were supplied to Moses. The tablets presumably were an integral part of the device and contained the power source necessary to activate the receiver transmitter. Moses is told then, "There I will meet you, and I will impart to you, from above the cover, from between the two cherubim that are on top of the Ark of the Pact." This was the form of communication used as they traveled through the wilderness for the next 38 years. According to Numbers 7, Moses would hear the voice addressing him from between the two cherubim. The power source and transmission device were incorporated into the 2 tablets of stone inscribed by the 10 Commandments. When Moses broke the first set of tablets upon descending Mount Sinai because he was angry at the sight of the Israelites worshipping a golden calf, it defeated the whole purpose of the ark. Moses had to go back a second time to have another set fashioned. Perhaps this explains the 40 days he spent there. It may have taken that long to fabricate a second set or get the replacement parts. The dangers of the ark. Its power source. At first, only Moses, Aaron, and his 2 sons could approach the ark because of its inherent dangers. This was demonstrated when an accident killed the 2 sons of Aaron. They were hit by a sudden and unexpected discharge of electricity from the ark, for as Leviticus states, "And fire came forth from the Lord and consumed them. Thus they died before the Lord." However, in the Haggadah it relates how, "From the Holy of Holies issued 2 flames of fire as thin as threads, then parted into 4, and 2 each pierced the nostrils of Nadab and Abihu, whose souls were burned, although no external injury was visible." This apparent electrical discharge proved to be a real threat to anyone who dared to enter the tent to service the deity. Thus, to prevent further casualties, Moses was told in Leviticus to warn Aaron, "Tell your brother Aaron that he is not to come at will into the shrine behind the curtain, in front of the cover that is upon the ark, lest he dies." This statement clarifies that the Ark of the Covenant is dangerous, and not something else, such as the vehicle or kabod of the deity. Due to the dangers of this device, it was decided to train a group of priests, the tribe of Levi, to handle all contacts with the ark. From there on, only a clearly defined group of initiates who wore protective clothing were allowed access to the ark. The instructions for manufacturing these garments were incredibly detailed and specific, indicative that its protective nature was woven into the fabric of the material. The tent of meeting containing the ark was kept at a safe distance from the Israelite camp. When traveling, the ark was carried by the Levites and preceded the body of people. In Joshua 3, they are instructed to keep a safe distance. "There shall be 2,000 cubits, do not come near it." 2,000 cubits is roughly 1 kilometer, the distance considered as a safety buffer zone. In Numbers, the story is related to how a group of 250 members of the tribe of Korah was annihilated by the destructive power of the ark. The ark also appears to have emitted dangerous radioactivity. Numbers 10 relates the incident when Miriam, the sister of Moses, was stricken with scales at the entrance to the tent, an affliction that sounds very much like radioactive poisoning. After the Exodus, during Prophet Eli's days, the ark was captured by the Philistines and brought to their cities in western Palestine. The first book of Samuel describes how the Philistines suffered from plagues for 7 months. Those who came too close to the ark received sores and tumors, and their hair fell out, classic symptoms of radioactive poisoning. It was passed from one Philistine city to another until finally, in disgust, they returned it to the nearest Israelite community and abandoned it at Kiriath Jearim. After that, due to its dangers, the ark remained untouched and unmoved until much later when David decided to return it to Jerusalem. King Solomon built his temple to have a permanent place to house the ark. It remained there until about 550 BCE, when it was hurriedly removed from Jerusalem in advance of the invading Persians. It was taken to Elephantine Island in the River Nile, where it was protected for about 200 years. Then it was moved down the Nile to Khartoum, and from there down the Blue Nile River to Lake Tana, Ethiopia. Later, a temple was built at Aksum, Ethiopia, home of the Queen of Sheba, to permanently house the ark. Supposedly, it is still there to this day. The portable communication devices, the teraphim or animated idols. When the kings of Mesopotamia were away from their home city, particularly on military expeditions, they required some sort of mobile or portable communications to keep in touch with their home base and receive instructions from the gods. For this purpose, they took with them the temple images or statues of the gods. These statuettes were believed to be the active residents of the deity. They were of different sizes and compositions. Joan Oates, in her definitive work, Babylon, remarks that these animated statues were fashioned and repaired in special workshops in the city and had to undergo an elaborate and highly secret ritual of consecration which endowed them with life and enabled them to speak. This ritual probably consisted of embedding a radio receiver and transmitter, as well as a power source inside the statuette. Abraham and his father, Terah, are reported to have operated a workshop that fabricated these statuettes. Although Genesis is silent on this activity, it is thoroughly discussed in the books of the pseudepigrapha. Terah and Abraham were described as members of the priesthood, the elite class that ruled the city of Ur. According to Jubilees, Abraham came from a family of high priests. His father Terah had learned the sciences from his father Nahor, for it was said that he, Terah, grew up and he dwelt among the Chaldeans, and his father taught him the research of the Chaldeans to practice divination and astrology according to the signs of the heavens. A more explicit story emerges from the Apocalypse of Abraham, a 1st century AD document transmitted in Slavonic through Byzantine channels, and therefore not available to Western scholars until the late Middle Ages. According to this account, Abraham's father was an idol maker as well as an astrologer. He manufactured idols for the temples and for sale to ordinary citizens and travelers. One of Abraham's assigned tasks was to take some of these statuettes and sell them to merchants from Egypt at a stall just outside of town. Soon after, Abraham had a falling out with his father over these idols, and providentially, the workshop of Terah was struck by lightning and burned to the ground. When Terah and Abraham left for Haran and thence to the land of Canaan, they presumably had in their possession a number of these idols, statuettes with specific devices or power packs implanted. These were probably the teraphim or portable communicators of the Old Testament accounts. At Tepe Gawra in Upper Mesopotamia, archaeologists have found dozens of so-called cult statues dated to about 3000 BC. The cult objects fit the description of the animated idols of the Sumerians. These large-eyed pagan idols, or portable statuettes, had concave eye sockets where some fist-size objects were inserted, probably crystal-like power packs which activated the communicators. These power packs have been described as stones, evidently the ancient word for large crystals. The teraphim, or portable radio sets. The teraphim of the Old Testament were figurines or idols of different sizes, which according to biblical accounts were used for divination. That is, they answered specific questions which were posed to them, as in Ezekiel 21, Zechariah 10, and Judges 17 and 18. The etymology of the word teraphim is obscure, and its meaning is unknown. A source in the Encyclopaedia Judaica has suggested that it may come from the Hittite word tarpis, which means animated spirit. Because of the Hittite influence in the land of Canaan, this derivation is probably true. The teraphim plays a significant role in the life of Abraham. Its usage can be traced for 1,000 years, through the days of Isaac and Joseph, thence to Egypt, where they presumably fell into the hands of Moses. References to the teraphim reappear in the days of Joshua and his successor Kenaz. By this time, about 1400 BC, they became inactive and were considered merely pagan relics or curiosities. From Abraham's time to the days of Moses and before the Ark, the teraphim were used to communicate with deities. Using this device, El Shaddai or Adad directed Abraham to go to Canaan and then to Egypt. The first explicit reference to the teraphim is in Genesis 35, which deals with the incident of Rachel when she attempted to steal her father's idols. Jacob and Rachel obviously knew of the value of the teraphim, and from the lengths that Laban went to retrieve them, he may also have guessed their purpose, although he obviously did not know how to use them. The existence and significance of these idols must have been imparted to Jacob by his grandfather Abraham before he died. This can be shown by the following calculations. Abraham died at the age of 175 in the year 1992 BC. Jacob was born of Isaac when he was 60 years old, or in the year 2007 BC. Thus Jacob was 15 years of age when Abraham died. Abraham had sufficient time to brief his grandson Jacob of the existence and the import of these devices and their storage at Haran. Jacob's sojourn to Haran to live at Laban's house was probably predicated on his obtaining the devices and returning them to the control of Abraham's family. Rachel was obviously in on the plot, and it may have taken all these years that Jacob suffered at the hands of Laban to find out where the teraphim were hidden. The incident, as related in Genesis, reads like a story out of fiction. Jacob had been forced by Laban, under one pretext or another, to serve him for 20 years. Finally, Jacob and Rachel, taking advantage of Laban's absence, left secretly, taking with them the idols or teraphim of Laban. Laban was incensed over Jacob's secret departure, but seemed more concerned over the theft of his idols. "You had to leave because you were homesick for your father's house, but why did you have to steal my gods?" he complained. The account mentions only those hidden by Rachel in a camel cushion which she was sitting on. Laban searched everywhere but could not find the teraphim. While only this teraphim was mentioned in the account, there must have been many more in Jacob's possession, which somehow he managed to hide from the prying eyes of Laban. Jacob must assuredly have kept his, yet he was concerned that no one else could bring one back to his homeland. Control and use of the device were a tightly held secret. It would appear that only he and Rachel were privy to the real purpose of the teraphim. Many years later, these idols and their stones, or power packs, were unearthed by the followers of Kenaz, the successor to Joshua. When Jacob went to Egypt at age 130 in 1877 BC, he probably took along the communication devices. These were passed down until Moses acquired them several hundred years later and used one to contact Yahweh or Adad on the first visit to Mount Sinai. The crystals of Kenaz, power packs for the teraphim. The biblical antiquities of Pseudo-Philo describes how the tribes were hard-pressed by the Palestinians after Joshua's death and sought a leader. Kenaz was elected and proceeded to question each tribe on its sinful behavior, believing that their troubles were caused by their straying from the Mosaic law. The confessions ranged far afield, but the one which is most interesting from our point of view is that of the tribe of Asher, who confessed that, "We have found the 7 golden idols whom the Amorites call the heavenly nymphs, and we took them along with the precious stones set upon them, and hid them. And behold, now they are stored beneath the summit of Mount Shechem. Therefore send, and you will find them." Kenaz immediately sent a group of men to find them and have them brought to him. These stones were described as crystal and praise in color, that is, clear and light green. And these are the precious stones, he was told, that the Amorites had in their sanctuaries, the value of which cannot be estimated. These crystals which had been attached to the idols were also light-emitting. Kenaz was told that, for those entering by night, the light of a lamp was not necessary, so brightly did the stones shine forth. These clear and light green crystals were embedded in the Amorites' idols, Canaanites, presumably in the hollow eye sockets. The crystals were alien to the Hebrews, who probably did not know their purpose. Kenaz found out, however, that these stones or crystals were virtually indestructible. He tried to destroy them several ways, first by fire, but they quenched the flames. Then he attempted to split them with an iron sword, but they only dented the blade. Finally, in desperation, they were offered to the deity on an altar. Then, according to the account of Philo, they were removed mysteriously during the night by an angel. These crystals of Kenaz, which emitted light and were virtually indestructible, were embedded in the idols taken from the cache found at Shechem under an oak. Presumably, they were the ones that were buried by the household of Jacob several hundred years earlier. These crystals still emitted light after all this time, and therefore were active to a certain extent. The stones by themselves were not especially useful, for they served to activate devices such as the teraphim, the biblical portable radio receiver and transmitter. By the late 15th century BC, the stones had become mere curiosities and treated merely as pagan religious artifacts. The stones that illuminate. The crystals of Kenaz were also described as shining brightly at night, so lamps were unnecessary. Such a power pack was probably used by Noah for illumination in the ark during the long period of 150 days that his sealed ship was at sea. According to the Haggadah, the ark was illuminated by a precious stone that was so bright it made the night seem like day in the vessel's interior. A similar source of power is mentioned in the Book of Mormon, the holy book of the Church of Latter-day Saints. When the tribe of Lehi left Jerusalem about 600 BC for their trip to the Promised Land, they built 8 ships for the journey. These were sealed like the Ark of Noah. To see in the darkened interior, the vessels were given 16 small stones, 2 for each ship, which was white and clear, transparent as glass. These stones shone forth in the darkness during the 344 days they were at sea and before they finally reached the shore. Many books have been written about a land called Dilmun, probably second only to that of Atlantis. Unlike Atlantis, however, there are many recorded references to Dilmun, which assures us that it was a geographic location somewhere in the Middle East. Dilmun was a land intimately associated with Sumer and Akkad. Dilmun was also a sacred or holy land often called the residence of the gods, a sort of Garden of Eden, often referred to as the land of the living, that is, the land of immortality. Despite the references to Dilmun in Mesopotamian literature and myths, its location is still disputed among scholars. We know for sure that Dilmun was not just literary fiction, for it is mentioned in economic texts as early as the 24th century BC and as late as the first millennium BC. In his study Looking for Dilmun, Geoffrey Bibby identified it as the island of Bahrain in the Persian Gulf. Samuel Noah Kramer placed it in the Indus River Valley. In both instances, the geographic placement of Dilmun seems to be contingent on the statement that it was in the west toward the rising sun. The difficulty in locating the land of Dilmun is mainly due to the modern translations of the Sumerian and Akkadian texts, where arbitrary interpretations are given to the original texts. A significant source of information on this land is the accounts of the travels of Gilgamesh. The land of immortality and the Garden of Eden. The land of Dilmun is described in the myth of Enki and Ninhursag as a bright, clear and pure land called the land of the living, where there is no illness and death does not exist. Dilmun is thus the land of immortality. Enki oversees this land. He orders Utu to bring up fresh water from the ground, thereby turning it into a paradise, a divine garden green with fruit-laden fields and meadows. It is a veritable Garden of Eden. Although it is not mentioned by name in Gilgamesh and the Land of the Living, it obviously refers to this land where no one got sick or died. To obtain immortality, Gilgamesh would journey to this cedar land to set up a shumu, but he required the permission of Utu for this journey. I would enter the land and would set up my shumu in the places where the shumus have been set up. I would raise my shumu. While the Semitic term shumu is traditionally translated as name, it presents difficulties in understanding the text. As we have noted before, the term Shem used in the Old Testament is the same as the shumu of the Sumerians. In the incident of the Tower of Babel, man wanted to erect a Shem to reach the gods just as Gilgamesh wished to do. As previously discussed, the biblical Shem is also used in conjunction with the kabod or vehicle of the biblical god. The kabod is called the kabod ha-Shem, or more correctly, the chariot of the Shem, or rocket. In the epic Gilgamesh and the Land of the Living, he must defeat the monster Humbaba, which appears to be a mechanical device that guards the cedar land against intruders. Although the land Gilgamesh journeys to is not mentioned as Dilmun, it is a paradise land, a land of cedars, and one controlled by Utu or Shamash. In the Gilgamesh epic, he also journeys to a distant cedar land where he hopes to achieve immortality. He meets and destroys a monster called Humbaba, who protects the cedar forest. Humbaba is described as a fearsome monster. His roaring is like that of a storm, his mouth is fire, and his breath is death. The two epics involving the adventures of Gilgamesh to a distant cedar land under the control of Utu or Shamash and guarded by a mechanical monster are obviously related. They may be part of the same story. The structure of the Gilgamesh epic. Many scholars have noted the disjointed condition of the story that is narrated in the 12 cuneiform tablets that make up the so-called Gilgamesh epic. The most complete version available is Semitic Akkadian, composed in the Middle Babylonian period, about the 13th century BC. Most translations follow this traditional 12-tablet format. Fragments of this epic have also been found in other forms or languages, such as Old Babylonian Semitic, Hittite or Northwestern Semitic, and the original Sumerian. Some of these fragments date as far back as 2000 BC, confirming the view that the exploits of Gilgamesh were well known all over the Middle East in the 3rd millennium BC. It appears reasonable to assume that by the time the Middle Babylonians produced their version of the epic, they simply combined the contemporary texts into one continuous story, which also became an epic. The fact that it is a compilation of many Gilgamesh stories is evident in its structure. Tablet 1 deals with the birth of Gilgamesh, his deeds, and the creation of Enkidu as Gilgamesh's friend. Tablet 2 continues this association as they leave for the cedar forest guarded by the monster Humbaba. In Tablet 3, they obtain permission from Shamash to enter the land under his control. It is continued in Tablets 4 and 5, where Gilgamesh has dreams of what seems to be the glare and noise of rocket launch. They then battle the monster Humbaba. Tablet 6 appears to be a complete break in the story, unless it can be related in some way to Gilgamesh's purpose of reaching the gods and requesting immortality. This tablet describes how Ishtar tries to seduce Gilgamesh and is rejected. She asks the gods for revenge and is given permission to send a divine weapon called the Bull of Heaven to destroy Gilgamesh and Enkidu. However, Gilgamesh and Enkidu destroy the heaven-sent device. The story is continued in Tablets 7 and 8, where the gods decide that someone must pay, and Enkidu is condemned to death. Gilgamesh delivers a long eulogy. Tablet 9 finds Gilgamesh on a journey to reach his grandfather Utnapishtim, the Sumerian Noah. He approaches the mountains of Mashu and meets the guards, the people with a stinging weapon. He is instantly recognized as semi-divine and allowed to pass. He passes through the mountain by tunnel and arrives at a place of bright crystal, the city of Baalbek. His request is turned down by Shamash. Tablet 10 starts with his meeting with Siduri, the so-called barmaid, who tells him how to make a journey across the seas of death, apparently a metaphor for the hazardous trip to the heavens. Siduri has been identified as Ishtar, and if this is the goddess herself, it explains this tablet's position in the epic. She apparently helps him to reach Utnapishtim, but at the price of becoming her lover. For this trip, Gilgamesh must secure many punting poles or fuel rods that are used just once and discarded. He reaches his grandfather, who is evidently orbiting Earth. In Tablet 11, Utnapishtim tells him the deluge story. Since Gilgamesh cannot be granted immortality, he is told how to secure a magic plant that will rejuvenate him. Gilgamesh obtains it, but it is stolen by a snake on his return to Uruk. Tablet 12 is a complete break with the story. In this tablet, Enkidu is alive and about to enter the netherworld. It is obviously based on the myth called Enkidu and the netherworld. Many stories relate in some way to the Gilgamesh epic. However, some exist in fragmentary forms only, such as Gilgamesh and the Bull of Heaven and the Death of Gilgamesh. Obviously, the epic is a composite or selected summary of many stories dealing with the hero's experiences. Lebanon as the land visited by Gilgamesh. There is only one cedar land in the Middle East worthy of the name. In ancient times, it covered all of Lebanon as well as part of Syria. In fact, the Gilgamesh epic refers to it as the forest that runs for 10,000 leagues. When Humbaba roared, it is said that it shook the land of Saria, Syria, and Lebanon. Despite these specific references to the land of Lebanon, it has been ignored by scholars. This cedar forest where Humbaba roamed is called the home of the gods and the throne base of Ir-Nini. Ir-Nini is another name for the goddess Ishtar, who seems to have used Dilmun as a home base. Ishtar was also known under the name of Siduri, the so-called barmaid who helped Gilgamesh to reach the gods. In his adventures, Gilgamesh reaches the mountains whose name is Mashu, which guards the entrance to the place where Shamash comes and goes. The word Mashu has confused scholars, who seem to have overlooked its obvious meaning, that of the place of the ship. Ma is the Sumerian term for a boat or vehicle, as we have seen in Magur as a riverboat, and Shu applies to a geographic place or location, as in the city of Shuruppak. Gilgamesh is met by the Scorpion Men, that is, sentries with a stinging-type weapon, who immediately challenged him. Gilgamesh is instantly recognized as partly divine by the sentries, for the one who has come to us, his body is the flesh of the gods. The Scorpion Men who guard the Sumerian paradise correspond to the cherubim with fiery revolving sword who were stationed at the eastern entrance to the Garden of Eden to protect the Tree of Immortality and to prevent Adam and Eve from re-entering. According to Genesis, Adam and Eve were expelled from the Garden of Eden and sent east of Eden to the entrance guarded by the cherubim. After the deluge, the land of the gods had been moved from the Tigris-Euphrates delta area to Lebanon. It explains why Adam and Eve were expelled east of Eden, and that entrance guarded by the cherubim. It is pertinent to note that Damascus is due east of this entrance to the land of Lebanon. Damascus is the oldest continuously occupied city in the world, and the city claims it was founded by Adam and Eve after they left Eden. Gilgamesh traveled through a series of tunnels in the mountains to reach the home base of Shamash. The path he took was called Haran Shamash, or the road to Shamash. After going for 12 double hours, he saw the light at the end of the tunnel and finally broke out into the open where he saw an area of bright crystal and colored stones. It was Baalbek, the space city. Much of the remainder of the text is missing. When Gilgamesh finally reached Utnapishtim, he related the story of the deluge and how he was made immortal and sent to live in Dilmun. In the old Babylonian version of the epic, Utnapishtim was given immortality by Enlil after the deluge and tasked with repopulating the world. In conventional translations, he was sent to a distant land, Dilmun, in the east, at the mouth of the rivers. Although the delta of Mesopotamia was the Edin of the Sumerians and the Eden of the Old Testament before the deluge, it was decided after the catastrophe to move it to a more secure place, less accessible and not subject to the caprices of nature, especially to periodic flooding. Thus, the sacred place of the gods was moved to Lebanon, and the space city was established there. This is clear in a more recent and accurate translation of these important words. A different translation of the phrase in question appears in the recent translation of the epic by John Gardner and John Mayer in their book Gilgamesh. Their suggested translation is the source of the rivers rather than the mouth of the rivers. Of course, this gives an entirely different meaning to the passage, for the delta of Mesopotamia or any other delta cannot be the land of Dilmun. A search for the place in the Middle East where two rivers originate in the same area leads us back to Lebanon, particularly to Baalbek. Here the Orontes and Litani rivers begin, one flowing north and the other south. A Sumerian version of the Adventures of Gilgamesh verifies this interpretation of the passage. Called Ziusudra in the early Sumerian version, Utnapishtim is sent to live in the land of Dilmun, the place where the sun, Shamash, rises. A translation of this passage states that he went to live in the land or mountain land of crossing, where the sun or Shamash rises. The phrase land of crossing can also be translated as the mountain land of crossing, since the word lends itself to either definition. Again, this rules out the flatlands of the delta regions. Dilmun, the land where the sun, Shamash, rises. Supposedly situated where the sun rises, scholars have located it in the direction of the east or dawn. The word for sun is Shamash. The passage could also be read as where Shamash rises, firmly placing it in the land of the cedars. Further evidence that Dilmun should be sought westward rather than eastward is contained in the statement of Sargon the Great, who ruled about 2300 BC. Sargon boasted that the sea lands 3 times I circled, Dilmun my hand captured. It indicates that Dilmun had to be near the sea lands, which was the Mesopotamian term for the Mediterranean sea coast. The cities of the sea lands were none other than the coastal cities of Lebanon, later to become the Phoenician League. Furthermore, Sargon's statement would indicate that the cities of the sea land were actually part of what he called Dilmun. Dilmun had to be near Magan, Egypt, and Meluha, Africa, according to the epic where Enki conducted what appears to be an inspection trip of the lands which he controlled, that of Magan, Meluha, and Dilmun. Dilmun is in fact often associated commercially with Magan and Meluha, which dictates that its location had to be in the west near Egypt rather than somewhere far distant in the east. Gilgamesh's route to the land of Shamash is provided in Gilgamesh and the Land of the Living. It also indicates a journey to Lebanon. For the trip, he had mobilized an expedition from his city of Uruk. Since they planned to depart by water, they built a Magan ship, an Egyptian-type riverboat, since they were going part of the way by water. This type of ship precludes passage by the Persian Gulf and up the coast, since it would require a more seaworthy boat to survive the open sea. Gilgamesh and his group must have planned to sail up the Euphrates as far as possible and then take the overland trade route to the west. Mari would be the choice, since it was the transfer point with the trade routes to the Mediterranean. It went to Palmyra, ancient Tadmor, and then divided, going southwest to Damascus and west to Homs at the northern entrance to Lebanon. Either route led to the land of Lebanon or Dilmun, for just as today, they are the 2 major routes into the mountain land from the east. Gilgamesh's expedition was ill-fated, and the ship foundered in a storm in the river Euphrates, and all hands were lost except Gilgamesh and Enkidu. The epic heroes continued their journey on foot, and finally reached the land of Shamash, or the mountains of Mashu, the place of the spacecraft. Although Gilgamesh took the most direct route to Baalbek through the mountain pass near Damascus, it is noteworthy that at the northern entrance to the valley of Lebanon lie the ruins of an ancient city known as Kadesh, which guarded this entrance. Its origin is lost in antiquity, although Kadesh is the Semitic term for sacred city, and the reason for its holy appellation has been lost. Dilmun, a commercial giant of the ancient world. Dilmun was not only an earthly paradise, the famous Garden of Eden, the meeting place of the gods, the land of well-being, and the home grounds of Enki, Shamash, and Ishtar. It was also one of the wealthiest and most powerful countries in the ancient world. Judging from the financial documents, Dilmun has a long commercial history that extended for at least 2,000 years. Dilmun's ships anchored at the docks of the Mesopotamian cities alongside those of Egypt and Ethiopia since at least the mid-3rd millennium BC. As early as the days of the Akkad dynasty, Dilmun is mentioned as a place on the Mediterranean coast. Sargon the Great, circa 2300 BC, boasted that he had traversed the mountains and encircled the sea lands and captured Dilmun. Since the sea lands were on the Mediterranean, Dilmun must have been nearby, if not part of this complex. The location of Dilmun as an island, as was indicated by the account of Sargon II, the Assyrian ruler of the 8th century BC, who announced that, "I brought under my control Bitiakin on the shore of the Bitter Seas as the border of Dilmun. Uperi, king of Dilmun, whose abode is situated like a fish 30 double hours away amid the sea of the rising sun, heard of the might of my sovereignty and sent his gifts." The account of Sargon II undoubtedly refers to the western lands and to the coastal cities of Phoenicia, which was still a commercial power in the 8th century BC. However, their influence had waned since their heyday from the 14th to the 9th century BC. At that time, Tyre dominated the League of Cities, and, in fact, the title King of Tyre was synonymous with that of King of Phoenicia. Located on an island offshore, it exercised control over the commercial cities of Aradus, Byblos, Sidon, and Akka. Originally part of the Egyptian Empire, the Phoenician cities became independent with the fall of the Middle Kingdom in the disasters of the mid-15th century BC. Tyre retained its independence until 586 BC, at which time it fell to Nebuchadnezzar of Babylon after a siege of 13 years. Thus, the account of Sargon II reveals that he claimed control over the area from Bitiakin, an unlocated city but believed to be Jericho near the Bitter Sea, which can only be the Dead Sea, as far as the borders of Lebanon or Dilmun. He had subjected the coastal cities, and particularly Tyre, which lay amid the sea. Mainland Dilmun was not claimed by Sargon II for the simple reason that it had been devastated 15 centuries earlier. The economic significance of the cities of Dilmun, especially Tyre, is revealed in the Ebla financial accounts of the late 3rd millennium, where its name served as a royal standard for gold, which is usually referred to as Gin Dilmun or Dilmun shekels. In his account of Ebla, Petinato reported that the shekel is always written with the Sumerian term gin and accompanied by the word Dilmun, indicating that the unit of weight and purity was set by and originated in Dilmun. All kinds of products flowed from the ports of Dilmun, since it was an entrepôt, that is, a transshipment point for goods from Europe, Africa, and the lands of the Mediterranean. While the literary evidence indicates that there were 2 Dilmuns, they were actually part of the land today known as Lebanon. There was a mainland Dilmun in Bekaa Valley, and across the mountains the coastal plain of Dilmun with its commercial cities. The mainland of Dilmun ceased to be a paradise and spaceport of the gods in the reign of Naram Sin, the demented despot of the Akkad dynasty, when he invaded in 2225 BC. Although the mainland territory was laid waste and avoided by everyone for over 1,000 years, the coastal cities continued to flourish as independent city-states under the aegis of Egypt and later as the Phoenician League. The coastal cities of Lebanon. The coastal area of Lebanon was inhabited by Canaanites, who later became known by the Greeks as Phoenicians. The first of these cities to step on the threshold of history was Gubla, Byblos to the Greeks, with its history going back to 3500 BC. Byblos and later the other cities of Tyre, Sidon, Berytus and Aradus emerged under the control of Egypt about 2700 BC, when they were noted exporting cedar wood, olive oil and wines to Egypt. Evidence of trade with Egypt went back to pre-dynastic times and continued uninterrupted for many centuries. The mountainous land provided wood for the palaces, temples and boats of the pharaohs. The 60-foot funerary barge of Pharaoh Khufu, circa 2550 BC, found in a limestone crypt at the foot of the Great Pyramid of Giza, was constructed of Lebanese cedarwood. Canaanite pottery was found in the First Dynasty tombs, about 2900 BC, and decadent offerings to the temple at Gubla were made by the pharaohs of the Second Dynasty. Egyptian pectorals and jewelry were also found at Gubla. As a nation, Phoenicia emerged about 1400 BC. Sidon first dominated her sister cities, but eventually Tyre took the lead, and by the time of the Hebrew kings, the title King of Tyre began to mean King of Phoenicia. In the days of Hiram, the lumber and agricultural products of Lebanon flowed out to the world through its numerous seaports. With the expulsion of the Hyksos by Ahmose and Saul, the land was divided between the three leaders. Egypt retained a strip of land along the coast of Phoenicia, which gave her control of the coastal highway. Solomon took over Palestine, Syria, and to a certain extent the lands to the west. For example, he built a fortified city at Tadmor, which controlled the rich trade route across the desert from Mari on the Euphrates. Hiram, king of Tyre, controlled large parts of Lebanon, from Ugarit in the north to Philistia in the south. Hiram was also responsible for what remained of the sacred sites of Lebanon and the city of Baalbek. Although Dilmun is not mentioned by name in the scriptures, there is much information on the literal city of Lebanon. The evidence that Hiram held a unique position in the religious and political affairs of the time is reflected in the book of Ezekiel, where he is considered to be semi-divine. In Ezekiel 28, the prophet relates in a diatribe against Israel's enemies that no secret is hidden from him. Apparently, Ezekiel expressed the view of his day that while Hiram had been a good friend of Solomon, his descendants failed Jerusalem in her hour of need. Ezekiel begins, "Because your heart is proud, and you have said, 'I am a god, sit in the seat of the gods, in the heart of the seas.' Yet you are but a man, and no god, though you consider yourself wise as a god. You are indeed wiser than Daniel. No secret is hidden from you. By your wisdom and understanding you have gotten wealth for yourself." Ezekiel continues his accusations and reveals Hiram's divine status and the reasons for his downfall. He is here repeating the words of the deity. "You were the signet of perfection, full of wisdom and perfect in beauty. You were in Eden, the garden of God. Every precious stone was your covering. On the day that you were created, they were prepared. With an anointed guardian cherub I placed you. You were on the holy mountain of God, amid the stones of fire you walked." Ezekiel refers to the raised platform at Baalbek, the holy mountain, and the brilliant rocket exhaust, the stones of fire. It is also the land of the Garden of Eden and the guardian cherubim. Ezekiel continues, "In the abundance of your trade you were filled with violence, and you sinned. So I cast you as a profane thing from the mountain of God, and the guardian cherub drove you out from the midst of the stones of fire." It is now becoming apparent that the Garden of Eden is in the area controlled by Hiram. The cherubim who acted as the guardian of Hiram at the mountain of God is reminiscent of the cherubim with the fiery revolving sword, or the scorpion men who guarded the cedar forest, the land of Shamash. There is also strong evidence that the land of Punt was also the land of Lebanon. The land of Punt was intimately associated with Egyptian history and religious tradition. When written in hieroglyphics, it does not have the symbol for a foreign land, which indicates that the Egyptians considered this land to be historically part of Egypt. Queen Hatshepsut of the 18th dynasty made a trip to this fabled land, which she describes in detail on the walls of her temple near Thebes. The reliefs state that she is met by Punt royalty upon her arrival, who inquired whether she arrived by the ways of heaven or by sea. In the land of Punt, it was legendary that the gods, or those favored by the gods, could arrive by either sea ship or airship. Lebanon, Garden of the Middle East. Because of its geographic location and integrated borders, Lebanon has always enjoyed a certain degree of natural protection from outside excursions. Protected by mountains on three sides and the sea in the west, it avoided much of the tribulations of invading armies from the east. Its religious tradition as the land of the gods was a safeguard, but it also came to be its downfall. Geographically, Lebanon has four regions: the coastal plains, the coastal mountain range, the central plateau or valley, the interior mountain range. The coastal plain is a narrow, fertile area, at times just a ribbon where the mountains come down to the sea, widening to about 8 miles at the most. It is the site of several principal seaports which became the Phoenician city-states. Lebanon's mountains range runs the country's entire length, averaging about 35 miles wide in the north and 6 miles in the south. The Eastern Mountain Range, or Anti-Lebanon Mountains, forms the eastern boundary of the country. It is anchored by Mount Hermon at its southern end, the country's highest peak at 9,055 feet. Its name means sacred, and it is the site of the descent of the Nephilim before the deluge. The Bekaa Plateau is sandwiched between the two mountain ranges, and it is a fertile, undulating plain about 75 miles long and from 6 to 10 miles wide. It owes its fertility primarily to the Litani River, which originates near Baalbek and flows south to empty in the Mediterranean near Sidon. Baalbek is also the watershed for the Orontes River, which flows north and exits into the Mediterranean near ancient Antioch. In the south, the plain is separated from the Jordan Valley by a range of hills, opening into the Syrian plain at Homs in the north. In the past, Lebanon must have been a veritable paradise. Its mountains were covered with cedar and other hardwoods and teeming with wildlife, like panthers, bears, and wolves. Its fabled city of Baalbek overlooked a luxuriant, fertile valley watered by the two rivers and numerous springs. Its wealth was enhanced by the bustling commercial seaports on the coast. Besides lumber, it exported agricultural products like wheat, olives, and incense. It was famous for its purple dye, which gave the coastal area its name. The Egyptians called it the land of incense, for it was a significant source of frankincense and myrrh. Lebanon was a natural selection by the Sumerians after the deluge to be the site of the new Eden, the paradise of the gods. Its remoteness and protected borders also enhanced its value as a private resort and the location of the new spaceport. The lands were assigned to Utu Shamash, the chief astronaut, with the city of Baalbek as his headquarters. Called Beth Shemesh in the Bible, it was literally the house of Shamash. His activities in the land of Lebanon are graphically described in the myth Enki and the World Order. The hero, the bull who comes forth out of the cedar forests, who roars lion-like. The valiant Utu, the bull who stands secure, who proudly displays his power. The father of the great city, the place where Utu ascends, the great herald of the holy An. The judge, the decision-maker of the gods, who wears a lapis lazuli beard, who comes forth from the holy heaven, Utu, the son born of Ningal, Enki, placed in charge of the entire universe. Utu or Shamash is described as being in charge of the entire universe. Since we know he had no administrative or political function, it presumably is assumed as a metaphor of his ability to move about at will and survey the known universe from the air. From Baalbek, he roars like a lion and proudly displays his power, referring to the noise and commotion of the rocket launchings at the spaceport. A short history of Dilmun. 4000 BC. These lands were resettled after the deluge. 3500 BC. Lebanon becomes the new Garden of Eden. 2900 BC. Gilgamesh makes his trip to the Cedar Land. 2700 BC. Egypt has control over the coastal cities. 2500 BC. The Dilmun standard for gold is used by Ebla and other cities. 2300 BC. Sargon the Great boasts of subjecting the land of cedars and the coastal cities. 2225 BC. Naram Sin invades Lebanon, destroys the space city at Baalbek. 2085 BC. Invasion of the eastern kings of the third dynasty of Ur. Lebanon is scrupulously avoided. The alternate space complex at Mount Sinai, Jehel Halal, is destroyed by Ur-Nummu. 1447 BC. Exodus from Egypt of Hebrew tribes under Moses. End of the Middle Kingdom in Egypt. Rise of the independent city-states of Phoenicia. 969 BC. Hiram, as king of Tyre and the Phoenicians, allied with Solomon and helps build the temple and the palace. 586 BC. end of the domination of the Phoenician cities as Tyre is captured and destroyed by Nebuchadnezzar. Today, the climate of Palestine is harsh and dry. There are many indications that it may have been much different 5,000 years ago. Research at Tel Aviv University has shown that rainfall at that time had a different pattern. Rain probably originated from warm fronts pushed into Palestine by the western winds from the Atlantic Ocean, whereas present-day thunderstorms form over the eastern Mediterranean. This phenomenon would result in summer rains and subsequently a more significant annual rainfall. This would explain the abundant vegetation shown by pollen distribution and the broader distribution of the deciduous oak in the past. It supports the statements in the Old Testament that refer to Palestine as a land of milk and honey. The devastation of the lands by invading armies, overpopulation, and shifting weather patterns probably all played a part in changing the lands of the Levant to the semi-arid land that it is today. The land of Lebanon in particular was lush and munificent. It became the biblical Garden of Eden and the Sumerian land of pleasant living. The old space platform at Sipar was now under the waters of the Persian Gulf. So was Larak, the control and communications center. It was moved to Ur-Salem, later to become known as Jerusalem. An alternate launch site and control center was established at Jebel or Mount Halal in northern Sinai, or biblically as Mount Horeb or Mount Sinai. A fortified support complex was located at the oases near Kadesh Barnea to protect the eastern approaches to the space complex. The chief astronaut, Utu, who previously had ruled Sipar, the space city, now reappeared in the land of Lebanon under his Semitic home of Shamash. The three main sites of the space complex are found in the Book of Jubilees, although they are couched in religious terms. According to this source, these all fell into the allotments of lands assigned to Shem after the deluge. Perhaps this explains why Shem was favored above all the other sons of Noah. Jubilee lists these sites as the Garden of Eden is also called the Holy of Holies, Mount Sinai amid the wilderness, Mount Zion amid the navel of the earth. It is clear from this passage the three sites were all reasonably close to each other and were not spread out over the vast expanse of the Middle East. Jubilees says that they were created as holy places, one facing the other. With theological verbiage aside, the reference to the Garden of Eden is Lebanon, whose capital city of Baalbek was the dwelling of the Lord. Mount Sinai is on the border of the wilderness of the Sinai and served as the alternate space complex. Mount Zion is one of the three peaks that make up the city of Jerusalem. Its massive stone platform later became the location of Solomon's temple and is now occupied by the Islamic shrine called the Dome of the Rock. As the navel of the earth, Jerusalem served as the headquarters and administrative center for the Western space facilities. Ur-Salem, the Space Control and Communications Center. Long before the days of the Hebrew kings, Jerusalem was considered to be a sacred city by the native people of the land of Canaan. Called Salem or Ur-Salem, it encompassed three peaks. Mount Zophim in the north, now called Mount Scopus, or literally the Mount of the Observers. Mount Zion in the south, which meant Mount of the Signal. In the center of Mount Moriah, which means Mount of Directing. Mount Zion is presently occupied by the Muslim shrine called the Dome of the Rock, and is reputedly where Solomon built his temple. The Muslim shrine is built on a fashioned rock 57 feet long and 44 feet wide. At present, 4 to 6 feet are above the floor, with caves and passageways reportedly underneath. In a way, the monolith stone is like the stone platform at Baalbek, although relatively more minor. The three peaks of Salem were some sort of control center similar in function to that of Larak or Nippur in ancient Sumer. In the scriptures, Jerusalem has been called the center of the earth and the holy mountain. Mount Zion has been referred to as being amid the navel of the earth. Remarkably, Jerusalem is not a city sacred to the Israelites before the days of David. It is only mentioned once in the Torah, the first 5 books of the Old Testament, and it is not until later in Joshua 10 that the name is encountered. Shechem, a city north of Jerusalem, was regarded by the ancient Hebrews as sacred, with the shrine located near Mount Gezerin. Its holy status is reflected in its use as the storage place of the teraphims, the religious idols or communications devices. In Solomon's time, the temple was built upon the monolith rock at Zion. Its original use as a landing and launching platform was lost in the dim past. In the days of David, the stone was used only as a threshing floor, but David must have suspected its holy status when he purchased it to build the temple. Where was Mount Sinai, also known as Mount Horeb? When Moses took refuge in the land of Midian to escape the displeasure of the Pharaoh, he met Jethro and settled near Mount Horeb. The land of Midian was in northeast Arabia, on the eastern shore of the Gulf of Aqaba. The Midianites spread north into the Sinai and into Moab and the land west of Edom. The Midianites called themselves the Sons of the Serpent, and were apparently Anunnaki descendants assigned to defend the installations at Mount Sinai and Kadesh. Since Jethro is clearly associated with the holy mountain and appears to be its high priest, it seems that Moreb would be in the eastern part of the Sinai, perhaps in the general area of Midian. Kadesh Barnea is also in that general area. Mount Horeb would be reasonably close to Kadesh, since this was the staging area used by the Israelites for the 2 years before their trek into the wilderness. Jebel Halal, a flat-topped mountain just west of Kadesh Barnea, appears to have been the historical Mount Sinai or Horeb. The location of Mount Sinai in an area which is the conjunction of Sinai, Seir, Paran, and Kadesh is strongly indicated in Deuteronomy 33, at the time that Moses is recapitulating the events of the Exodus just before he died. The Lord came from Sinai. He shone upon his people from Seir. He appeared from Mount Paran, and he came from Meribah Kadesh, while lightning flashed from his right hand. In this remarkable statement, Moses juxtaposes these 4 locations as if they were all the same place. In this respect, it is pertinent that the goal of the invading Eastern kings some 600 years earlier was a place called El Paran in the northern Sinai. Thus, Mount Horeb, Mount Sinai, and Mount Paran appear to be named for the same mountain, or perhaps complex of mountains in the northern Sinai, which served as the alternate space center after the destruction of Baalbek. Kadesh and its oases complex were part of this network. The primary evidence that Mount Sinai was reasonably close to the Kadesh oasis is provided in the statement from Deuteronomy 1, where the distance between the two is stated in travel time. It is 11 days from Horeb to Kadesh Barnea by the Mount Seir route. It must be assumed, therefore, that it would have taken the Israelites about 11 days to travel from Mount or Jebel Halal to the complex of oases at Kadesh, which is about 30 miles away. There is an interesting legend in the Jewish oral tradition of how Mount Sinai was chosen as the place of the deity. Called the Contest of the Mountains, it describes how Mount Tabor, Mount Hermon, and Mount Carmel fought among each other for the honor to be the resting place of the Shekinah of the Lord. In other words, the landing place for his space vehicle. The dispute was settled by a voice from heaven which told them, "The Shekinah shall not rest upon these high mountains that are so proud, for it is not God's will that the Shekinah should rest upon high mountains that quarrel among themselves. He prefers the low mountains and Sinai among them, because it is the smallest and most insignificant of all." Mount Tabor is 1,938 feet high, Hermon is 9,055 feet, and Carmel is 1,791 feet. Mount Halal is 2,994 feet tall. The mountains in the southern Sinai, Mount Musa and Mount Ekaterina, traditionally identified as Mount Sinai, are 7,497 feet and 8,668 feet. This height alone would, of course, eliminate them from the legend. In addition, they have not been associated with the ancient religion of the Canaanites. Mount Tabor, Carmel, and Hermon were all sacred to the ancient people of Canaan. In the 2nd millennium BC, these three mountains formed a trilogy of places sacred to Baal, where ancient shrines to this god were located. The fact that these three mountains were considered by the Hebrews to be the location of their holy mountain shows the Canaanite elements in the Hebrew religion at the time. The legend states that a low mountain was selected to be the resting place of the spacecraft. Mount Halal near Kadesh is a low mountain with a flat top that not only fits the legend well, but is well suited by its shape as a launch and recovery pad. The significance of the Kadesh complex. The area around Kadesh Barnea seems to have been significant in ancient days. It appears to be one of the goals of the invading kings in the year 2085 BC. After defeating the fortresses of the Rephaim in the Transjordan, they then crushed the Horites in the hill city of Seir near El Paran, which is on the edge of the wilderness. They swang back to En Mishpat, now Kadesh, and subdued all the territory of the Amalekites, and also the Amorites who dwelt in Hazazon Tamar, En Gedi. They must have bypassed Kadesh to strike their primary target, the space complex at Mount Sinai, El Paran. They then swang back to destroy the fortifications and space support facilities at Kadesh. Continuing north, they then beat the citadel of En Gedi, which protected the valley of Siddim from the south. Kadesh Barnea, Kadesh means sacred, is usually applied to a whole complex of oases fed by natural springs in that area. Remains of numerous fortifications in the area date to about 2000 BC, at which time they appear to have been destroyed, never to be rebuilt. The area of Mount Sinai and Kadesh was of major significance to the Hebrews, since it was a staging area for them during the days of the Exodus. From here, they were told to send scouts into Canaan. What they reported to Moses was discouraging. The land was inhabited by Anakim, who, like the Amalekites, were fierce warriors. At Kadesh, Moses realized that his small, disorganized army could not conquer the remnants of the Rephaim. From here, a group of tribal leaders decided to attempt a foray into the land of Canaan, and they were soundly defeated at Hormah. This marked the end of their attempts to penetrate directly into Canaan. After 2 years at the Kadesh oasis, the Israelites sent a delegation to the kings of Edom and Moab for permission to pass unopposed through their land to the Transjordan. They were refused permission, and the Hebrews had to take the lengthy roundabout way by that of the Red Sea. In the 11th month of the 40th year, Moses addressed his people from Mount Nebo just before crossing the river Jordan, as stated in Deuteronomy 2. Thus, after you had remained at Kadesh all that long time, we marched back into the wilderness towards the Red Sea, and skirted the hill country of Seir a long time. The time that we spent in travel from Kadesh Barnea until we crossed the Wadi Zered was 38 years, until that whole generation of warriors perished from the camp. The Old Testament is strangely silent on those 38 years that the Israelites spent in the wilderness. Obviously, the book of the Wars of Yahweh and the book of Yasher were omitted. They relate to critical periods in the history of the Hebrews, and their recovery would solve many of the puzzles of the Old Testament. Western cities of the 3rd millennium BC. The tablets found at Tel Mardich provide a history of the commercial history of Elba from about 2550 to 2250 BC, at which time it was destroyed. In the 26th century BC, it dominated all commerce in the West, if not in the entire Middle East. At this time, weak dynasties ruled in Mesopotamia, making it possible for cities like Ebla to obtain and retain a strong sense of independence. Because of its strategic location astride the trade routes from Mesopotamia to the Mediterranean, Ebla became a commercial power with influence over most Middle East cities. The archives of Ebla reveal many commercial and trading relationships, as, for example, a particular affinity to the city of Mari on the Euphrates, the entrepot for goods going from Mesopotamia to the west. Another recovered text was found to be a geographical list of cities trading with Ebla: Byblos, Sidon, Ashdod, Megiddo, Jaffa, Karshemish, and many others not located. These lists provide a catalogue of viable cities of the era. Of particular significance in this commercial relationship is a list of cities mentioned in Genesis: Sodom, Gomorrah, Admah, Zeboim, and Bela. All are listed on a single tablet precisely in the same order, but with Damascus added. The repetition of the cities as found in the same order would seem to imply a special relationship among the 5 cities. Eblah's importance in the panorama of the Middle East is attested to by the use of En to denote the king. It reveals a special status and close relations with Uruk, insofar as only the kings of Uruk, the sacred city of An, could use this prestigious title. Other sovereigns of Mesopotamia were called Lugal. The oldest reference to Eblah in cuneiform literature of Mesopotamia dates to the period of the Akkad dynasty, 2334 to 2154 BC. Sargon the Great, the founder of the dynasty, boasts of having conquered Eblah. 100 years later, his grandson Naram-Sin was not satisfied with subjugating the cities of the west, but destroyed them as well. According to the archaeologist Pettinato, the Italian expedition of 1974, which unearthed the royal palace of Eblah, Naram-Sin of Akkad was considered responsible for its fiery destruction. Generally called the Early Bronze Age, from 3000 to 2000 BC, this period ended by widespread destruction. The city of Ai was destroyed in 2200 BC and remained a pile of stones for 1,000 years. Likewise, Jericho was burned by a great conflagration at about this time. Just as Jericho protected the lower end of the Jordan Valley, Beth Shan controlled the approaches in the north, dominating the valley at its widest and guarding the highway which connected it with the sea coast. At the western end of this route, the citadel of Megiddo stood guard. The fortress of Beth Shan is of more than passing interest, for it is crucial for another reason. The name Beth Shan means the temple of the serpent god, and numerous representations of serpents were found here. It may have been the center of the serpent cult, which was widespread in Palestine. In the 3rd millennium, a large population occupied Lower Transjordan near the Dead Sea. A vast cemetery found at Bab Edra reveals hundreds of shaft-type tombs used for group burial. An estimate of the size of the cemetery indicates it could contain at least 20,000 of those shaft tombs. The area suffered devastation about 2200 BC and remained a wasteland for over 1,000 years. Sargon the Great and the rise of the Akkad dynasty. Except for the exploits of Gilgamesh, little is known historically of the first half of the 3rd millennium BC. The reigns of these rulers are not known until the advent of Sargon, who founded the Akkad dynasty about 2334 BC. Sargon was not born of a legitimate king, and his antecedents are a mystery. He might have been the son of a priestess and a Sumerian god on an escapade to Earth. His origin is described in the biographic poem The Legend of Sargon. Sargon, the mighty king, king of Agade am I. My mother was a changeling, my father I knew not. My changeling mother conceived me, in secret she bore me. Sargon then describes how he was set adrift in the river Euphrates in a basket of reeds sealed with bitumen, and later found by a water carrier who raised him as his own son. Sargon then reveals how he worked as a gardener and came to the attention of the goddess Inanna, Ishtar, who granted him her favors and made him king of the city of Agade. The word changeling is sometimes translated as priestess because its meaning is not specific. It was the term, however, applied to the issue of a god and an earthling. Sargon first became cupbearer to the king of Kish. Then, for some unknown reasons, Kish fell out of favor with the gods, and Sargon became king of Agade. The transition is described in the historiographic poem The Curse of Agade, which strongly hints that Sargon was assisted by certain gods who conveniently cleared the road for him by destroying Kish and Uruk. After the frowning forehead of Enlil had killed the people of Kish like the bull of heaven, after he had ground the house of Uruk into dust like a giant bull, after, in due time, to Sargon, the king of Agade, from the lands above to the lands below, Enlil had given him lordship and kingship. The Bull of Heaven was a euphemism often used in the Sumerian legends for one of the special weapons used by the deities. It appears graphically in the tale of Gilgamesh, for example, when he and his companion Enkidu managed to destroy the Bull of Heaven, a weapon sent by the goddess Ishtar. From the inscriptions preserved by Sargon, we know that he conquered all northern Syria as far as Anatolia and up to the borders of Lebanon. It also provides the first recorded reference to Ebla in cuneiform. Sargon the king prostrated himself in prayer before Dagon, Enlil, in Tutul, now modern Hit. He gave him the upper regions, Mari, Iamutu, and Ebla, as far as the forest of cedar and the mountains of silver. Enlil did not let anyone oppose Sargon. There are several points of interest in Sargon's claims. He conquered Mesopotamia, the Upper Valley, the lands to the west up to the borders of Anatolia and Lebanon, the forest of cedar. Elsewhere, he describes how he captured the cities of literal Lebanon and the Bekaa Valley, as indicated in the self-laudatory poem The Legend of Sargon, where he boasts, "The sea lands 3 times I circled, Dilmun my hand captured." The cities of the Mediterranean coast were captured by Sargon, cities which were usually known as the sea lands in the literature of Mesopotamia. Although Sargon entered the sacred valley between the mountains, he apparently caused no damage and was satisfied merely to place his brand on the land of Dilmun. Sargon conquered the known world from Egypt to India and became known as a military genius, an imaginative administrator and builder, and one of the most remarkable political figures of the ancient East. Unlike the rulers who followed, Sargon preferred to conquer and rule his vast empire. This is manifest in the Ebla archives, which reveal the city was thriving under the administration of Sargon, but was later destroyed by his grandson Naram-Sin. Upon the death of Sargon, the kingship went to his son Rimush, who took over an empire torn by revolt and rebellion. Rimush ruled for 9 years, during which time he tried to subdue the rebellious Mesopotamian cities. He died in a palace revolt. Manishtushu ruled for 15 years and was mainly preoccupied with recovering distant colonies which had become mutinous. He too appeared to have died in a palace revolt. Ruling from 2254 BC to 2218 BC, Naram-Sin subdued the rebellious cities of Mesopotamia and recovered the lost colonies. Unfortunately, his overriding ambition and ruthlessness did not bode well. He destroyed the facilities at Baalbek and devastated the lands of Lebanon, poisoning the ground so that it was uninhabitable for 1,000 years. He boasted of how he destroyed the cities of the west like Ebla. Naram-Sin proclaimed himself a god and assumed all the trappings of godship, having himself represented wearing a horned headdress, the symbol of a god. He also placed the dingir, or star symbol, before his name, a usage that was restricted to the gods. Naram-Sin, the king who would be a god. Naram-Sin is best remembered as the king who destroyed the city of Agade and ended a dynasty. He extended the empire's borders ruthlessly, describing himself as king of the 4 quarters, which evidently meant lord of the whole civilized world as it was then known. He also called himself conqueror of Aman and Ebla, and boasted that he was the first to destroy these cities. The claim has a ring of truth to it, for when archaeologists unearthed Ebla in 1974, they found evidence of a vast conflagration, and the city was destroyed at about this time. The ruins of Aman have yet to be located. 3 primary sources provide most of the information we know of Naram-Sin and his career. 1, a stele he erected at Sippar, later found at Susa. 2, a Sumerian composition known as The Legend of Naram-Sin. 3, a rather long, 280 lines, Sumerian historiographic poem, The Curse of Agade. All 3 sources relate to the expedition of Naram-Sin to Lebanon and his destruction of the city at Baalbek. Destruction of the Ekur, or the Tower and Assembly Building at Baalbek. The narrative of the Curse of Agade begins with the rise of Sargon to power with the support of Ishtar, who made Agade her tutelary city. With Enlil's help, the empire of Sargon flourished until the advent of Naram-Sin to the kingship. Soon after he assumed power, the gods deserted the city, and Ishtar removed her sponsorship, leaving the city weak. At first, Naram-Sin accepted his fate with humility. However, after 7 years, his humility turned to defiance, and he mobilized his army to attack the Ekur, desecrating its holy places and devastating the land. According to the legend, this brought down the wrath of Enlil, who unleashed the barbaric tribes of the surrounding hills that spread devastation throughout the land of Mesopotamia. The key to understanding this story is identifying the Ekur of Enlil, whose violation was so severe as to bring down the wrath of the gods who had been called in council. According to translations, the Ekur has been equated to Enlil's temple atop the ziggurat at Nippur, his sacred city. This identification, however, raises many difficulties, for nowhere in the text is the city of Nippur mentioned, or even suggested. The Sumerian term E-Kur is composed of the letter or symbol E, meaning house or home, and Kur, the word for mountain or hill. Besides being used to denote a natural land formation, it is also applied to an artificial mountain such as a ziggurat or any large man-made edifice. There is no indication the Ekur referred to is the one in Nippur, and it has been assumed from the beginning that it was the temple of Enlil that was violated. The text clearly states that the Ekur was located in a forested land of boxwoods, cypress, and cedar. There are no forests in the Mesopotamian alluvial plain, particularly near Nippur, yet this critical fact has gone unnoticed by translators and commentators alike. The cuneiform text makes certain statements that clearly rule out Mesopotamia and instead point to the land of Lebanon and the city of Baalbek. The actions of Naram-Sin, according to the text, were as follows. He defied the word of Enlil, crushed those who had submitted to him, Enlil, mobilized his troops. Obviously, Naram-Sin is wholly alienated from the Sumerian pantheon, and, in particular, its chief Enlil, who had blessed Sargon's conquest of Ebla and Dilmun. The poem then describes the assault of Naram-Sin on the Ekur of Enlil. Like a bandit who plunders a city, he erected large ladders against the house to destroy the Ekur like a huge ship, against the house that was not a mountain, where cedar was felled. He forged great axes, sharpened double-edged axes of destruction. The destruction of the Ekur was complete and so widespread that it affected the whole land, even that of Mesopotamia. The forests of the land of the Ekur were completely devastated as Naram-Sin cast into the fire cedar, cypress, zabalum tree, and box tree. Its giguna trees he pulverized. The structure on the stone platform at Baalbek, the artificial mountain or rocket assembly building, and the launch structure were destroyed. This is described further in the poem. The people now saw its Selah, the house that knew no light. The Akkadians saw the holy vessels of the gods, its great Lahama of the Dubla, who stood at the house. The terms Lahama and Dubla are unknown and left untranslated since they do not fit any known meaning. The context of their usage indicates they refer to something on the Ekur itself, such as a large rocket booster that stood in the Selah or inner room of the edifice. Selah is the usual term used for the most sacred inner sanctum of a temple or palace, that is, the Holy of Holies. Although the poem is in Akkadian Semitic, these unknown terms are probably borrowed from the original Sumerian. In the case of Dubla, Du is the Sumerian term for bond or connection, and Bla, a form of Baal, means crossbeam, as applied to buildings or structures. Thus, Du-Bla may be the framework or bonded crossbeams that refer to the structure for the standing rocket vehicle, which in this case would be the Lahama. The term Lahama also lends itself to a Sumerian definition. La means bright or light. Ha or Ka is the word for the mouth or to speak, and Ma is the common term used for ship or craft. Thus, Lahama probably means the ship whose mouth speaks loudly and brightly, or in other words, a rocket vehicle. Thus, the epic poem The Curse of Agade discloses that the Ekur was not just a temple atop a ziggurat at Nippur, but was the actual rocket tower building sitting on the launch platform in Baalbek. The forested lands that were devastated by Naram Sin were those of Lebanon. In the poem, Naram Sin had consulted an oracle, probably Ishtar herself, where he requested access to the sacred lands, much in the tradition of Gilgamesh, and was refused admission. It may be that at that time he decided to invade and seize the lands. The use of special large-scale destructive weapons is suggested by the reference to the double-edged axes of destruction. In The Legend of Naram Sin, a similar weapon called the Flood Wind is used, and it also causes massive damage and ends the war. According to the Curse of Agade, the weapons of Naram Sin leveled it down to the foundation of the land. He tore up its trees, the raining dust rose sky high. He struck down its doorposts, cut off the vitality of the land. Swift retribution came to Naram Sin. Enlil convened the gods in a special meeting, according to the poem. The seriousness of the affair is shown by the pantheon that decided his fate: Enki, Inanna, Ishtar; Sin, Ninurta, Ishkur, Adad; and Utu, Shamash, all major gods who made the critical decisions of the pantheon. It was first decided to lay waste all of Mesopotamia, but they relented and punished only the city of Agade. The destruction of the city was so thorough that the site of the city has not been found. However, the destruction spread to the rest of Mesopotamia, and it lay in a devastated and chaotic condition for 100 years. The other Sumerian poem, called The Legend of Naram Sin, concerns an expedition of his to a distant land where he destroyed the people of a rebel city located in a mountainous land. Naram Sin did battle with the troops of this land, who numbered several 100,000. In 3 successive years, Naram Sin sent out a massive army to capture the mountain land. 180,000 were sent the first year, 120,000 in the second, and 60,000 in the third year, but not one of them returned alive. The armies appear to have been destroyed by a flood wind weapon, which resembled the axes of destruction mentioned in the other poem. The legends of the hero Gilgamesh were undoubtedly known to Naram Sin. In his overriding ambition, he probably tried to emulate him and duplicate the achievements of his grandfather Sargon. In declaring himself a god, it showed that there was apparently no limit to the excessive ambition of the egomaniac Naram Sin. After the death of Naram Sin, there were a few minor kings of the dynasty, but they ruled over a ruined land and could not stem the onslaught of the Gutian tribes. The land stayed in their hands for about 100 years, a time when there was no central authority in Mesopotamia. Utu-Hegal is credited with the expulsion of Gutians and the reorganization of the cities under the third dynasty of Ur. He was overthrown by a deputy, one Ur-Nammu, who also attempted to resurrect the glory of the old empire. Of all the patriarchal narratives of the Bible, Genesis 14 is unique in being set in the context of world history. It describes an invasion from the east in the year 2085 BC and the role of Abraham in defending the land of Canaan. It was part of a vast panorama of history from the birth of Abraham in 2167 BC until 2067 BC, when Sodom and Gomorrah and the other cities of the Valley of Siddim were destroyed. This ended a dispute over control of the western lands and the space facilities. This timeframe coincides with the end of the early Bronze Age, surmised as between 2100 and 2000 BC, marked by large-scale destruction of the cities of the Levant. During these years, the third dynasty of Ur rose to prominence in Mesopotamia and, according to traditional chronology, ruled from 2114 BC to 2004 BC. To reflect the juxtaposition of the activities of Ur-Nammu and Abraham, it has been necessary to adjust these years by 10. For no other Mesopotamian king of the era fits the biblical background so well. Abraham was born in the city of Ur in Lower Mesopotamia in 2167 BC, when the land was still under the control of the Gutian hordes. About the year 2109 BC, the Gutians were overcome by Utuhegal of Uruk, who drove them out of Mesopotamia. One of his governors usurped the throne and seized control in 2102 BC. This was Ur-Nammu, who ruled for 18 years according to the Sumerian king list. Ur-Nammu and the subsequent kings adopted the name of the god Sin as their patron, suggesting the assistance of this deity in his priesthood. Abraham and his father Terah were high priests serving the deities of Adad at the city of Ur. The change in kingship placed them in a dangerous position. In 2106 BC, they wisely migrated to Haran in northern Mesopotamia, a city on the edge of the Hittite lands controlled by Adad. The first invasion of Palestine by Ur-Nammu was in 2100 BC. Soon after, he consolidated his position among the cities of the Valley of Mesopotamia. The attack is only implied in the book of Genesis, but it is described in the Antiquities of Josephus. At this time, Ur-Nammu forced a treaty and an assurance of fealty on the cities of the Valley of Siddim: Sodom, Gomorrah, Admah, Seboim, and Zoar. These cities were at that time located in the valley now covered by the northern part of the Dead Sea. As reported in Genesis, the pact held firm for 12 years. In the 13th year, the cities rebelled and refused to pay tribute. In the 14th year, the eastern kings invaded the lands. The rebellion was apparently fomented by Adad, for in 2091 BC, a few years before they rebelled, Abraham was sent to Canaan and then to Egypt, ostensibly to set up defenses against what was sure to be an invasion from the east. The year before the invasion, Abraham returned from Egypt with a princess as a bride and presumably many troops. Abraham went to Bethel near Ai, where he divided his forces. Lot took his troops east to defend the city of Sodom in the Valley of Siddim. Abraham deployed his forces south of the Anakim fortress city of Hebron, where he gained valuable allies in the Anakim. Thus, the grand strategy of Adad was to defend the land and particularly the space complex in northern Sinai. The plan was threefold. 1. A string of fortresses of the Rephaim in the Transjordan defended the approach known as the King's Highway. They were believed to be impregnable. 2. The approach through the Jordan Valley was protected by the armies of the 5 cities of the plain, reinforced by Lot's army. Several major citadels like Beth-shean and Jericho also blocked this approach. 3. The third possible invasion route was through the lands west of the valley, through Jerusalem. It was protected by the forces of Abraham, supplemented with an Egyptian contingent and the Anakim, or Rephaim allies, at the fortress of Hebron. The disposition of Abraham's forces south of Jerusalem and north of the Sinai reveals that he was guarding much more than just the cities of the Valley of Siddim. His main preoccupation seemed to be the security of the complex at Mount Sinai and Kadesh Barnea. The following year, the Eastern kings under the leadership of Ur-Nammu invaded the western lands. This must have been a formidable army. Revealed in the Haggadah as numbering 800,000, they easily penetrated the Transjordan and destroyed the fortifications of the Rephaim. The rapidity with which they passed through this heavily defended area strongly indicates the use of special mass-destructive weapons supplied by their deity Sin. Abraham belatedly engaged the enemy at Dan, north of the Sea of Galilee, and again near Damascus, where he liberated Lot and his men and retrieved most of the booty from the rear train of the hastily departing army. It is puzzling why the invaders did not stop and fight the small forces at Abraham's disposal and preserve their loot and prisoners. Had the invading army stood its ground, it would easily have defeated the army of Abraham. However, the army was on a headlong flight back to its native land for some unstated reason. Ur-Nammu is known to have gotten ill on an expedition to a foreign mountain land and died soon after returning to his capital city of Ur, possibly from the effects of his own weapons, perhaps chemical toxicity or radioactive fallout. Shulgi then became king, and a quiet period seems to have come over the land of Canaan. During this interim period, Abraham apparently broke relations with Egypt, as shown in the treatment of Hagar, his Egyptian wife, and their son and heir Ishmael. The cities returned to the aegis of the Eastern kings and reaffirmed their loyalty to the dynasty of Ur. Considering Ardad's inability to defend them successfully against the might of the Mesopotamian power, it seems to have been a logical move. As Yahweh, Ardad is portrayed in the Old Testament as a vindictive and vengeful god. His revenge on the cities of the plain should have been no surprise. In 2067 BC, seeing that he could not retain their loyalty, he unleashed mass-destructive weapons on the cities of the plain that also ruptured the valley floor, resulting in the formation of the Inland Sea. Abraham, high priest and general of Ardad. The family background of Abraham is hardly mentioned in Genesis, which states laconically, Terah took his son Abram, his grandson Lot, son of Haran, and his daughter-in-law Sarai, the wife of his son Abram, and they all left Ur of the Chaldeans to move to the land of Canaan. But when they reached Haran, they settled there. Obviously, Genesis is no help in obtaining information on Abraham's early life and activities in the city of Ur, where he was born and raised. Nonetheless, other sources fill in the omissions of Genesis, such as Josephus in his Antiquities of the Jews, the Book of Jubilees, the Book of the Apocalypse of Abraham, and the Haggadah. According to Jubilees, Abraham came from a long line of high priests who served the local deities of the cities of Mesopotamia. His grandfather Nahor learned about the special priestly knowledge from his father, for Nahor grew up and dwelt in Ur among the Chaldeans, and his father taught him the research of the Chaldeans to practice divination and astrology according to the signs of the heavens. Nahor's son carried on the family tradition. He, in turn, was assisted in his priestly duties by his son Abraham. Thus, it is recorded that at least 4 generations served in the priesthood of the city of Ur. Jubilees mention how Abraham, in his 60th year, argued with his father and burned down the temple which contained the idols. His brother Haran dashed in to save the idols, but perished in the fire. It was for destroying the temple, according to this source, that Terah and his family were forced to leave Ur. However, the real reason for the migration lies in the political turmoil of the times, and it may be that the temple they destroyed was that of Enlil or Sin. Probably the most detailed and fascinating story of Abraham's early life is found in the Book of the Apocalypse of Abraham. The Slavonic Apocalypse of Abraham, as it is sometimes called, is dated to the 1st century AD and probably originated in Hebrew in Palestine. It was utterly lost to the Western Christian Church until the 11th century AD. In this document, Terah is described not only as an astrologer, but also as an idol maker. With his son's help, Terah ran a workshop that manufactured idols for the Mesopotamian temples and sold them to private citizens for home use. These were made of different materials: stone, wood, iron, copper, silver, and gold, with their value determined by the substance and workmanship. These idols were presumably the teraphim of the Old Testament and the animated idols of the Sumerians that, with devices embedded in the statue and power packs inserted in the eye sockets, acted as communicator radio sets. According to the Haggadah, Abraham's father was just not an ordinary priest, for he was a prince and magnate in the house of the king. The king was presumably Utu-Hagar, and thus the fate of Terah and Abraham was intimately connected with the fortunes of this ruling house. Abraham leaves on a mission for Adad. Abraham left Haran for the land of Canaan when he was 75 years old. Thus he remained in Haran for 14 years, from 2106 to 2092 BC. Although the scriptures are silent about these years, events elsewhere were rapidly moving to a conclusion. In Ur, the ambitious Ur-Nammu was consolidating his newly won position by gradually subduing the other cities of Mesopotamia. Only then did he turn his attention to the western lands. The story is narrated in Genesis. For 12 years they had served Chedorlaomer, but in the 13th year they rebelled. In the 14th year, Chedorlaomer and the kings allied with him. The pact between the Canaanite kings and the Sumerian kings, presumably led by Ur-Nammu, was therefore enacted 14 years earlier, in 2098 BC. According to Josephus, this treaty resulted from an incursion by Mesopotamian kings who were conquerors and imposed a tribute on Sodomite kings who submitted to this slavery 12 years. The earlier invasion had occurred during the years that Abraham was at Haran. He must have witnessed these events that saw the policies of Ur-Nammu take fruition. It is known from the Sumerian king list that the Gutian hordes ruled Mesopotamia for 91 years after the destruction of Agade. Then, for 7 years, the kingship was established at Uruk under the tutelage of Utu-Hagar. The king list then cryptically states that Uruk was smitten with weapons and its kingship carried off to Ur. Rarely does a kingship change hands in this manner in the king list. When a city or enemy is smitten with weapons, it usually refers to unusual widespread destruction, such as by non-traditional weapons, that is, the special weapons of the gods. Utu-Hagal of the unfortunate city of Uruk left a memorial of his exploits on a clay tablet wherein he praises the gods Ishkur, Adad, and Utu, Shamash, for their help in defeating the Gutians and returning the kingship to Uruk. Adad and Utu were gods of the western lands, that is, Anatolia and Lebanon respectively. Were these the gods that Terah and Abraham served? If so, they were forced to leave Ur when Ur-Nammu established his capital in their home city of Ur. Ur-Nammu had the support of Nana, Sin, and the priesthood. This is shown in the affinity of this dynasty to attach his name to theirs. For example, Amar-Sin, Shu-Sin, and Ibi-Sin. Even from the abbreviated version of Abraham's activities as provided by Genesis, it is pretty evident that he was not just an ordinary nomadic chief. He could mobilize a sizable number of troops on short notice and engage a formidable invading horde. There must have been more to the migration than just a vague impulse to settle and populate a new land. Thus, in the year 2092, the 15th year of his stay in Haran, Abraham received his marching orders. Genesis states tersely that Yahweh appeared to Abraham and told him to take Sarah and Lot and all the possessions they had acquired and all the persons they had obtained in Haran and set out for the land of Canaan. The statement leaves open the question of the size of his contingent, and all the persons they had obtained in Haran could have been a considerable number of people. Leaving with his entourage, Abraham proceeded to the area south of Shechem, a site that plays a significant role in the later activities of the Hebrews. Abraham traveled in the land as far as the site of Shechem by the Terebinth, oak of Moreh, says Genesis. Customarily, Moreh is translated as a personal name, but its original meaning is guiding or oracular. In the book of Judges, the Moreh at Shechem is the soothsayer Terebinth. It was apparently a place where one could contact the gods. Abraham returns from Egypt to set up defenses. At Bethel, Adad told Abraham to go to Egypt, where, according to Jubilees, he remained for 5 years. Was Abraham's visit there a mission for Adad to secure their help in the coming hostilities? Little is known of these years, although Josephus implies he moved in the highest circles, since he taught the Egyptians many sciences they did not know. Abraham also took an Egyptian wife, a princess, and the Pharaoh's daughter, the usual practice when a treaty is struck between allies. This is not the action of a typical nomad, and reveals Abraham's aristocratic status, and verifies the statement in the Haggadah that his father Terah was a prince and magnate in the house of the ruler of Ur. Hagar, Abraham's bride, was apparently Adad's choice to start a dynasty under Abraham in the land of Canaan. This is evident in their first child Ishmael being made the heir apparent at the time. It was not until later that a change of fortune caused Adad to initiate a new line of descent under Isaac. Abraham must have had knowledge of the coming invasion from the east and sought Egyptian assistance in the form of an armed force. In 2086 BC, Abraham returned to Canaan and immediately proceeded to Bethel, where he had previous communications with Adad. This conference took place about a year before the invasion. Because of subsequent events, it seems that the cities of the plain must have abrogated their treaty with Ur at this time, probably at the instigation of Adad, with the promise to provide them with the necessary protection. Abraham was entrusted with the task of setting up defenses. At Bethel, Abraham was told to divide his forces. Lot took part of the army eastward to the valley of Siddim and deployed them before the city of Sodom to protect it from a direct assault through the Jordan Valley. Abraham led his own forces and Egyptian troops southward to Hebron, a strong citadel of the Anakim or Rephaim. Here he received support from the Anakim generals Mamre, Eshkol, and Aner. It is noteworthy that Abraham did not deploy his forces north of Jerusalem, which is the logical place to defend it. Obviously, he was protecting someplace south of Jerusalem and Hebron. As events developed, it became evident that El Paran in northern Sinai was the target of the invading army. The third possible approach to the Sinai was through the Transjordan. Adad and Abraham relied heavily on their formidable Rephaim allies, which controlled that mountainous region, and which was the main trade route known as the King's Highway. Protected by a string of fortified bastions, this area was believed to be impenetrable. Hence, as the fateful year 2085 BC approached, Abraham had strategically deployed his forces. With his Egyptian, Anakim, and Rephaim allies, his position seemed impregnable. Location of Sodom and Gomorrah. Sodom and Gomorrah and the other infamous cities of the Valley of Siddim, which were destroyed in the days of Abraham, have never been physically located. However, tradition places them under the waters of the shallow or southern part of the Dead Sea. A second false assumption that we will address here is the age of the Dead Sea, that it is hundreds of thousands of years old and has existed in this form since recorded time. There is no scriptural or other evidence to support both suppositions. On the contrary, all indications are that the cities were in the northern part of the Dead Sea and that this sea dates no further back than the days of Abraham. The 5 cities seem to have been a cohesive group. Sodom, Gomorrah, Admah, Zeboim, and Zoar or Bela were often linked together geographically as though they were neighbors in the Valley of Siddim. As implied in Genesis, the 5 cities were also associated commercially when they rebelled as a group against the authority of the kings of Mesopotamia and refused to pay tribute. They are also mentioned as a group in the Ebla tablets, indicating that they were a trading consortium. The area covered by the Dead Sea is an extension of the Jordan Valley, as it would have continued into the Wadi Araba were it not contained south of Jericho for an area of some 50 miles. Since the lake is a continuation of the valley, what are the characteristics of this essential geographical feature? Today, the valley through which the Jordan River flows extends 65 miles between the Sea of Galilee in the north and the Dead Sea in the south. The valley is between 3 and 14 miles wide, while its river bends and twists in many loops to complete an overall run of 200 miles. The river itself is about 90 to 100 feet wide and 3 to 10 feet deep, except in flood at springtime. It falls 590 feet between the two bodies of water, providing for the river's swift current. After a tortuous descent of 200 miles, it loses itself entirely in the Dead Sea, from which there is no outlet. Historical evidence indicates that it was not so at the time of Abraham. The Jordan Valley at that time extended all the way from the Sea of Galilee through what is now the Dead Sea, then called the Valley of Siddim, and exited into the Wadi Araba. It may have continued south, emptying into the Gulf of Aqaba. The valley was highly fertile. Its lush vegetation made it a veritable Garden of Eden, as suggested in Genesis, when Lot looked about and saw how thoroughly watered was the whole Jordan plain, all the way to Zoar, like Yahweh's own garden, or like the land of Egypt. Thus, the Valley of Siddim is compared in its green luxuriance to the Garden of Eden and the Nile Valley. In biblical times, part of the Jordan Valley was called the Thicket, or Jungle of the Jordan, where lions and other animals were so numerous as to be a threat to travelers and shepherders of the area. Its many advantages, an abundance of water, rich vegetation, and strategic location, made the Valley of Siddim a natural site for many large and prosperous cities. The Jordan-Siddim Valley controlled the major trade route from Lebanon and the Mediterranean ports in the north, with the land of Egypt and the Red Sea ports to the south. It was probably for these reasons that the valley was so heavily defended, with citadels like Jericho, Beth-shean, Beth-nimrah, and En-gedi protecting the vital approaches of the north and west. On the eastern side, a natural mountain barrier was supplemented by several fortified cities of the Rephaim. In the southern part of the Valley of Siddim, the bitumen pits formed a natural obstacle. The origin of the Dead Sea. Geological and historical evidence indicates that the lower Jordan Valley in the past was much different from what it is today. The Dead Sea did not exist at the time of Abraham. In fact, studies of the accumulation of the salt content of the Dead Sea place the lake no older than 6,000 years. The subject is discussed by Velikovsky in his Ages in Chaos. Quoting the British Geographic Journal, Velikovsky contends that if the accumulation of salt and other sources of accretion brought in by the Jordan River were taken as a basis of computation for the age of the Dead Sea, its age would be less than 6,000 years, or even 5,000 years. The biblical story of the invasion of the four kings from the east states explicitly that the area now occupied by the Dead Sea used to be called the Valley or Vale of Siddim. All the latter, that is, the defending kings, joined forces in the Valley of Siddim, now the Dead Sea. The phrase, now the Dead Sea, was apparently added by the chronicler to identify the area of conflict. The Jordan River evidently flowed through the Valley of Siddim and exited into the Wadi Araba. It watered the valley and provided for its luxuriant conditions. The Haggadah observes that the valley's fertility was due to a network of canals which later became the basis for the Dead Sea. It was a well-irrigated land, for according to Genesis, Lot looked about and saw how thoroughly watered was the whole Jordan plain, all the way to Zoar. It is generally agreed that Zoar was in the southernmost part of the shallow part of the Dead Sea, somewhere near the Lisan, or tongue of land that juts out into the sea. To Zoar Lot retreated to escape from the oncoming destruction of Sodom and Gomorrah. Some catastrophic event must have caused the geological fault which runs through and underlies the area to displace, the ground sinking in the process and forming a seal to allow the accumulation of water from the inflow of the Jordan River. Josephus, in his Antiquities, asserts that the lake was formed after the destruction of Sodom. When the eastern kings invaded Palestine, they pitched camp at the vale called the Slime Pits, for at that time there were pits in that place. But now, upon the destruction of the city of Sodom, that vale became the Lake Asphaltites, as it is called. Lake Asphaltites was the Roman name for the Dead Sea. Location of the 5 cities of the Valley of Siddim. The 5 cities destroyed in the Valley of Siddim are given as Sodom, Gomorrah, Admah, Zeboim, and Zoar, or Bela. These cities were not only linked geographically, but also commercially, and seemed to be a trading consortium. Except for Zoar, they were all located in the northern part of what is now the Dead Sea. When Abraham and Lot separated their forces, Genesis clarifies that Lot took his troops to the east, the northern part of the valley. As Genesis expressed it, so Lot chose for himself the whole Jordan plain and set out eastward and settled among the cities of the plain, pitching his tent near Sodom. Eastward could only be in the direction of Jericho, the city which marks the northern edge of the present Dead Sea. 18 years later, when the cities were destroyed in a cataclysmic explosion, Abraham observed the results from a mountaintop near Hebron, only 15 miles away. The disaster occurred at dawn. That morning, Abraham hurried to the mountaintop, and as Genesis says, as he looked down towards Sodom and Gomorrah and the whole area of the plain, he could see only smoke over the land, rising like the fumes from a kiln. Hebron is due west from En-Gedi and the central part of the Dead Sea. The area of destruction witnessed by Abraham must have been the area in the northern and central parts of the valley. Abraham looked toward the plain, and no mention is made of a body of water. In fact, nowhere in the account of the Eastern King's invasion, nor in the destruction of the cities, is any reference made explicitly or implied to the existence of an inland sea. Who was the actual leader of the invading army? According to Genesis, the invading kings were Amraphel, king of Shinar, Arioch, king of Elasar, Chedorlaomer, king of Elam, and Tidal, king of Goyim. Continuous historical research through the years has not been able to associate these monarchs with known Mesopotamian regions, either through linguistic affinities or chronological associations. Shinar, of course, is Sumer. The land of Elasar is not identified. Elam is the eastern neighbor of Sumer and traditionally its rival. Goyim is the same as the Hebrew word for nations and presumably means he led a polyglot group. According to the Genesis account, Chedorlaomer was the leader of the invading group. Although it makes Chedorlaomer the leader of the invasion, many uncertainties arise from the Genesis text and the writings of Josephus, the only other religious source of the attack. He calls them Assyrian kings and lists them in the following order: Amraphel, Arioch, Chedorlaomer, and Tidal. It would seem he recorded them in what he considered their rank of importance. It is also pertinent that the opening sentence of Genesis 14, which provides the invasion account, also lists them in the same order as Josephus, with Amraphel given first and Chedorlaomer third. With that introductory statement, Genesis adds that the valley's cities had served Chedorlaomer for 12 years, and that Chedorlaomer and the allied kings invaded in the 14th year. Genesis gives their battle order in the Valley of Siddim as Chedorlaomer, Tidal, Amraphel, and Arioch. The next reference in Genesis 14 mentions Abraham's victory over Chedorlaomer and the kings allied with him. So, while the Hebrew chroniclers explicitly state that the invasion was under the leadership of the king of Elam, it is not completely clear that this was actually so. One is forced to believe that somewhere along the line, someone tampered with the text. We are faced with the fact that Amraphel, by virtue of being the king of Shinar, Sumer, would logically choose to head the expedition. Apparently, something is amiss in the Genesis account, and it may be that the Hebrew chroniclers purposely diluted the role of the king of Sumer for reasons of their own, presumably political. The relations of the Sumerian cities with that of Elam were often tempestuous. Elam was a traditional rival and a persistent threat to the cities of Mesopotamia. Under the assignment of the lands after the deluge, Elam was assigned to Ninurta, the chief military aide of Enlil. In the Sumerian king list, Elam is not listed as one of the cities receiving the kingship, and stood out of the pale of legitimate cities. Only the cities of Mesopotamia under the aegis of Nana, Sin, were allowed to become capital cities. The only reference to Elam in the king list is not a happy one. One of the early kings of Kush is reported to have smote the weapons of the land of Elam. Perhaps Amraphel had to come to terms with the city of Elam so as not to leave this powerful adversary at his back in Mesopotamia when he took an expedition far away to the western lands. Amraphel and Chedorlaomer would thus be co-leaders of the expedition as suggested by the biblical accounts. Of the dynasties of Mesopotamia that could have produced the invasion king, the third dynasty of Ur seems the most probable. It is generally agreed that the Akkad dynasty was much too early to coincide with the days of Abraham. In the interim period after the fall of the Akkad dynasty, the land of Mesopotamia suffered severe disruptions and depredations at the hands of the Gutian hordes who had descended from the surrounding mountains. These intervening years can be eliminated as producing a candidate for our purpose, since the Gutian kings were not strong enough to consolidate the cities of Mesopotamia, much less mount an invasion to the west. It was one of their puppet kings, one Utu-Hegal, who rebelled and finally rid the country of the Gutian occupation. In turn, he appointed a military governor at Ur, later to assume the throne name of Ur-Nammu, who usurped the authority of Utu-Hegal and seized control of the Mesopotamian states, thereby founding what is known as the Third Dynasty of Ur. This dynasty was followed by the First Babylonian dynasty, and it is generally agreed that this dynasty is much too recent to be coexistent with the days of Abraham. In this respect, the Third Dynasty of Ur has been the choice of most scholars. According to the Sumerian king list, the kings who followed the defeat of the Gutians were as follows. Utu-Hegal ruled at Uruk for 7.5 years. The kingship was transferred to Ur, where Ur-Nammu reigned for 18 years. His son followed and ruled for 48 years. Then his son, Amar-Sin, ruled for 9 years, and then his son, Shu-Sin, ruled for a further 9 years. Ibi-Sin then reigned for 24 years and ended the dynasty, which has lasted for 108 years according to the king list. The reign of Ur-Nammu is believed to have begun in 2103 BC, and the dynasty ended in 1995 BC. Of these kings of the Third Dynasty of Ur, one is sought who fits the requirements based on explicit statements in Genesis 14. For 12 years they, the kings of the Valley of Siddim, had served Chedorlaomer, but in the 13th year they rebelled. In the 14th year, Chedorlaomer and the kings allied with him came and invaded Palestine. Therefore, our analysis requires a king who reigned at least 14 years, preferably a little longer. This would allow sufficient time for the monarch to invade the western lands, impose his will on the valley cities for 13 years, and invade again to subdue the rebellious cities. The second requirement is that there be a period of disintegration before his reign. He would need several years to pacify and regain control of the city-states of Mesopotamia before he could turn his attention to reclaiming the distant cities, the colonies of Sargon the Great, which had become independent during the chaotic period of the Gutian rule. The third factor concerns a king who would die on a foreign expedition and be brought back hastily by his troops, thereby aborting the invasion to a certain degree. In summary, these parameters require a king who ruled for at least 14 years, preferably a little longer, whose reign came at the end of a period of chaos and disintegration of the empire, and who died suddenly and unexpectedly while on an expedition to the distant mountain land. There is only one ruler of the Third Dynasty that meets all these requirements. and that one is Ur-Nammu, the founder of the dynasty. Ur-Nammu ruled 18 years according to the king list. His short reign was due to his dying prematurely on an expedition. It is estimated that he overthrew Utuhegal in 2103 BC, when he moved the capital city to Ur. The return of the kingship to the legitimate Sumerian kings after the 100 years of rule by the barbarian Gutians is described in a biographical poem about Utuhegal. In the verse, he explains how he went before the shrines of the gods Ishkur, Adad, and Utu, Shamash, and requested their help dislodging the Gutians and expelling them from the Mesopotamian lands. The moon god Nanna, Sin, is strangely absent from this poem, and his omission is quite significant. Utuhegal did not suffix his name with that of Sin, as did the subsequent kings of the dynasty, which may be a clue to his character, his overriding ambition and supreme ego which brought on his downfall. Successive rulers of the dynasty, such as Amar-Sin, Shu-Sin, and Ibi-Sin, were careful to attach the deity's name to their own. This indicates the continuing support of the moon god and his priesthood, and a careful precaution not to suffer the fate of Ur-Nammu. Sumerian cities were ruled by different aristocracies and priesthoods, which owed loyalty to a tutelary deity that protected the city from harm and supported the king in many military ventures. Thus, the rise of a new king and the transfer of power to another city also meant a struggle in the ruling aristocracies, resulting in a significant change in the pantheon. The life and actions of Abraham are set against this political background, for Terah and Abraham served as the ruling king of the city of Ur, who was at that time Utuhegal. In 2106, when Terah and Abraham left Ur for Haran, the struggle for political control was coming to a climax. The support of Terah for Utu and Adad was becoming increasingly dangerous. A few years later, they left Ur, and Utu-Nammu made his move and seized control of the government and moved his capital city to Abraham's native city. After he had subdued the other cities of Mesopotamia and consolidated his power, he turned his attention to recovering the lost colonies. In the year 2099 BC, he sent or led an expedition to the cities in the west and re-established Sumerian control over the former empire that had become independent and rich during the past 100 years. He subdued the cities of the Valley of Siddim and forced a treaty on them, securing their loyalty and tribute for the next 12 years. During these quiet years, Ur-Nammu turned his attention to internal affairs. Now that the empire had been recovered and tribute was pouring in, he rebuilt the roads and regained some of Sargon's former glory. In a cuneiform tablet, he boasted of his outstanding achievements during this period. According to his self-proclaimed deeds, available to us through copies provided by later scribal schools, Ur-Nammu succeeded in codifying the laws suspended during the 100 years of domination by the Gutians. These laws antedated the Code of Hammurabi and were the first code of laws known anywhere in the world. Ur-Nammu is also credited with building the great ziggurat at Ur, dedicated to the temple to the moon god Sin. Then, for some reason not provided by historical documents, the cities of the West refused to pay tribute and rebelled against the authority of their eastern masters. The instigator was presumably Adad, whose influence over the western lands was quite strong. From Anatolia, he ruled a Hittite empire that extended as far south as Jerusalem. He certainly must have considered the cities of the Valley of Siddim as his sphere of control. However, eastern kings would undoubtedly challenge this claim, for according to the land divisions after the deluge, the western lands had been assigned to Sin. Thus, in the year 2085, Ur-Nammu led a mixed army of 800,000 men to the west. He had several purposes: to seize or destroy the space facilities at Mount Sinai and Kadesh, which had come under the control of Adad. Also, he set out to punish the rebellious cities of the valley and destroy the warrior god race, the Rephaim, who had also refuted their traditional allegiance to the east, and thus presented a serious military threat to the empire. Genesis is quite unique in that it provides a description of the expedition of Ur-Nammu to the west and delineates the route taken by the invaders. In the 14th year, Chedorlaomer and the kings allied with him came and defeated the Rephaim in Ashtaroth Karnaim, the Zuzim in Ham, the Emin in Shava Kiriathaim, and the Horites in the hill country of Seir near El Paran, which is on the edge of the wilderness. They then swang back to En Mishpat, now Kadesh, and subdued all the territory of the Amalekites, and also the Amorites who dwelt in Hazazon Tamor. Bypassing the land of Lebanon and the Jordan Valley, the army took the route known as the King's Highway, which ran the length of the mountainous land of Transjordan. The passage through this area is also described by Josephus, who called them the offspring of the Nephilim. These kings laid waste all Syria and overthrew the offspring of the Nephilim. Destroying this line of fortresses, the army headed for their primary target, which was El Paran and Kadesh in northern Sinai, on the edge of the wilderness. It has been generally accepted that El Paran was the main goal of the invading army, although the strategic importance of this city has not been fully explained. Swinging north through the Araba, they attacked and reduced the citadel of En-Gedi, formerly called Hazazon Tamor, which protected the southern approaches to the valley of Siddim. The kings brought their armies south to face the oncoming threat, or, in the words of Genesis, thereupon the king of Sodom, Gomorrah, Admah, Zeboim, and of Bela, or Zoar, marched forth and engaged them in the battle of the valley of Siddim. The battle was enjoined near an area of asphalt pits. Here the kings of the cities of the valley were soundly defeated. Many escaped to the surrounding hills, others were mired in the tar pits and cut down. Lot and his men were taken prisoner. Now, the valley of Siddim was one bitumen pit after another. The kings of Sodom and Gomorrah flung themselves into these in their flight. Others escaped to the hills. The invaders seized all the possessions of Sodom and Gomorrah and all their food, and departed, taking with them Lot, the son of Abram's brother, together with his possessions. Clearly, the invaders did not intend to lay waste the prosperous commercial cities, as they had done with the cities of the Rephaim. The cities were much too valuable as subservient commercial towns paying tribute to the city of Ur. On the other hand, the indulgence of the invaders may have been due to the haste in which they left Palestine. After utterly defeating the defending troops, they looted the cities and took many prisoners, including Lot. Exiting through the Jordan River Valley, they were attacked by the forces of Abraham at Dan near the Sea of Galilee. Abraham fought them again near Damascus. As a result of these engagements, he liberated Lot and the other prisoners and recaptured the loot taken from the cities of the plain. The army of Ur-Nammu at no time stopped and faced the enemy, for reasons unknown, preferring to forfeit their hard-earned gains from Sodom and Gomorrah. In military travel procedures, the supply train, captured booty, and prisoners usually trail the main body of troops. Clearly, Abraham came into contact with the rear guard of the departing army, and at no time did he face the main body of troops. Why didn't Abraham confront the invaders? It is a mystery why Abraham remained at Hebron with his Egyptian and Anakim allies. Throughout the whole episode, the invasion through Transjordan, the destruction of El Paran and Kadesh, the battle of the valley of Siddim, Abraham did not engage the enemy. The military strategy would dictate that he moves his army south as the invaders entered the valley. He would then have been able to execute a classic pincer movement, bottling the valley at both ends. Abraham plainly expected the defense line of the Rephaim to hold the invaders, or at least to slow them down. Later, he probably assumed that Lot and the armies of Sodom and Gomorrah could defend the narrow valley. It is also possible that Abraham expected a thrust up the Negev towards Jerusalem and waited at Hebron for the attack that never came. Belatedly, he may have realized his mistake and chased after the departing armies. it is more probable that the tremendous power demonstrated by the invaders gave Abraham reason for pause, and he realized that he did not have the resources to meet the enemy head-on. The invaders moved quickly and resolutely up through the Jordan Valley after looting the cities. They did not tarry and apparently bypassed other fortifications in the area, such as Jericho. In fact, the exit through the Jordan Valley and up to Damascus seems more like a rapid return to their homeland. Genesis observes that at this time Abraham decided to commit the troops under his command. A fugitive brought the news to Abram the Hebrew, who was camping at the terebinths of Mamre, the Amalekite, a kinsman of Eshcol and Aner, these being confederates of Abram. When Abram learned that his kinsman Lot had been captured, he called up his retainers, born into his household, in the number of 318, and gave chase as far as Dan. The size of Abraham's pursuing army of 318 is unreasonably tiny, and the number may actually refer to the leaders or chieftains of armed groups or tribes. Hebron was a stronghold of the Anakim. While the assistance of these confederates or allies is not straightforward, their inclusion in the text would suggest that they supported Abraham in his pursuit of the invaders. These were large and fearsome warriors, and presumably equipped with iron chariots. Abraham and his Anakim cavalry caught up with the rearguard of the army of Ur-Nammu at Dan. A second skirmish was fought near the city of Damascus, and they managed to recover most of the booty and prisoners. Strangely, Ur-Nammu did not stand and fight. They would easily have defeated the small force of Abraham, yet they allowed him to seize their war prizes without a firm stand. Evidently, they were in no mood to fight, and were in precipitous haste to leave these lands and return home. It may be that the reason for their rush home was to convey the ill Ur-Nammu back to his capital. The translation of a cuneiform tablet provided by J.V. Kinnear Wilson in his book The Rebel Lands delivers the story of the expedition of Ur-Nammu and his death in a foreign land. The tablet describes how he fell ill in the mountain land, and was swiftly taken back to Ur, where he was laid on a funeral bier at his palace in Ur. The people of Mesopotamia were in shock, for this was not supposed to happen in the cosmic scheme of things. The tablet complains how the king had been abandoned on the battlefield like a crushed vessel. Although he had served the gods well, so went the complaint, they failed to stand by him in his time of need. Ur-Nammu may have been the victim of his own ambition. In a tablet commemorating the death of Ur-Nammu, it is implied that he used mass-destructive weapons whose use may have backfired and caused his death. He boasts of using the mighty Udug weapon, which is said to have reduced the enemy land to dust and to have overlaid it with poison. There are references to a fiery gas that blew into the house of the rebel lands. These are all symptoms and consequences of nuclear and chemical warfare weapons. Ur-Nammu caused his own sickness and death and devastated Transjordan and the northern Sinai lands, which caused them to remain unoccupied for hundreds of years. The cities of the Valley of Siddim had a short respite. The death of Ur-Nammu and the change of kingship with the resultant disorganization probably allowed them to continue their independent ways. But their doom was sealed. 18 years later, the cities were destroyed in a cataclysmic explosion that also ruptured the geological fault that underlies the Jordan Valley, causing the ground to sink and seal off the effluence of the Jordan River. Thus, the Dead Sea was formed. The Quiet Years, 2084 to 2067 BC, and the Coming Storm. With the death of Ur-Nammu, his son Shulgi became king of Ur. He ruled for 48 years, bringing in a period of relative peace and prosperity for Sumer. Shulgi relentlessly expanded the limits of the empire over Elam and Anshan to the east and to the Zagros Mountains to the north. Shulgi assumed divine status and used the dingir or star symbol before his name, just as Ur-Nammu had done. Having subdued the land to the east and north, a ruler of Shulgi's ambition would certainly not have left the western provinces unsubordinated. The scriptures do not reveal any political or military activity for this period. It appears that the valley cities of Siddim had returned to the aegis of the Mesopotamian kings and enjoyed prosperity under the tutelage of Shulgi. After 2085 BC, Abraham and his retinue settled among the Rephaim at Mamre near Hebron. Here he complained to Yahweh or Adad that he had no offspring to continue the family line. Adad promised him a male heir, and soon Ishmael was born of his Egyptian wife in the year 2082, 3 years after the invasion of Ur-Nammu. At this time, Adad had apparently planned to perpetuate the line of Abraham through the Egyptian side, thereby indicating continued cordial relationships with Egypt. 14 years later, Isaac was born of Sarah, his second wife. Hagar was abruptly banished with the heir apparent Ishmael to the wilderness. In the intervening years, Adad must have changed his attitude and relations towards Egypt. The year before the destruction of Sodom, Adad made a new covenant with Abraham, this time choosing Isaac to perpetuate the line of Abraham. There is also a strong indication that Adad himself was the sire of Isaac. What caused the rift with Egypt and the start of a new dynasty under Isaac is not known. Still, the actions presumably were associated with the destruction of the valley cities the following year. The shift from Ishmael to Isaac is described in Genesis. Adad's change of heart is described in his announcement to Sarah that at the age of 90 she is to conceive and bear a son who will be the new heir. Evidently, Adad wishes to make a fresh start without the aid of his Egyptian allies. Of this arrangement, Adad informs Abraham, "I will bless her. Moreover, I will give you a son by her, and when I have blessed her, she shall give rise to nations." Taken literally, it means that Adad will be the sire of the son by Sarah. It was the policy of the Sumerian deities to mate with human women for the purpose of providing trusted personnel to run the empire, the aristocracy of kings, generals, priests, and other important functionaries. It was their way of assuring a race of demigods they could trust to carry out their wishes and be a barrier between them and ordinary humans. Adad was merely following the usual practice of the gods of Sumer. It explains Yahweh's particular concern for Isaac and his son Jacob in the Old Testament. The destruction of Sodom and Gomorrah. In the Genesis account, 3 angels appeared to Abraham at Mamre to bring the news personally from Adad. The cities, they warned, would be destroyed unless Abraham could provide sufficient reason for not doing so. The angels flew over the cities in reconnaissance. The men set out from there and looked down upon the face of Sodom. The messengers conducted an aerial survey of the cities, presumably to warn any friends and allies of Abraham. Later, 2 of them went to Sodom to retrieve Lot and his family. They were taken outside the city and warned to flee to the hills lest they be caught in the coming destruction. Lot and his family retreated to Zoar in the southern part of the valley, but, warned that they were not safe even there, decided to head for the mountains. The description of the destruction is provided by Genesis and some added details from Josephus and the Haggadah. Genesis says, "The sun rose upon the earth as Lot entered Zoar. Then Yahweh rained down upon Sodom and Gomorrah sulphurous fire. He overthrew the cities and the whole plain, with all the inhabitants of the cities and the vegetation of the ground." In this account, sulphurous fire came down from the heaven. Josephus adds more information, with the statement that the Lord cast a thunderbolt upon the city and set it on fire with its inhabitants. In the Haggadah, this thunderbolt comes from the Shekinah, the aerial chariot of the Lord. When the angels had brought forth Lot and his family and set them outside the city, he bade them run for their lives and not look behind, lest they behold the Shekinah which had descended to work the destruction of the cities. Lot and his family had been warned not to look behind them, lest they be blinded by the flash of the explosion, probably nuclear in nature. The spaceship of Adad or Yahweh had descended from the sky, firing a destructive weapon at the cities and vegetation of the plain. The force of the explosion, or explosions, was so great as to rupture the geological fault underlying the valley of Siddim, dropping the valley floor and sealing the fault. thereby creating a large inland sea. At this time, Abraham was at Hebron, where he climbed the highest point at dawn to witness the event. Hebron is only 15 miles from the valley, and from his vantage point, Abraham must have had an excellent view of the whole event. As he looked down towards Sodom and Gomorrah and the whole area of the plain, he could see only smoke over the land, rising like the fumes from a kiln. Was it a mushroom-shaped cloud that Abraham witnessed, a nuclear event that destroyed the cities of the plain? Adad is the prime suspect as the culprit who destroyed the valley of Siddim. The kings of the Third Dynasty considered these cities too valuable to waste and preferred to bring them under their control and collect tribute. On the other hand, Adad had good reason to destroy the cities. He had failed in his attempt to protect the cities from the depredations of the Eastern kings. He also was unable to secure the space complex at Mount Sinai and the support complex at Kadesh or prevent their destruction. Seeing that they could not depend upon Adad or his resources to protect them from the Eastern kings, and being practical commercial entities, the cities apparently decided to revert to the aegis of the Eastern monarchs. Adad and Abraham had broken relations with Egypt, or perhaps it was the reverse, the Egyptians backing down from what they considered to be a bad alliance. Adad, or Yahweh, was known throughout the Old Testament as a vindictive and vengeful god. This appears to have been his last great act of vengeance. It also appears that Utu deserted Adad at this time. At first occupying Lebanon, Utu presumably shifted his space activities to the Mount Sinai complex after the destructive expedition of Naram Sin. With both space complexes destroyed, he had no base of operations in the west, and presumably returned to his home in Mesopotamia. This is indicated in the Haggadah, where it comments that one of the reasons that the cities of Sodom and Gomorrah were destroyed was because they worshipped the sun and moon gods. It thus appears that these cities had transferred their allegiance to Sin, the moon god, and Shamash, the sun god, from that of Adad, known as the thunder god of the western lands. The ruin of the valley of Siddim was the last of many devastations of the lands of the Levant. Earlier, the cities of Ebla and Ammon and the land of Lebanon had been destroyed. Then the cities of the Rephaim in the Transjordan, the Mount Sinai Kadesh complex, and southern Palestine's defensive citadels. Now the 5 cities of the valley of Siddim disappeared in a fiery cloud, and the land eventually flooded to become the Dead Sea. There was little of value left in the western lands. After the destruction of Sodom and Gomorrah, the other cities of the plain, and the space center, the repercussions spread far and wide. The fallout in Sumer caused many survivors to become refugees. Where did Lot go after the destruction? The migrations that followed this devastating event were accompanied by a high level of culture and technology, hence explaining many of the mysterious breakthroughs circa 2000 BC that archaeologists have uncovered worldwide. However, while some Sumerians fled thousands of miles, others preferred to stay closer to home. One such refugee was Abraham's nephew, Lot. Lot and his 2 daughters left Zoar and settled in the mountains, for he was afraid to stay in Zoar. He and his 2 daughters lived in a cave. Lot and his daughters, who witnessed the nuclear event, may well have believed that they were the only survivors. Where are the mountains and the cave where Lot lived with his daughters? Hardly anyone has attempted to locate it, perhaps because the whole tale connected with Sodom and Gomorrah is regarded as a biblical myth. However, there is a site hidden deep in the mountains of that area that fits. The mysterious lost city of Petra is located less than 60 miles directly south of the southern part of the Dead Sea, where Sodom and Gomorrah are believed to have once stood. It was thus within reach of, and a safe distance from, Lot's initial destination of Zoar, the small town which had been spared from the destruction. Petra is located in a mountain range that extends south from the Dead Sea almost as far as the Gulf of Aqaba, and is surrounded by mountains on both sides. Anyone fleeing south had little choice but to seek refuge in these mountains. Hachette's Guide to the Middle East describes Petra as not so much a town as a natural stronghold where one could seek refuge without having to build walls, and where one could live in the caves as comfortably as one could in man-made houses. Petra, literally meaning rock, is entered via a narrow seek 1 mile long and as narrow as 6 feet across, beneath 2 cliffs that rise up to 260 feet in height. This dusty trail was featured in the film Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade. As one exits the Seek, one enters what has rather aptly been described as a fairy city of pink sandstone. Over a site of 8 square miles, a fantastic array of temples and tombs has been carved out of the sandstone rock. Since being discovered in 1812 by a young Swiss explorer named Johann Ludwig Burckhardt, little progress has been made in our knowledge of this once important site. As one book admits, almost nothing is known about its origin or nature. Nevertheless, the extensive collection of carved temples and tombs at Petra is generally attributed to the Nabateans, a mysterious people who gradually infiltrated the area about 500 to 400 BC. These Nabateans became wealthy because of Petra's position as an important crossroads of 2 important trade routes. Thus, it is naive to think that previous travelers and occupants did not also leave their mark. Indeed, Petra contains a bewildering variety of different styles and different cultures. On the one hand, there are numerous depictions of step pyramids, indicating a Mesopotamian link. On the other hand, obelisks and serpents denote an Egyptian connection. The Romans, too, could not resist the urge to build a vast amphitheatre here. There is a tremendous contrast in the quality of the workmanship. Most of the tombs and temples are straightforward designs, natural clefts enlarged to form cavities, surmounted on the outside face of the cliff by 2-dimensional relief work of mediocre quality. Many of these facades are badly eroded due to their exposure to the elements. The monastery, in contrast, is impressive, standing 135 feet high and 150 feet wide. Its upper parts are carved in 3 dimensions, and the main artistic feature is a splendid urn that is 30 feet high. The monastery is dated to around AD 40, which may be a reasonable estimate, since it has suffered little erosion despite its exposed position in the side of a hill. However, although well carved and well preserved, the monastery's straightforward style and imposing size bear no comparison to the treasury. The treasury stands out clearly from the rest of Petra as a work of vastly superior quality. The detailed 3-dimensional carving is stunning and would be unthinkable for an artist to undertake today. It bears comparison with the Great Sphinx of Egypt. Once again, an urn is the main feature and accounts for the name of the treasury. Elsewhere in Petra, there are many badly eroded reliefs of inferior quality, which appear to be copies of the treasury. In contrast to these later copies, however, the builders of the treasury took great care to undertake a preliminary excavation deep into the cliff face before carving. This technique, combined with careful positioning of the treasury in a sheltered spot surrounded by cliffs on all sides, has minimized the risk of erosion. For this reason, archaeologists may have underestimated its age by more than 1,000 years. Could the treasury mark the cave where Lot and his daughters lived circa 2000 BC? Inside, there is a large natural cave of great height, which has been squared off to create ample living quarters for a small family. The interior is stark and functional, the only features being large empty niches. In contrast, the exterior facade of the treasury is incredibly ornate, a labor of love that was built to last. The question is, who might have had the motivation to dedicate so much time and care in this secluded location? When one tries to research the history of Petra, all discussions of its inhabitants begin with the Edomites. These are the people descended from Esau, who occupied the area from around 1000 BC. No one claims that the Edomites founded Petra, yet historians seem reluctant to search any further back in time. Why? After the nuclear destruction in 2024 BC, Lot and his daughters traveled south and discovered the entrance into the mountains. In those days, Petra was surrounded by cedar and pine forests, in contrast to the arid desert of today. At the end of the Sikh, they found the cave in which, according to the Bible, they took up residence. After the death of Lot, his sons, by his daughters, Moab and Ben-Ami, dedicated themselves to commemorating their father, and perhaps their father's wife, who was turned to vapor by the elaborate carving of the building now known as the Treasury. The urn, the symbolism of which no one has explained, signified the ashes of their dead father, and was perhaps also a memorial to their father's wife. After this task was completed, the sons' curiosity led them into the outside world. As recorded in Genesis, one son, Moab, formed the tribe known as the Moabites, who lived in the mountain range where Petra lies. The other son, Ben-Ami, became the father of the Ammonite tribe. The city Ammon today stands just 90 miles north of Petra. In later times, the Edomites and the Nabateans came to the area. Some emulated what they saw, sometimes with their own artistic cultural bias, but none applied the same diligence as the original artists. Over thousands of years, the site lost its importance, and the knowledge of its origins were restricted to a chosen few. Those few clues which were handed down then became enshrined in the biblical myth of the destruction of Sodom and Gomorrah. Could this be the reason why scientists are reluctant to search for the origins of Petra? The biblical fire and brimstone destruction of Sodom, Gomorrah, and the other evil cities of the plain was caused by the weapons of the gods. A simultaneous strike destroyed the space center in Sinai, leaving the geological scar and blackened rocks which can still be seen today. The fallout brought the Sumerian civilization to its knees circa 2000 BC. The cave where Lot and his daughters fled following the attack on Sodom and Gomorrah is nowadays known as the Treasury in Petra. The literature and mythology of ancient cultures are filled with accounts of dragons, flying serpents, and other winged lizards. Who then were these flying, fire-breathing creatures that seem to have coexisted with early humanity, sometimes as our benefactor, but many more times as our tormentor? Perhaps they were just fabulous creatures, the product of humanity's fertile imagination. On the other hand, they were possibly the manifestation of something else, so disturbing and deeply rooted in our past that knowledge of their true nature has been subconsciously suppressed and remembered only in allegorical terms. Quite a few civilizations of this world trace their ancestry to such dragon-like lizards or flying serpents. In most cases, they are credited with bringing the benefits of society to humanity, and quite often they are described as our actual creators. Ancient humankind portrayed these creatures as superior beings or gods who could effortlessly move about the skies in their fiery chariots or boats of heaven. They usually lived in a heavenly abode and often descended to interfere in our affairs. The earliest and the most important of cultures, Mesopotamia, was probably founded by these serpent-like gods. The colonization of this planet by these creatures is described in one of the most dramatic and significant ancient documents. It is the so-called Sumerian King List. Dated to the 3rd millennium BC, this document provides the succession of the kings of Sumer and their successors, the length of their reign since, what was to the Sumerians, the beginning of time, when their ancestors came here and descended to Earth to establish several cities on the alluvial plain of Mesopotamia. Calling themselves Anunnaki, these Proto-Sumerians are credited with establishing Western, if not world, civilization. Surprisingly enough, there is considerable data on these early civilizations. The Sumerian, later replaced by the Akkadian and the Babylonian cultures. From the numerous cuneiform tablets, monuments, and artifacts that have been unearthed in recent times, it is possible to reconstruct the events that transpired in humanity's early days. There is also a mass of evidence initially derived from the same source, but given a religious interpretation by being transmitted through priestly channels. It was from this vast reservoir of ancient sources that the stories of the Old Testament were derived. From a combination of these ancient secular and religious sources, it is thus possible to piece together the story of our ancestry, which lies in the coming of the alien serpent gods or astronauts who colonized Earth many eons ago. It will be found that our ancestors started a colony on Earth to obtain metals for their home planet. To process and transport these metals by air freighter to the orbiting ship, they built 5 operational cities in Mesopotamia. One of these served as a space launch platform. The Sumerian people referred to these gods as Anunnaki, literally the sons of An, their chief god and leader. The Anunnaki were not an earthly race. In reality, they were a serpent-like race. They required a cheap labor force, and for this reason they created primitive humans. Combining the Neanderthal-type human characteristics, they produced the Adam of the Old Testament with their own saurian nature. Yes, Adam was only half human. However, being a clone, he could not reproduce. As conditions began to change on Earth and the climate dried out, it became necessary for them to modify Adam to better adapt it to the unstable environment. The Homo saurus was altered and given more mammalian traits. This was the biblical fall of man, where Adam achieved knowing, or the ability to reproduce. As a result of this genetic modification, humanity lost most of its saurian appearance and nature. He acquired mammalian characteristics, a soft, flexible skin, body hair, the need to sweat, and the ability to produce live young. He now had to wear clothing for comfort and protection. For all purposes, man was now a Homo sapien. Modern man, or Cro-Magnon man, had arrived upon the scene. Humanity soon populated the Earth as slaves for their Anunnaki masters. They were sorely tested by the astronauts who descended to Earth and mated with the daughters of man. Known in the scriptures as the Nephilim, they produced mixed offspring and conducted genetic experiments that went awry and made many bizarre forms. This was a trying period for humanity, for they were literally food for the gods in this era. It is the time of the biblical patriarchs and the Sumerian god kings. The turmoil on Earth was abruptly ended by the onset of a worldwide natural catastrophe known as the Deluge or Great Flood. At this time, the gods retreated to their spaceship, leaving behind their semi-divine offspring to perish with humankind in the world flood. After the waters had subsided, they descended once more to establish new cities on the plains of Mesopotamia. Again mating with humans, they produced a race of semi-divine beings to rule their empire on Earth. In addition, a race of warrior gods was established in the lands of the Levant. Descendants of the Nephilim, but known by the name of Rephaim, this war-loving race plagued humanity for thousands of years and was not eliminated as a threat until the first millennium BC. In ancient Mesopotamia, the gods resided in a temple atop a ziggurat, a stepped pyramid raised above the plains. They were shielded from the public and accessible only to a few trusted priests. Here they ate in privacy, surrounded by curtains so that even the attending priests could not see them dine. One wonders if their table manners were so atrocious that they had to be hidden even from their retainers. Or was it something more sinister? In the Old Testament, the overriding need for privacy is also genuine. During the event known as the Exodus, the deity lived in a tent and was never seen. Specific instructions were given to Moses on preparing the food. Once cooked, the food was left on a grill near the deity's quarters for him to eat in privacy. It was forbidden for humans to see him. Moses was told flatly by his God that, "You cannot see my face, for a man may not see me and live." And this prohibition against being seen by humans is carried to an extreme throughout the scriptures. It became an injunction not to make a graven image or a likeness of the deity. Thus, man is not only banned from seeing what his god looked like, but even to make an image of what he thought he looked like. Why the taboo? Could it be that its appearance would be so foreign that it had to be withheld from humanity? One would logically assume that if the deities were so superior and grand as the scriptures indicate, that they would be flattered and pleased to allow humanity to see and copy their magnificence. Only a privileged few were allowed to even approach the deities. In Mesopotamia, they were the demigods, the offspring of the mating of a god or goddess and a human. These formed the aristocracy. They were entrusted by the gods to see to their needs and create a barrier with humanity. These demigods, or changelings, were somewhat strange in appearance and probably had saurian characteristics. The fabled Gilgamesh, for example, had something odd in his appearance that made him stand out from normal men. The biblical patriarchs also had something unusual about their looks, as shown by Noah's irrational behavior when he was seen without clothes by his sons. According to the ancient Babylonian tradition, as reported by Berosus, the Babylonian priest writing in Athens in the 3rd century BC, humanity's ancestry and origin can be traced to one Oannes. Oannes was an amphibious creature that came out of the Persian Gulf waters to teach the arts of civilization to humankind. Berosus called them anedotai, which translates as the repulsive ones in Greek. He also refers to them as Musaros, meaning an abomination. In this way, Babylonian tradition credits the founding of civilization to a creature that they considered a repulsive abomination. If the tradition had been invented, a more normal attitude would have been to glorify these creatures as splendid gods or heroes. Yet, the fact that they chose to describe their ancestors this way argues for the account's authenticity. The saurian appearance of the biblical gods was a well-kept secret, and only occasionally is it perceptible in the Old Testament, as, for example, the apparent worship of the seraph or brazen serpent in the incident during the Exodus. There are many more references, many of them explicit, in the mass of religious literature which forms the basis for the Old Testament books. The view is now accepted that the Old Testament went through considerable editing and selection by the priestly transcribers. But elsewhere in the religious literature, not subject to their heavy hand, there is a different picture. In the Haggadah, the source of Jewish legend and oral tradition, it is revealed that Adam and Eve lost their lustrous and horny hide due to eating the forbidden fruit. The Gnostics, rivals to the early Christians, relate that because of eating the fruit, Adam and Eve achieved knowledge, part of which was to realize that their creators were beastly forms. The sad fact is that we have created God in our image and not the other way round. In this way, we have hidden the true identity of our creators. Most of the world's mythologies and religions refer to their ancestors as flying serpents or dragons who brought the arts and crafts of civilization to humanity. The oldest of Chinese books, the mysterious Yi King, claims that the first humans were formed by the ancient goddess Nukua, a dragon. The early Chinese emperors claimed to be descendants of this dragon goddess. The oldest and most famous Hindu classic, the Ramayana and the Mahabharata, concern the intercourse of early men with the serpent gods who were also their ancestors. Central American and African mythology relates how flying serpents and dragon-like beings descended from the heavens to teach them the basics of civilization. The dragons and flying serpents that permeate ancient mythology were actually large-legged lizards, who also could travel about in their airborne craft. How else could the ancients illustrate this fact except by providing them with wings? Even the Old Testament implies that the serpent of the Garden of Eden was a lizard or reptile, for if he had lost his hands and feet because of the fall of man, then logically he must previously be a legged snake or reptile. Humans are a puzzle in the evolutionary chain. The scientific theories of evolution explain the general course of events that cause life forms to develop on Earth. Still, evolution cannot account for the emergence of Homo sapiens or modern humans. For almost 100 years, anthropologists and other scientists have been searching for the so-called missing link, to bridge the enormous evolutionary gap between the ape man or Neanderthal man and modern man or Cro-Magnon man. The appearance of Homo sapiens happened virtually overnight in terms of the millions of years that evolution required. There is no evidence of intermediate stages that would indicate a gradual change from Homo erectus, the ape man, to modern Homo sapiens. While the hominid of the genus Homo is a product of evolution, Homo sapiens is the product of a sudden revolutionary event. The first being considered genuinely manlike is Australopithecus, who existed in Africa 5 million years ago. Then it took eons to produce the first primitive man, or Homo erectus. About 1 million years ago, he appeared on the scene and was called Neanderthal man. Then suddenly and inexplicably, some 35,000 years ago, a new race of men appeared from nowhere, Homo sapiens, or thinking man, which we call Cro-Magnon man. He looked very much like a modern man, so much so in fact that if he were appropriately dressed, he could pass unnoticed on the street of any city in America. The Sumerians who arrived here before Homo sapiens existed explain the sudden appearance of modern man. He seems to have been developed through two creative stages. Humanity was first conceived as a slave worker. At this time, they were primarily saurian in appearance and nature, probably only 1/3 mammal. The second change increased their mammal nature, so they lost their scaly skin and could reproduce themselves. They developed soft skin and hair and now required the use of clothing for comfort and protection. This is metaphorically called the fall of man in biblical terms. The reptilian appearance of the ancients. The patriarchs of the Old Testament and the Sumerian antediluvian kings and priests were all part saurian, being the children of the gods and an earthling. This was also true after the deluge, when the kings were also semi-divine. Probably the best illustration of this duality is found in the person of Gilgamesh. At the beginning of the epic, Gilgamesh is created by the mother goddess as 2/3 divine, the son of a male earthling and a female goddess. Sargon the Great was the son of a god and a priestess, a changeling as they were called. They would have had a saurian appearance and, in certain respects, visibly reveal vestiges of their origin. This is shown when Gilgamesh is challenged by the guards in his venture to Shamash territory. Gilgamesh is instantly recognized by the saurian guards as one of us, since he has the flesh of the gods. He is allowed to pass unhindered since he is one of the aristocracy. It is also manifest in the myth Gilgamesh and Aga. In this story, the city of Uruk was attacked by Aga, the ruler of Kish. Aga's envoy requested Gilgamesh to surrender his city with his army. However, when Gilgamesh presented himself atop the city wall for Aga and his army to see him in person, Aga calls off the siege for no apparent reason, and Aga's army is put to flight. Obviously, there is something in the appearance of Gilgamesh that has satisfied Aga and frightened his army. Like Aga, Gilgamesh was part saurian, and apparently the code of chivalry of the day prevented further action against another member of the aristocracy. What it is about Gilgamesh that is recognizable as saurian is never stated. Ostensibly, his appearance is described at the start of the poem, where the details of his birth are provided. The tablet begins with the statement that Gilgamesh is 2/3 divine, the progeny of a goddess and a priest. The following 4 lines seem to be devoted to describing his appearance. For some reason, however, they have been mutilated. Were these lines deliberately defaced by later officials and priests to hide the actual appearance of Gilgamesh? Perhaps these saurian traits caused such consternation in Genesis when Noah is seen without clothes by his sons. The reaction is so wholly illogical and baffling that it can only be assumed that Noah was hiding something about his appearance from his sons. Perhaps it was a badge of priesthood, such as was on his brother Ner, or other traces of saurian ancestry, such as patches of scaly hide. The crossover of reptiles and mammals. When the spacemen arrived here, they found conditions remarkably similar to those of the mother planet. The reptiles were the dominant forms of life on land, and of these, dinosaurs represented the culmination of their evolution. These creatures were far from being slow, stupid, and maladapted beasts. Many were highly evolved, and in their time they adapted supremely well to the conditions in which they lived. They dominated the Cretaceous period mainly because the climate was benign worldwide, and what is more important, it was stable. It provided conditions that were ideal for the reptiles, for the simple reason that these were the same conditions into which the reptiles had evolved. Had the climate not changed and cooled, mammal forms may not have emerged as the dominant form. In their book, The Great Extinction, Allaby and Lovelock contend that if the climate had remained unchanged until today, there is no reason to suppose that the reptiles would have declined. And if intelligent beings had evolved, that is, beings with advanced technologies, they suggest that these beings might well have had scaly skins and long tails. When the desiccation of the earth made conditions too challenging to perform essential functions such as food gathering, construction, and mining, the Anunnaki naturally turned to an established earth form, one that could be modified and given some of their characteristics. Was such a crossbreeding of two species an impossible feat in genetic engineering? Probably not, since nature seems to have handled the problem without much difficulty. Scientists today are convinced that there were actual crossover creatures in existence at the end of the Cretaceous period, such as warm-blooded reptiles and cold-blooded mammals. At this time, dinosaurs seem to have evolved into warm-blooded creatures. In The Hot-Blooded Dinosaurs, Adrian Desmond makes the argument that dinosaurs had to be warm-blooded to survive. The nervous system of dinosaurs had to be complex to account for their agility, speed, and balancing ability. The intricate manipulation of the fingers alone required a well-developed center of coordination and huge eyes to oversee the operation. To maintain a high energy output for long periods, the dinosaurs required a high energy metabolism to provide them with the sustained energy needed to remain on their feet carrying such enormous bulk weight. The origin of the stories of Genesis. Biblical commentators often expressed that the Hebrew legends of the creation of man and his downfall are original since they had yet to be discovered in Mesopotamian or other ancient literature or folklore. We have seen, however, that the fall of man, or the achieving of knowing or sexual knowledge by Adam and Eve, is a more recent version of the tale of Enkidu in the Gilgamesh epic. Enkidu was first created from clay by the gods as a wild man. Then, to make him more suitable as a companion for Gilgamesh, he was put through a civilizing process where he engaged in a sexual orgy with a reptile goddess. This process made him into a complete or modern man. The tale of Adapa is also related to the story of Adam in another way, that of immortality lost. Just as the guardian angel with the flaming sword kept Adam from approaching and partaking of the fruit of the tree of life, or immortality, so Adapa knowingly refused the food and drink of long life when he was offered immortality by the chief Sumerian god. It is echoed in Gilgamesh's story, when he is thwarted in his attempt to achieve immortality in the Cedar Land. Like the angel with the flaming sword, Gilgamesh encountered guards with a stinging weapon at the entrance to the Land of Immortality. The priestly sources who compiled the Old Testament books had many legends and stories at their disposal to choose from. What was selected for the scriptures was a composite of the legends of their day, but modified to suit their priestly purposes. It is also evident that to enhance and perpetuate their grasp on the Hebrew tribes, they riddled the stories with the concept of sin and guilt. Evidence of humanity's origin in the serpent gods was expurgated wherever possible, but where the priesthood had no control over the content of the material, evidence of man's origin comes through clearly. Elsewhere in world mythology and history, the origin of humanity is not lost, nor is it discounted. In China, the most ancient books relate how dragons were the benevolent ancestors of humankind and taught them all the arts of civilization. In Hindu literature, the serpent gods are explicitly mentioned as humanity's true ancestors. Elsewhere, the flying serpents, dragons, and feathered snakes are recorded as our beneficent creators. A feathered serpent deity has been worshipped by many different ethno-political groups in Mesoamerican history. Such worship can be seen through studies of the iconography of different Mesoamerican cultures, in which serpent motifs are frequent. The real story of humanity's evolution and history is their alienation or estrangement from these origins. Recorded history is the story of the struggle of humanity to rid themselves from the bondage of the serpent god's descendants. They plagued humans from the deluge in about 4000 BC down to the days of the Hebrew kings, or 1000 BC. What did the ancient gods look like? The space travelers found our antediluvian Earth much to their liking because it approximated conditions on their home planet. The climate was warm and stable, and, more importantly, there was little cyclonic activity. The atmosphere's carbon dioxide and moisture levels were high within the cloud canopy, leading to luxurious plant growth and giant animal forms. It was the era of the vegetarian dinosaurs. The coming of the Anunnaki coincided with the end of this period, as the Earth began to dry out and the meat-eating dinosaurs and small mammals appeared. The Anunnaki gods needed moisture and warmth. It was probably why civilizations were founded at the mouth of great river systems, the Nile Delta, the Indus River Valley, and the Tigris-Euphrates system. The continuous drying out of the climate brought discomfort to the Anunnaki, and they were forced more and more to live in an artificial environment, their orbiting spaceship. While on Earth, they lived a great deal of the time in a personal capsule that simulated this artificial environment. The home planet of our ancestors was probably also covered with a vapor layer of clouds. On such a rather steamy planet, it would be necessary to keep cool, and intelligent life there would likely evolve as amphibious and be at home in the water as well as on land. It explains the Babylonian legend of Oannes coming from the sea. It also explains Enki's residence in a water palace, which appears to have been submersible as well. Their spaceships would probably contain giant water tanks to ease living conditions and protection from radiation on long space flights. Their form was remarkably adapted to space travel. Scientists have theorized that the saurian form would be ideal for travel through space on long voyages. Able to hibernate or slow down their metabolism for long periods and immersed in water or liquid, they could survive the perils of space travel, which have a deleterious effect on mammal forms. Radiation has been the major obstacle of space travel for humanity. Doses of radiation emitted by solar flares would be fatal to space travelers, for one solar flare could emit 800 to 1000 REMs, a measurement of radiation, over 24 hours. Humans would receive a deadly dose all at once, since the lifetime limit for exposure by humans to radiation is 300 REMs. Space scientists have proposed that for protection against these massive doses of radiation, the astronauts would retreat to large tanks of water or liquids during solar storms. In appearance, the serpent gods were tall, at least 8 to 10 feet, and walked on 2 feet. They had a tail like a reptile and a tough hide, somewhat like a lizard, but with a large amount of horny or scaly skin. Their coat was generally lustrous and smooth, somewhat like a chameleon, and probably varied in different hues of green and grey. They did not need clothes, but they wore cloaks as a sign of rank or godship. Because of their need for moisture, they could not stand the direct sun, making their skin dry and uncomfortable. Their face was somewhat flat, with chin whiskers or a goatee, somewhat like a walrus or ibex. They had short horns on their heads, which they considered to be a sign of divinity. Humans were repulsive to them because they were hairy, had soft skins and bony limbs. They were particularly upset by the pungent smells and excretions of humans. The gods did not eat cooked foods at first, but later depended on humanity to supply these needs. They did not need fires or stoves to keep warm. Early man, or Adam, was not too dissimilar from his creator, except he was smaller, had no facial hair nor horns. He was more agile and dexterous with his hands. He, too, ate raw food and ran around with no clothes. The sons of the serpent gods, the Nephilim of the Bible, who descended before the deluge and mated with human women, also dabbled in genetic engineering. Many strange and monstrous forms were produced and gave rise to the ancient legends of centaurs, griffins, satyrs, and all the ogres and fabulous mythology creatures. These were all destroyed by the deluge, but their memory lingers on in the ancient legends of humankind. The patriarchs, god-kings, priests, generals, and other members of the aristocracy which ruled humanity before the deluge, and after as well, were also part Saurian. They displayed specific characteristics which set them apart from ordinary people. Large patches of scaly skin referred to as the badge of priesthood, and probably had horns and chin whiskers. The Rephaim, or warrior gods, the descendants of the antediluvian Nephilim who protected the Middle East later, were large and fearsome warriors, and probably exhibited many of the characteristics of their forebears. As they intermarried with humans, the Saurian traits diminished, although they seem to have retained their colossal size. When did the serpent gods leave, or are they still here? The period before the deluge was the heyday of the gods. World mythology refers to this period as the Golden Age when the gods ruled on Earth. The deluge is a watershed in the history of humanity. It ended the Golden Age and started the rule of man. The junior gods seem to have remained after the deluge and directed the activities of humanity. Humanity was used as a tool in their family squabbles. It led to widespread destruction all over the world. The millennium following the deluge marked the end of many great civilizations, ostensibly through weapons of mass destruction. After the 24th century, the influence of the gods seemed to have waned. The reign of Sargon the Great, from 2334 to 2278 BC, was marked by restraint and moderation. While he reclaimed all the western lands, Anatolia and Lebanon, there was no destruction, and cities like Elba and Sodom thrived under his patronage. With the rise to power of his grandson Naram-Sin in 2254 BC, we see unrestricted use of force and vast destruction. Naram-Sin was also the first Sumerian king to proclaim himself a god and adopt all the trappings of a deity. Such behavior would certainly not have been tolerated by the senior gods, and his reign seems to mark the end of their control over the activities of mankind. The unruly behavior of Naram-Sin and later Sumerian and Akkadian kings attests to the fact the orbiting spaceship probably left before the 23rd century, leaving behind the junior gods and the hybrid forms like the Rephaim or warrior gods of the western lands. The sightings of strange saucer-like objects throughout the centuries would indicate either their spaceships have reappeared at intervals, or that they may have been here all this time but hidden from human eyes. If they have been here for centuries, where would they find a place that is secure, away from prying eyes, and far from population centers? It is also possible that seas and lakes hide the entrance to these underground bases, which may be more widespread than we realize. For example, the strange activities in the Atlantic Ocean, in the area known as the Bermuda Triangle, with the reported sightings of underwater sources, may be related to the entrance of such an underwater base. A great cultural shock. Humanity is probably not yet ready for the truth. The average man and woman need their fantasies, the myths and religious stories that make life so uncomplicated and straightforward. Perhaps one of these days we will be shocked into accepting the truth when our ancestors return to see how their children are faring. We have been conditioned for millennia to deny the truth of our ancestry, and as a palliative, we have developed a convenient form of amnesia. We have accepted the interpretation of history propagated by a self-perpetuating priesthood and academia. Nonetheless, the truth can only be delayed so long. Eventually, we will have to learn the truth about our origins and face the fact that his gods and ancestors were reptiles, true monsters by any of our current definitions. There will be a tremendous cultural shock as we have never seen before.